Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Only Trolls Double Down by Ramy, Vance, and Michael Anderle. Narrated by Jen Lee. Chapter 1. No matter how fast she drove, she was still going to be late. There were too many zombies clogging the streets. Since the horde blocked the entry into the baseball stadium's parking lot, Maine blared the muscle car's horn. It was surprisingly loud considering this was a dream. For a moment, she thought about ramming right through the zombies. This was a dream after all, and anything was possible. But even though this wasn't real, she didn't want to ruin her father's purple muscle car. She was close enough. She didn't need the car for the rest of the way. She parked it and hopped out to the sprawling parking lot outside the baseball stadium. "Come and get me," she yelled, her dream pulse pounding as the horde closed in on her. She took a few swings at them, knocking shriveled heads and limbs off, until she was vaguely aware of a loudspeaker announcing her name from inside the stadium. She had to go. After punching a fist right through a zombie's chest and pulling out its dried-up heart, she kicked it backward and sprinted toward the stadium entryway, one hand held out in front of her like Superwoman. In real life, she had troll strength and agility since she was half-troll. Since this was a dream, it was anything goes. She forced her way through the crowd of zombies. All they could do was grab and scrape her, but she didn't feel it. The only thing on her mind was getting to home plate in time to sing the national anthem. Why was she singing the national anthem? Because it was a dream, that's why. The zombies kept flooding her path. Although she moved in that blur-like speed common in dreams, she nearly tripped as she ran over all the sprawling zombies. Finally, pushing through the entryway, she sprinted past the zombie ticket takers and the zombie concession stand workers trying to sell her rotting hot dogs. No, thanks," she shouted as she pounded up the expanse of concrete stairs leading into the stands. A zombie usher tried to stop her at the top of the stairs, and she roundhouse kicked him in the gut. Unsurprisingly, her foot sailed right through his frail torso, effectively cutting the dream zombie in two. Whoa! She watched as the zombie's top half reached for her, then plopped face first onto the floor. Done gawking, she turned and ran along the middle tier of a lower section of seats. The stadium was so huge. Also, there were no more zombies trying to stop her. Instead, they sat in the stands, playfully throwing popcorn at each other. The air smelled like beer and peanuts. A bit strange considering this was a dream, and the scents were so lifelike. Was it possible to smell in a dream? She didn't know, but she knew that she needed to be down at home plate to sing the national anthem. She glanced over the rail down to the baseball field, seeing a zombie standing at home plate expectantly holding a microphone. Her microphone. She was about to leap over the rail when a familiar voice snagged her attention from the stands behind her. Turning, she saw her father Valkius and her uncle Joffrey sitting together, clinking beers and smiling down at her. Good job. Her father gave her a thumbs up. Her uncle beat his chest with his fist. You're making us proud. The sight of the two full-grown trolls made her heart swell. She'd never really gotten to know her father. She'd always thought he was an asshole until he died. Then she came back to her hometown and discovered he'd been a hero. Her uncle, who she had also thought was an asshole the first time she had confronted him, had turned out not to be a bad guy after all. Maybe trolls had a thing for being perceived as assholes. She wanted to go up into the stands and talk to them, but then she remembered that, oh yeah, she needed to sing the national anthem. After waving to her father and uncle, she gripped the rail at her side and vaulted over it to the stands below. As she ran, the zombies in the stands changed from zombies to, well, no way, she muttered in delight. It made no sense at all, even for a dream, but The zombies in the stands around her had changed into the cast of Grey's Anatomy. It was all the more surprising because she hadn't watched that show since her mom had died. It had been their favorite one to watch together. After she'd passed, it would only ruin the memories if Maine watched it, so she didn't. Strange. She hadn't thought of that show in a long time. Why was it suddenly showing up in her dream? Warning. Leave this dream. The voice came from inside her head. It belonged to the Mantle, a demonic cloak her father had worn and had bequeathed to her. It aided her with enhanced strength and agility, provided her the weaknesses of those around her, and occasionally gave warnings of danger. Since it was a demonic item, the voice was evil. No, Maine said. Why would I want to leave? This dream just keeps getting better. Her voice trailed off as she realized the zombie standing at home plate, holding the mic, was now McDreamy, her favorite fictional character of all time. But the Mantle started, but Maine was already bounding down the rest of the stands to the ground floor. Since it was a dream, she glided downward, almost as if something was tugging her consciousness down there. McDreamy was even more handsome up close. Dream or not, he looked damn realistic. She reached up and touched his cheek, which prompted an eyebrow raise and a suave grin from him. Suddenly, the mic was in her hands, and McDreamy nodded for her to do her part. She turned to the crowd of attractive TV stars and started belting out the song. Maybe it was only the dream, but her voice sounded good. Better than it did in real life. Afterward, her performance earned a standing ovation from her favorite stars in the stands. With her important task done, she handed the mic back and stared up into McDreamy's eyes. Wow, talk about swoon. She was trying to figure out her next move. This was a dream, and anything went in dreams. When McDreamy nodded, angling his head toward one of the dugouts. She didn't want to look away from him, but she did. The dream got even better. She gasped, Mom? There, standing hesitantly in the dugout, was her mom. Beautiful as ever, wearing a sundress and a pretty bow in her long hair. Maine hadn't dreamed of her mom since her death. To be fair, she'd dreamed of her all the time for about 6 months after she died, but after that, she guessed she'd repressed the memory or something. It was sad. Which was why now she was overwhelmed with emotion. Weakness. Your mother. Wake up now. I can wake up any time, she muttered. She wasn't going to leave. Not now. The Mantle persisted. Warning. Leave the dream. Wake up. Dreams are the exploration of weaknesses. It is in your dreams that you explore your most honest desires. Leave this dream now. Leave it. Now. You're an asshole, you old rag. Maine approached her mom. The way her mother smiled made Maine feel weak in the knees. My daughter. Her mother threw open her arms and Maine fell into them. It's been so long. Too long, Maine agreed. For a dream, she sure had hyper-realistic senses. For one thing, she smelled her mother's favorite shampoo in her hair. For another, her mother's touch was so warm, so endearing. For a moment, Maine considered that the Mantle might have a valid point, that this was some dream world assassination attempt on behalf of someone wanting to claim the Mantle for themselves. Still, the opportunity to see her mother again, even if only in a dream, all these years after she died, she wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Maine clutched her mother's back. She stayed like that until it felt like too long. Then she pulled back from her mom and met her warm smile. That was a most beautiful rendition of the anthem. Gee, thanks. And the way you handled yourself against those zombies on the way here, you've certainly inherited your father's strength and agility. He's in the stands, watching. Did you see him? Maine nodded. We're all so proud of you. We miss you. I miss you too, Maine said. Her mother gripped her hand. How have you been? I've been fine. I was going to graduate from the police academy, but then learned how cool it would be to live in the Vale with magic. No offense, but human life can be mundane. Her mother chuckled. I'm so happy for you. What about you? Maine paused as the crowd started to chant something softly. How have you been? As soon as the words cleared her mouth, she felt like an idiot. Her mom was dead. What a dumb question to ask. Of course, she was curious about the afterlife, if there was one. Her mother ran both of her hands through her silky hair. They have good hair products where I am. Where are you? Maine asked. As she waited for her mother to respond, the chant from the stands grew louder. She tried to block it out to hear her mother's response, but it had grown so loud so quickly. Maine shook her head apologetically. Can you say that again? She could now make out the crowd's chant. Hi-ya! Hi-ya! The hell? She turned away from her mother, whom she hadn't heard for the second time, and faced the crowd in the stands. The crowd of TV hotties all stood in their underwear and made odd karate-chopping motions with their arms. Hi-ya! Hi-ya! She glossed over the crowd of shirtless hunks and bikini babes, trying to comprehend what was going on. It was all so weird. Then a hand karate-chopped her gently on the shoulder. She turned back to her mother, who was likewise in her underwear and a bra and rhythmically hitting her. The woman's eyes were glazed over and unfocused as she joined the crowd. Hi-ya! Hi-ya! Mom? Mom, can you hear me? Snap out of it. Her mother only continued to karate chop her lightly across the shoulder. Leave. Now, the Mantle hissed. Maybe the Mantle was right. She woke up. Chapter 2. When she opened her eyes, Maine had slumped over the computer desk in the troll cave. After stretching, she sat up straight, not for the first time admiring the impressively huge Batcave-esque lair around her. The secret cave hideout contained all sorts of magical equipment and gadgets that had helped her father fight mythical creature crime. Hi-ya! 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 Wait, was she still sleeping? She pinched herself. When nothing happened, she got up to investigate the source of the karate shouts. It wasn't too hard to locate. Near the back of the troll cave, in the open area before the garage leading outside, 5 mythical creatures performed the same basic karate chop technique over and over again. She saw Minnie, the Minotaur mechanic, a female centaur, and 3 tiny butterfly fairies. They all appeared to be taking directions from the front of the room. From... Maine blinked. Noff. The chihuahua-sized direwolf stood at attention in front of them, the key marking on his rump glowing as he yipped instructions. He'd tied a black bandana around his tiny head beneath his ears like a sensei. Again, he yipped. Hi-ya! Again! Hi-ya! She walked around the side of them toward Noff. Oh, hey, Maine. So nice of you to finally join us. She narrowed her eyes at him. Huh? What are you talking about? Come on, partner. Get your head in the game. We were supposed to have training at 9 a.m. sharp. The tiny direwolf mimed glancing down at his paw for a watch. It's 9:30. Oh, right. She turned her attention to the group, looking them over as they stood at attention, ready to perform another chop upon command. What did I miss? For one, Noff yipped.
meeting our newest bodyguard recruits.
You and I aren't enough? When Noff saw the 5 karate initiates quiver in their stances, he dismissed them for a short break to talk to his partner.
The conference is going to be a lot of ground to cover for 2 people.
Maine watched the recruits walk over to the sidelines and sip from their water bottles. Minnie, the Minotaur's height and size looked imposing and perfect for a bodyguard, but she wasn't so sure about the others. Who's the centaur?
Oh, that's Swiftfoot.
Maine scoffed at the magical creature's on-the-point name. Let me guess, she's got swift feet? Noff narrowed his eyes.
Good guess. Her speed and transportation skills will come in handy if trouble arises.
Turning her gaze to the 3 butterfly fairies, Maine said, What about them? You really think they're going to be much help if there's trouble?
What do you mean?
They're, like, half a foot tall. How are they going to be bodyguards? Noff yipped proudly.
As I learned on our last adventure, sometimes big things come in small packages, like me.
Yeah, but
what if there's a chase, and the bad guy holes up somewhere? Butterfly fairies can get into places we can't.
That was a fair point. Still, their small size made them much physically weaker than, say, Minnie the Minotaur. You did have them sign hold harmless liability waivers, right? Noff yipped in irritation.
I don't think you're taking this upcoming gig of ours too seriously.
I am taking this seriously, Maine said. I forgot about the time, is all. I was having the weirdest dream.
I don't care about some dream you had. We've got that Zoom call with our client at midnight tonight. You're going to be able to make that, right?
She leaned toward him conspiratorially. You think I'd miss a date with death? I mean, the death? I still can't believe we landed him as a client.
Yeah. Well, that's why we're training so hard for this bodyguard gig. Can't let the big guy down. He might decide to, cut our strings early. I still want to live for a bit longer.
Maine scratched the back of her head. It's an honor, sure. I still can't wrap my head around why death would need a bodyguard. I mean, he's deaf.
How many times I gotta tell you? When deities and laws of nature visit the physical realm, they gotta give up some of their power. They're more vulnerable when they're here.
Fair enough. I don't know why death has to come here in person, though. I mean, he's in some kind of magical card tournament? That doesn't sound like something death would do.
You know nothing about death. He's a pretty cool cat, if you catch my drift.
She shrugged. I guess I will, when I meet him.
Yeah.
Noff yipped.
On the Zoom call at midnight tonight.
Right. Got it. I'll be there.
You better. Now get changed into something you can move around in. My defense class will resume shortly.
You think you're qualified to teach a martial arts class?
What you trying to say? Of course I'm certified to teach it. I didn't decide I wanted to run a bodyguard agency overnight. I had to research and get my body in shape.
Maine tried not to laugh as she studied his petite toy dog frame. He did have some muscle, though. Plus, he was agile and acrobatic. I didn't know, she said. I did decide to carry on my father's detective and magical fixer business overnight, so I thought, doesn't matter. Let me go change. A polite throat clearing interrupted her, and she turned to see Al, her Cyclops butler, standing off to the side, smartly dressed in a full suit. Yes, she said.
Ah, Master Maine.
Al held up a bouquet of crystals tightly bound by a ribbon. Another one? Maine reached out and accepted them. They were pretty, the way they glittered. Too bad she didn't know who was sending them. She handed them back to Al. I have to practice some karate chops, so I'm prepared to bodyguard death tomorrow. Noff yipped proudly in the background as the rest of his bodyguard team lined up to resume their practice. Al took the crystals, but his single eye didn't leave Maine's face. You have martial arts training now? I don't have that on your calendar. She gestured dismissively. I forgot to schedule it. I also forgot to attend. I will now. She raised her voice as she glanced Noff's way. About that, Al sighed. You have an appointment with a potential client at the top of the hour. Client? Do you wish me to cancel the appointment? It would be nice if she could do that. But her father had developed a reputation for never turning away a client, and she wanted to do the same kind of service to the town of Rainwater. If not, she'd feel guilty. No, let me get a few karate chops in, then I'll be up to the apartment. Looking like that? Al's expression asked her. Glancing down, she saw her wrinkled clothes. They smelled a bit, too. Then there was her hair. Oh, and don't you forget, you have the interview at the Sacred Sourdough at 11 a.m. Interview? With the chap from Creature magazine. Your write-up in the publication. You're scheduled for a 2-hour interview. You forgot, didn't you? Ugh. She'd totally forgotten about that. Noff, she called over the trainees' heads. I'm going to have to miss this session. Got a client to see and an interview to do. You kidding me? I'll get some practice in later today. Noff shook his tiny head, clearly frustrated. I hope you don't have a photo session, too. Maine felt her hair. She hoped she didn't either. She turned to Al, who blinked in confirmation. She had barely enough time to take a quick shower and make herself look decent before the client meeting. Then she had to get to the magazine interview. Hopefully, it was some old guy or a woman interviewing her, not some hunk. As she turned, Noff called, Remember, Zoom call with death. Midnight. The conference starts tomorrow. I booked a room at the conference hall. Yeah, I got it. Chapter 3. With her hasty shower finished, Maine scarfed down a quick breakfast that Al had laid out for her. There was also a family album lying on the kitchen table. Maine quickly flipped through it. It was full of old photographs of her from when she was a baby up until she'd left for college. Ah, yes, Al said. That is the family album you asked me to put together for you, from your father's belongings. Maine nodded her thanks and flipped back to the front of the album. It was hard to believe she'd ever been such a tiny baby. She grew taller and larger in the photos as she turned the album's pages. In some of them, her mother held her or stood next to her. The rest of the photos seemed to be of only her. Maine stopped at a photo of her standing with a confused look on her 6-year-old face, her 2 front teeth missing. That was really fast. Maine glanced up at Al standing in the kitchen and awaiting her next command. She flipped back to the start of the album, noticing something else. Where are all the pictures of me with my dad? There are some with my mom, but I don't see any with him until after I was 6 years old. Al gave a big blink. I haven't the foggiest. Those are all the photographs I could locate among your father's possessions. That was odd. Her father hadn't been able to take a photo with her? What was he? Always working a case? She did love a good mystery. She'd have time to figure it out later. Okay, thanks, Maine said. I've got to hurry now. Very well. Al's phone beeped, and he checked it. Something I must attend to. I shall be right back. Maine shrugged. After washing down the last of her breakfast with a glass of milk, she brushed her teeth and gave herself a quick once-over in the bathroom mirror. Then she took her seat in her office, a.k.a. the leather couch in her father's apartment living room next to the fireplace. While waiting for her potential client to knock on the door, she pulled out her cell phone. She had 3 missed calls from Sage. Damn, she must have slept right through them. It was that crazy dream's fault. She'd slept through not only Noff's training session, but her wizard chef friend's calls. Hopefully, it wasn't anything too serious she'd missed. She played the first message. Hey, Maine. Filming for the audition interview starts at 11 a.m. Just calling to say hi, and also to ask, am I crazy for doing this? Am I really that good a cook? Starting to feel some nerves. Oh well, call me back if you have time. See ya. She recalled how excited Sage had been to be in the running to make it on that cooking TV show. He'd been so confident before leaving. Nerves were real, she guessed. She played the next message. Maine, did you forget to wake up this morning or something? It's like 9:30 a.m. I'm on the set and shitting myself nervous. Filming starts in an hour and a half. Anyway, I did some meditation and breath work, but it didn't help much. I didn't think it would hit me this way. Maybe you could call me back for some words of encouragement. Hope all is well. See ya. She played the last message. Really could use a pep talk now. What if I forget how to cook? Get it together, Sage. Get it together. Talk to you later. Yikes. She felt a bit guilty for not being there for him. He'd do fine, though. He ran the best restaurant in town, maybe in the world as far as she was concerned. The food at the Sacred Sourdough could put any restaurant's food to shame. She glanced at the time. It was a few minutes after 11 a.m. Was her client going to be a no-show? Since there still hadn't been a knock at the door, she called Sage. He wouldn't get the call until after he finished cooking and filming, but at least she could show that she cared. Hey, Sage. Yes, I'm still alive. Slept in late. Almost missed a new client meeting. And I've got that big Creature magazine interview afterwards. What are the chances that we both have interviews today? I'm not nervous about mine, though. Shit. Not that you shouldn't be nervous about your interview audition. That came out wrong. The Mantle began to hiss in her mind. Weakness. Unsure of his abilities. Exploit them. Suggested words to use. You can't cook, and they will see right through you. Maine shook her head at the evil thoughts pouring into her mind, then continued leaving her voice message to Sage. What I meant to say is that I'm sure you'll do fine. You can't even boil water. Yes, you'll do fine. You'll do great. Good luck messing up everything you hold dear. Sorry, I didn't get to talk to you before the filming, but call me back or meet me at the Sacred Sourdough afterward. I can't wait to hear how you knocked it out of the park. You continue to disappoint me. Then again, he'll probably pick up on your verbal cues and know how you truly feel. Exploiting your weakness will be difficult. Perhaps you could confess your... She hung up the phone before she could say something stupid. Her client still wasn't here, and equally as strange, neither was Al. He had said he'd be right back. Why wasn't he butlering for her? She continued to look at her phone, pulling up some recent photos she'd taken. In them, she and Sage were brewing potions in the kitchen at the Sacred Sourdough. Sage had kept telling her to stop taking selfies and focus on the potions, which had made Maine grin all the more. She was smiling in most of the photos. Sage, meanwhile, seemed to have either a grimace or a serious face in most. In one picture, she was holding up a scone and making a ridiculous face. Sage was shaking his head. She loved making him uncomfortable. It was so easy and way too much fun. They'd had some good times together, and he'd taught her a lot about magic in the short time she'd known him. He and Noff were her 2 biggest friends in Rainwater. Without them, she didn't know if she'd have survived and defeated all the assassins that had come after her when she'd inherited her father's mantle.
Weakness. Getting too sentimental. Too distracted.
Maine glanced up from the photos on her phone and got up. She wandered into the kitchen and saw a small stack of dishes that needed washing. Al was slacking this morning. Also, where was he? She was about to chalk up the new client as a no-show, but something might have made them late, so she'd give them a few more minutes. In the meantime, she could keep herself occupied by washing a few dishes to pass the time. She put some hot, soapy water in the sink and scrubbed them clean. She hadn't always had a butler, so she made quick work of them. Too bad it was a boring task. Instead of letting the soapy water out, she headed back to her couch and sat. She'd give the client 5 more minutes. That was more than generous. Then she'd find Noff and chat with him about the bodyguard gig at the conference. Speaking of the conference starting tomorrow, she decided to research it on her phone. Before she could open her web browser, the front door squeaked open. A bit odd. More than a bit odd, considering a protection spell that would incinerate any intruder with a fireball spell warded the door. There was no way it could open on its own. Still seated on the leather couch, she looked around for Al, but she still didn't see him anywhere. This was starting to seem a bit suspicious. The door opened farther, and a figure lingered in the doorway.
Weakness. Ego. Tell him that his tricks are feeble, and he's barely a footnote in history.
What the hell are you talking about? Maine muttered. She grabbed the arm of the couch and prepared to vault to the side in case this was an attack. Tell who? 5 arrows swished through the open doorway, slicing the air and heading right toward her. Chapter 4. She threw herself over the leather couch's arm, landing upon the apartment floor like a cat as the 5 arrows pierced the couch where she'd previously been sitting. Her instincts had been right. Another damn assassin trying to kill her to claim the mantle. Arrows. Hadn't Cupid vowed not to go after her unless she turned to the dark side? It took only a glance up at the shafts, still quivering in the couch, to discern that Cupid's bow hadn't fired them. They were too long. They weren't arrows, but spears. Shit. There was a mythical creature assassin outside chucking spears at her. Still poised on her hands and knees, she effortlessly rolled to the side as 3 more javelins screamed at her. She leapt to her feet as the trio of razor-sharp heads thunked into the floor behind her. Throwing herself toward the door, she shoved it closed and made sure it locked. What the hell? Where was Al? She was considering her options when a spearhead penetrated the door, grazing her cheek. She backstepped reflexively and brought up her guard. What good would that do against spears? They had to be magical weapons, considering how easily they pushed through a magically protected door. Damn it! Al? She called, but no response came. He was always so responsive and rarely ever left her side when she might need him. Considering he'd booked this new client appointment, he should be here to open doors and act like a proper butler. Another spear poked through the door, angrily jabbing the air. "No one's home," she called stupidly. She needed an edge. She needed a weapon. Didn't her father keep a chest full of medieval weapons on the floor behind the couch? Spinning, she dashed behind the couch, now ruined by spears. She'd have to see about fixing it later. She threw herself into a dive toward the ancient oak chest sitting against the wall. It unlocked at her touch and opened to reveal a magically enlarged interior, filled with some of her father's belongings: clothing, potions, old books, and medieval weapons. She selected a morning star and returned to the side of the door, which was now being hacked apart by a hatchet. Spears and a hatchet? What kind of assassin was after her now? Some primal indigenous warlord? Again, where the hell was Al? With the spiked morning star gripped tightly in one hand, Maine prepared to spring at the intruder as soon as he crashed through the ruined door. Then, she had another idea. Her uncle had recently taught her a basic fireball spell. Squinting her eyes, she held one hand up and focused. A splotchy red spark glittered on her upturned palm. For a moment, it looked like it might sputter out, but then it doubled in size. Embers sparked to the floor, singeing a floor mat, threatening to catch it on fire. Stamping the fire out with her foot, she turned her focus back to the fiery orb growing in her palm. She was nowhere ready for casting spells. It had been stupid to try, and if she couldn't make the fire go out, she was going to burn the place down. Past the flickering tips of the fire, the hatchet continued to make short work of the front door. A moment later, the fire flared up past Maine's face, masking her view of the entrance. New priority: extinguish the out-of-control fireball spell before she incinerated herself. Completely ignoring the intruder, she shot up and made a mad dash for the kitchen, where she thrust her hands into the soapy water in the kitchen sink. Unfortunately, the water did nothing to put out the flames. When she pulled her hands from the water, she sent out scorch marks along the metal sink and the backsplash and overhead cabinets. It wasn't long before the smoke detector started to scream. Shit. 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 She was vaguely aware of something Sage had said a couple of days ago, when she'd been practicing making potions at the Sacred Sourdough. He joked that she was going to start a grease fire in the kitchen, then proceeded to explain that baking soda or salt could put out a grease fire if it was small enough. Water would only make it worse. This was no grease fire, but water certainly hadn't helped, so maybe magic fireball hands were in the same category? There were too many things she didn't know about magic. She reached for a cabinet, scorching its surface. As she opened it, a silver mixing bowl reflected her image at her. Weakness. You'll never master the paltry fireball spell. You shall die here and become a living troll bonfire. She should have asked Sage how to put out magic fires. Amid the shrieking smoke alarm, the crunch of the front door caving in, and the crackle of the flames spreading up her arms, she couldn't think. She raised her flaming arms before her. Magic flames. Weakness. Not water. If you cannot control the fireball with the focus of your mind, you must temper your out-of-control spell with even stronger magic. What the hell does that mean? She shouted. Magical beings could be so obtuse and confusing at times. She didn't have more powerful magic she could use to negate the fireball spell before it consumed her. Possibly the door's protection spell had the strength to counter the rampant spell, but the intruder had somehow disabled its protection. Oh well, if she was going to go out in a literal blaze of glory, she could at least take her assassin down with her. She rushed toward the door. Weakness. This is all an elaborate illusion. Stop fighting it, and you will defeat it. Huh? She muttered, as she stumbled toward the remnants of the front door and the figure beyond it. It was her first real glimpse of her attacker. The dark contour arrayed against the bright sun had twisting horns, shaggy fur, and spiked shoulder pads. He looked like death. Had Death not gotten the memo about Noff's midnight Zoom call and decided to pay them an early in-person visit? Yeah, she still didn't stand a chance against Death. Regardless, she threw herself at the door's scant remains, preparing to crash through it and into her magical attacker. She didn't quite make it. As soon as her hands made contact, they pressed flat against a pristine door. Not the shattered remains that her eyes told her were in front of her. What's going on? An explosive pulse of magic jolted through both of her hands, locking her in place, while it felt like her insides were on fire. Luckily, it didn't last long. An incredibly powerful surge of energy blasted her backward. She landed in a heap upon the floor, groaning. She felt like a truck had run her over. On the plus side, the massive amount of magical energy had dispelled the magic fire coursing up her arms. Ooh, one problem solved. She slowly pushed herself up onto her hands and knees, confused by what she now saw at the front door. For a moment, it appeared to be completely intact. The next second, a hatchet was tearing through it, having shattered it nearly to the point of being able to step inside. She blinked, and it reverted to being a solid door. Listen, hardhead, it's only an illusion. To defeat it, stop fighting it. That advice went against every instinct in her body. She was a fighter, not a giver-upper or whatever the opposite was. A coward. Besides, those spears were no illusion. She twisted her head to look back at the leather couch and the 5 spears still embedded there. They were gone. At least for a moment, then they were back. She blinked, and they flickered out of existence, and then came back. So too for the 3 spears that had thunked into the floor beside it. So maybe there was some truth to the Mantle's words. How could the crazed sight at the front door possibly be an illusion? Maybe if she was tripping on acid or shrooms, but as far as she knew, she hadn't ingested any. Unless Al had poisoned her breakfast. Still, he'd sworn an oath of allegiance to her, and he took his butler duties very seriously. She had to trust the Mantle. "You're not real," she shouted at the door. Squeezing her eyes shut, she felt like a crazy person talking out loud. None of this is real. None of this is real. None of this is real. The frantic crunching of hatchet upon wood ceased, and when she opened her eyes, the apartment looked completely normal, barring the slightly scorched kitchen area. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and Maine turned to see Al burst into the apartment. He must have been down in the troll cave and had come up via one of the secret passageways. After searching for the impossibly loud screeching of the smoke alarm and deactivating it, he blinked down at her with genuine concern. "Master Maine, are you all right?" His nostrils sniffed the air. Was there a fire? Maine groaned and picked herself up. She pointed at the door. "My 11 a.m. appointment tried to kill me. Or..." She shook her head confusedly. Or maybe he didn't, I don't know. There was some kind of crazy, real illusion. Her Cyclops butler sniffed the air again, his face suddenly contorting in disgust. Closing the distance between him and the door in a few strides, he threw open the door. "You!" he gasped. Chapter 5. "You know this guy?" Maine asked. The figure standing in the open doorway no longer looked menacing. In fact, he looked kind of cute. In a petting zoo goat meets humanoid sort of way. He was a satyr, which was obvious, wearing cargo shorts and a canvas jacket. Unlike Sam the satyr mailman in Rainwater, this satyr looked much younger, with 2 sleek curved horns atop his head and slicked back goat's wool on his cheeks. A curious squiggle of hair hung from his chin that reminded her of a goatee or soul patch. A goat man with a goatee. The satyr slapped Al playfully on his shoulder. "Know me? Of course." The Cyclops flicked the satyr's hand off his shoulder with visible disgust. "Butter churner," he spat. Chuckling, the satyr said, "Sheep obsessed." Maine bit her lip. Guys, what the hell is going on?" "Al, who is our guest?" "Our guest's name is Puck. Primarily known amongst Greek mythical creatures for his mischief, as well as being a butter churner. Something his kind does for hours on end." "Ha!" Puck the satyr crossed his hairy arms over his chest. "It's therapeutically soothing." Maine considered that. "Oh, like a fidget spinner, only you make butter instead?" Puck grinned slyly. "Absolutely." "I do like butter." Maine looked at Al, who flashed her a blink that said, "Master Maine, you had better not be siding with this dirty scoundrel." Puck laughed and spoke up in a cool manner. "Ask Al about his sheep." Maine tilted her head. "He's been my butler for a while now. If he had sheep, I'd know." Puck persisted. "He's a Cyclops. He has sheep." Maine had to admit that Al did have a mysterious side. It wouldn't be the first thing he'd kept from her. She gave Al a look that said, "Do you have sheep?" "I do have a small herd at Newley's mansion," he admitted, with a sigh. "I've been in Newley's stable. There are only horses in there, not sheep." "They're not in the stable. They have a special room in the mansion." Puck clapped his hairy hands gleefully. "Look," Maine said, "I don't care about some petty rift between mythical races. Puck, what the hell was up with the hyper-real illusions? Al, why weren't you up here, butlering?" Before Al could answer, Puck spoke up proudly. "I can explain. My game is trickery, and I tricked your butler into checking on a mysterious creaking down in the troll cave." "Wait, you know about the troll cave too?" Maine asked. For a supposedly secret lair, it seemed half the town of Rainwater either knew about it or had been in it. "Of course. I'm a trickster. Your father helped me from time to time. We go back a ways." "Did you fight in Troll War II with him?" The father she knew hadn't been much of a trickster. She doubted he and a satyr would have pranked the town on Friday nights. Now it was Al's turn to laugh. "Huh! Puck, fighting in a hell dimension for the future of the free world? Don't make me laugh." Disregarding Al's barb, Puck said, "No, I came to him with cases from time to time. It's why I come to you now. I'm your 11 a.m. appointment." Al shook his head while Puck bowed solemnly with an arm over his chest. "I come to you in my greatest time of need. I do wish you'll forgive my mischief earlier. It is my nature." "Forgive you? That is quite rich," Al said. "If I had known this appointment was for you, I would never have let you set foot in this place." "That's why I booked the appointment through a third party." Puck reached down and rubbed his calves with a weary look on his face. "Now, my legs ache from the journey here. Perhaps we could sit in your father's study and discuss my case?" He angled his head toward the 2 leather couches placed at opposite sides of the fireplace. Being familiar with the apartment's layout, it seemed he was telling the truth about consulting with her father before. She glanced at the clock. She had about 50 minutes to be at the Sacred Sourdough to meet her Creature magazine interviewer. After the stunt this satyr had pulled, she ought to let Al kick his ass out the door. Still, as everyone in this town was wont to remind her, her father Valkius had never turned down a person in need, and she had a little time before she had to leave. "Sure." She gestured toward the living room, and when Puck moved toward Valkius's couch, she cleared her throat. Puck glanced back at her apologetically and plunked down on the guest couch. As Maine took her seat on the other couch, Puck jeered at Al. "Some tea and biscuits would be nice." Maine couldn't miss the look of fury on Al's face. At least this was one fire she could put out. Al, that does sound good. Can you bring us some?" After gritting his teeth in the direction of Puck, he turned to Maine with a sweet smile. "Certainly, Master Maine." He turned and hurried into the kitchen, returning half a minute later with a silver tray of 2 filled teacups and some cookies. It was a good thing Al kept pre-made tea and cookies on hand at all hours of the day. "Thank you," Maine said calmly. "You're dismissed now." Al kept his sweet face on. "Are you sure?" On the couch opposite her, Puck stuck out his tongue and waggled his hands on either side of his head with his thumbs in his ears. If he stayed, this could get ugly fast. She'd rather avoid any bloodshed. Al had polished the floor yesterday. "Yes, thanks. I'll ring for you if I need you." "Very well." Al folded his hands behind his back and flashed Puck a look of borderline hatred. "I shall be nearby." As he walked off, Puck chuckled with glee. Sheep lover? Al froze, then turned back. What did you say? Puck grinned. I said, I'm a tea lover. Al curled his hands into fists. Maine lowered her teacup from her lips. It is really good tea, she said quickly to diffuse the situation. Thank you so much. Al nodded politely and strode out of the room without another word. Listen, Maine said, hooking Puck with her eyes. Inborn mischief maker or not, I'm this close to not accepting your case. No one messes with my butler but me. But it's so fun. Very well. I shall do my best to get along. Good. Now, what is your case about? Puck dipped a cookie into the tea, then savored every morsel of it off his hairy hands. Right. It's about the tournament. Tournament? He rubbed his hands together, dropping crumbs upon his lap. The headlining event at the MCAMB. MCAMB? Maine asked. Have you been spending too much time in the human realm? Puck snickered. The McCam Conference. Short for mythical creatures and magical beings. It starts tomorrow, the main attraction being the Mythos, the Conjuring card game tournament. You're going to be there, aren't you? Everyone who's somebody will be there. I'll be there, she confirmed. I'm working a bodyguard detail for Death, if you can believe that. Puck's eyes widened. Death? You don't say. I couldn't believe it either when we got the gig. Now, what about this magical card game tournament is the problem? My cards are the problem, he said simply. My deck was stolen. Stolen? The seated satyr nodded. Maine studied him closely. I hope you understand that I have to ask this. Are you sure you didn't misplace it? Nay. It's my special deck, my most prized possession, the deck of wild things. She sipped more tea and set her cup down. Your deck has a name? Certainly. Every card champion gives their deck a name. Like how warriors used to name their swords and shields, and how people these days name their cars and boats. That made sense. I always keep it in my pocket. He slapped his thigh. When I sleep, I keep it beneath my pillow. But when I woke this morning, it was gone. And a day before the conference starts. Maine let this information sink in. I can see why you would be in trouble. She settled back on her couch, intrigued. This was probably going to take a bit. Chapter 6. Do you have any suspects? Maine asked. I'm assuming you think it's one of your opponents. Puck stroked his goateed chin. Well, I doubt it. That would be a good place to start. Why don't you think it's likely? The satyr gave her a sly look. It's not wise to get on a trickster's bad side. So you think it's someone with a lot of clout and power? Someone not worried about reprisal from you? Puck shrugged. I'm not sure. I can check and provide you with a list of my fellow competitors. Thanks. Will you be able to compete in the card tournament if you don't have a deck? Oh, I have a backup deck. Puck bobbed his head. It pales in comparison to my special deck. Maine adjusted herself on her couch. What makes your stolen deck so special? For one, it's unbeatable, in theory. I've never lost while playing with it. I've amassed some powerful cards. Okay, and... well, it summons extraordinarily weird but powerful creatures, possessing plenty of strange but useful effects. Is that why it's called the Deck of Wild Things? Puck only smiled. He's hiding something, the Mantle hissed. Hiding what? Maine wondered. She was about to ask Puck what he was hiding when the Mantle said, "Do not reveal your hand to him. He will likely lie to you if you ask." That was smart. She mentally filed this in her memory in case it came up again. The satyr, seeing her questioning gaze, spoke up. "My deck is very important to me. You'd have to play the card game, I'm afraid, if you hope to understand what I'm talking about. I take it you've never been to a Mythos, the Conjuring tournament before." She shook her head, and he rubbed his hairy hands together. "Then you'll be in for a treat." Maine sighed. "I'm not as good as my father yet at this detective thing, but I'm picking it up quickly. It seems as though the disappearance of your cards is connected to the MBAMC conference. McCam. Puck corrected helpfully. Right. Maybe you could explain some of the other parts of the conference. I admit I haven't had a chance to research everything, and I need to know what to keep my eyes open for." Where to begin? Where to begin? Puck licked a finger and held it up in the air as if testing the non-existent wind in the apartment. Well, Rainwater has been hosting this conference for as long as there have been records of the tournament. Way before magic imbued a card game. That's for certain. Nain gave him a curious look. Back in the old days, instead of cards, the competitors would fight each other directly in a magical arena. Maine sat forward. Death matches? Of course. Except Death himself would lift the death protocol so no one died. Old Death got a kick out of the tournament. He's its biggest supporter. She could see why Death might be interested in a card game, steeped in many deaths over the years. Deaths that he could reverse with his deathly powers, or whatever. Having lost her mother and father to him, she didn't want to dwell on the fellow, no matter how cool Noff claimed the deity to be. Okay, there's the card tournament where competitors summon monsters to fight to the death. What else is in the McCam conference? Well, plenty of traveling casino games. Don't play the slots. The fates rig them. Wait, you mean the fates? The three sisters? Certainly. You've met them? No. I'm surprised, is all. Quite amusing coming from the girl serving as Death's bodyguard. Yeah. What else is going to be on that conference besides the card tournament and the traveling casino? The satyr thought about it. There's the one-on-one high-stakes poker game with Loki. Holy shit. Loki is real? And of course, there's the tattoo. Tattoo? Maine said. You mean like a tattoo booth? Magical creatures getting magical tats? Puck glanced at her as if she knew nothing at all. At least he kept up his good-natured attitude when he answered. No. The tattoo is part of the conference's grand finale. Imagine the Olympics closing ceremony, only bigger, with mythical creatures and magical beings. Will there be a giant torch? Nah. But there will be a giant Hellgate portal. Oh. She should have researched this conference more. All the different pantheons show off their big bands during the tattoo. This year the ancient Greeks have a decent chance against the heavenly choir. Of course, those Byzantines and their brass instruments are always worthy contenders. For a few moments, his gaze wandered off into space. Then it snapped back to Maine. Also, the winners of all the main events get to ride on the float of champions. It's where I plan to be waving to my adoring fans at the finale. He shot her a look. Assuming you locate my special deck. Glancing at her watch, she saw that she needed to get going to meet the Creature magazine interviewer at the Sacred Sourdough. That's about all the time I have right now. If you get me the list of possible competitors you'll face, I can do some investigating tomorrow while I'm at the conference? Certainly. I'll text them to you if you give me your number. Maine told him the digits, and he entered them into his smartphone. Just don't lose your phone, okay? Maine said. Puck stared at her. Suddenly, his face intensified into the mask of a furious lion, and he let loose a roar that rippled her hair backward. His breath smelled like the putrid scent of dead meat. She wrinkled her nose. Then she blinked, and the lion facade was gone. So, too, the rancid lion's breath. Her hair hung still against her head. Puck laughed good-naturedly. It had been another elaborate, hyper-realistic illusion. Weakness. Ego. Tell him that was so lame. He can't trick anyone. He doesn't stand a chance in the tournament. Right. Maine forced a smile at her client. She didn't know if the lion display was a threat or a prank. I'll take your case, but if you pull any more illusions on me, we're done. Also, try not to antagonize my sheep-loving butler anymore. Puck grinned slyly. Al? She called. Her butler quickly appeared at her side. Please escort our guest out. He bowed and turned toward the door. Oh, and bring more cookies, please? While she waited for Al to show Puck out and get her some more cookies, she stepped into the bathroom and freshened up. This new case, while she already had a full plate with the death gig, was intriguing. A magical card game, where summoned monsters battled in an arena? She couldn't wait to see it in person. She had a feeling that this McCam conference was going to blow her away. Chapter 7. It was nearing 1 p.m., and it was time to leave for her interview. Sage had said his audition might last 2 hours, so maybe he was already done. She texted him that she was going to the Sacred Sourdough and for him to stop by after he finished. Then she threw on a light jacket and headed out the door. Are you certain you do not require my assistance? Al called after her. It's only a short drive to the Sacred Sourdough. I'll be fine. We could take the limo. The thought was tempting. Contrary to her feelings earlier, she was starting to get a little nervous about her upcoming Creature magazine interview. Driving would be a good way to get her mind off it and relieve some anxiety. I'll call you if I need you. She started walking and then turned back. Say hi to your sheep for me. He narrowed his eye at her, and she smirked. She went down to the troll cave and got in her father's purple muscle car. She had several fond memories of riding in it with her father. It was good to make more pleasant memories in it as she carried on his work. The drive went by much too fast for her liking. One thing stood out to her along the way, taking her mind off her upcoming interview. For a small town about to host a big magical conference, there sure weren't any decorations anywhere. Did they wait until the day of the celebration and use magic to construct everything? She'd find out, she guessed. By the time she neared the Sacred Sourdough, her heart had started to hammer. Damn it. Maybe Sage's anxiety was contagious. Was that a thing? Magical anxiety disorder? MAD? Probably not. She was psyching herself out, that's all. It was only a stupid interview. It wasn't like she was filming an audition video or doing a bake-off in a test kitchen like Sage. Besides, she'd never flipped through an issue of Creature magazine, but Noff had said it was a very old and respected magical publication. So her interviewer would probably be some old wizard dude or gal. Certainly nothing to worry about. That's when she saw the handsome man waiting in the empty parking lot. Wowza. As she pulled into the restaurant's parking lot, her foot slipped off the brake, and she lurched to a stop against a concrete parking curb. Oof! She gasped, glancing up into the rearview mirror as she shifted the car into park. Weakness. Infatuated. Not paying attention to her surroundings. Shut up, she muttered, as she glanced at the savvy-looking man in navy slacks and a button-up shirt walking her way. He'd swept his luscious, wavy hair backward, and it was difficult to turn away from his alluring eyes and confident, perfect smile. You must be Maine. He genially extended a hand through her open driver's side window. She shook it, hesitantly, warmth flushing through her hand and wrist to her cheeks. She felt like a stupid, blushing schoolgirl, but she hadn't expected a male model. He had to be a model. Was he an angel, too? I'm Adrian, he said. She sat in her car staring up at him, willing him to say more, hoping her jaw wasn't touching her lap. The journalist from Creature magazine. So much for an old wizard interviewing her. She realized then that this man, Adrian, bore a remarkable resemblance to McDreamy from Grey's Anatomy. He didn't look exactly like him, per se. It was more the same vibe. Maine tried to get her mouth to make words, but all that came out was a delayed, Where are my manners? Adrian said. Let me get your door for you. He opened her car door and held a hand out to her. She accepted it like a compliant robot and allowed him to pull her out of the car. His words were so sexy, like the rest of him. I hope you don't mind. I'm a little early. Nah, Snap out of it, girl, the Mantle hissed. She straightened, cleared her throat, and drew a deep breath. No, it's fine. Wow. She suddenly felt very hot. Was it hot out? Should she take off her clothes or jacket? She fanned her face. As if picking up on her predicament, Adrian said, Sun's a warm one today. Yeah. She swallowed. I'm sorry. You said you're the reporter for Creature magazine? I prefer journalist, but yeah, that's me. He thumbed toward his chest. Not what you were expecting. She laughed nervously. If I hadn't known that all the journalists for Creature magazine were as hot as you, it would be my favorite magazine. Her cheeks turned even redder. I didn't mean that. What the hell was happening to her? Did this guy put a spell on her or something? Adrian offered her a smile that said all was good. Before he could say anything, though, she interrupted him. Oh, gods. You didn't put a love spell on me, did you? Love spells were the worst. He chuckled easily, in no way offended. Of course not. But, he added quickly, I can see why you might have that reaction. Maybe he didn't do it on purpose, but at that moment, he left her hanging, yearning for more, while he ran the tip of his tongue over his masculine lips. She felt like her knees were about to give out. Are you human? She managed. For all she knew, he was a demon in human form about to eat her for lunch. She didn't need the mantle to tell her she was in a vulnerable state, and probably wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight. I am. His perfect white teeth glittered in the sunlight. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Adrian. He gave a formal bow and kissed the top of her hand, glancing up at her with bedroom eyes. Emissary of lust, at your service. She didn't know if she should be appalled or throw herself at him. At least now she knew what was up with her body's out-of-whack hormones. Still, if he was trying to seduce her, why reveal his true identity? It was no easy thing to do, but she pulled her hand away from him, and he straightened. My apologies, he said. Serving as lust's bodily personification in the three-dimensional realm does have its quirks. Not to mention, you have a stunning body yourself, and your voice is like buttered ocean breeze. No guy she'd dated had ever given her that line. Right. She ran a hand back through her hair, a bit overly self-conscious. So, the lust? 7 deadly sins lust? Adrian hooked a thumb in his belt. The one and only. I'm in town for the upcoming conference, with this many magical beings in one place at one time. Lots of creature features to write up. Understand? I'm starting to, she said. So are you, like, a demon or something? He chuckled good-naturedly. I already said I'm a human, with lust's unadulterated essence riding inside me. How did you get the job? Craigslist. Craigslist? Yeah, I know. You'd be surprised how many mythical creatures list there. Got the job a few years back. He rubbed his ruggedly handsome jawline. Been in the human realm for the last 6 years doing lust's bidding. While it's always fun to be around humans, I do find the allure of magic irresistible. Wouldn't you agree? She realized she was staring into his eyes, completely lost. Jerking out of his lust-inducingness, she waited until his words registered in her mind. Yep. Mundanes are so... mundane, he finished. They both chuckled. As she recovered her wits, she focused on Adrian's face. Weakness. Standard human weaknesses, including blood loss, decapitation, cancer. He is also attracted to you. Suggestion. Lure him into bed, and once satiated, bludgeon him with your alarm clock. This will have the added benefit of destroying your alarm clock. Wow, that was a vivid suggestion. But warning, he is very good at sex, capable of inducing multiple climaxes during coitus. As one of your weaknesses is orgasms. Hey, Maine muttered. You may fall prey to his ways. One night with him will be incredible. Nay, more than incredible. No man will ever compare after him. How is that a weakness? Maine asked. Not a weakness, a warning. Are you okay? Adrian leaned with one hand on the hood of her father's muscle car. She forced a smile. Like you, I am also bonded to an otherworldly entity. He nodded understandingly. Totally get it. Now look, I hate to cut our interview short, but I did double book. Mind if we start now? Okay. It won't take as long as you probably think. I'll ask some basic questions to get a baseline of your character. Then I'll be able to craft some, how should I put it, more relevant and deeply personal questions for you to answer. You're not wanting me to spill my guts to the entire world, are you? She said. He smiled lustily. As much as the 7 sins would like to see your guts spilled onto the sidewalk, I'll only ask words in the expectation of receiving words. Sound good? What had she gotten herself into? Sure. Go ahead and ask. Suddenly, a pen and stenopad appeared in Adrian's hands. You're half human, half troll, correct? Yes. Have you always lived in the human realm, or did you spend your childhood years split evenly between the human realm and the Veil? You might laugh, but I only started living with the veil lifted less than a month ago. Believe it or not, I wanted to be a policewoman in the human world. Adrian beamed at her. An admirable occupation. He continued to ask her rather mundane questions, mostly having to do with the human world, since that was where she'd spent most of her time. All the same, She didn't particularly like digging up details from days she'd rather put behind her. Eventually, he got around to inquiring about her hero of a troll father, as well as her mother. You had a peculiar uprising. Adrian leaned close to her. What can you tell me about your human mother? What was she like? The words slipped from Maine's mouth. She lived a good human life. Adrian glanced up at her from his frantic scribbles on his notepad. Spoken like a true troll. Are you sure there's any human in you? Beep, beep. Startled, Maine tensed. Was it an assassin come to ruin her interview? Chapter 8. She glanced up to see Sage pulling up to the parking lot in one of the Sacred Sourdough's catering vans. She couldn't wait to talk to him. Friend of yours? Adrian asked conspiratorially. Boy, friend. Not answering him. Were they just friends? She didn't know. She waved at Sage. Adrian assured her they were almost finished. Only a few more questions. She answered them as best she could, while studying Sage's body language as he climbed out of the van, to try to determine how his interview had gone. He kept his movements and face neutral, so she couldn't tell. Adrian whistled. Okay, that ought to do it. Nice and painless, huh? That drew her away from Sage and back to Lust's presence. Yep. At the whisper of a spell, Adrian's pen and pad disappeared into thin air. He grabbed her hand in his, bowed, and kissed it. On behalf of Creature Magazine, I thank you for your time. Sage walked up to them. Hey, Maine, who's your friend? Upon seeing the journalist up close, Sage seemed more at unease. Adrian extended a hand to him, and they shook. Name's Adrian. Sage's eyes lit up. Oh, the journalist from Creature Magazine? Big fan of your work. At that, Adrian flashed Maine a sideways look, but she didn't know what it was supposed to mean. What kind of work was Adrian known for, anyway? Interviews with half-trolls? She recalled him saying he'd spent the last 6 years mostly in the human realm. He hadn't said what exactly he'd been doing there other than Lust's bidding. Lurid exposés and photographs flashed in her mind, and she had to shake her head to clear the images. Creature Magazine wasn't that kind of magazine. Was it? Your lady friend was such a joy to be around, Adrian said. Maine was suddenly aware that his hand was on her shoulder. She liked it. When had he touched her shoulder? Sage laughed uneasily, then stepped forth and took Maine's hand, tugging her away from Adrian, who just smiled that enticing lover's smile. I'll see you at the macabre, Adrian said in farewell. He turned and walked away, hands casually thrust in his pockets as if he was strolling along the coast without a care in the world. It was sexy as hell, putting her in a sort of trance. Sage waved a hand in front of her face, snapping her back to reality. How are you? He asked. I feel wet, she said. Shit. I mean, my mouth is wet. Damn it. I mean, mouth-watering food. I'm hungry. She groaned and put a palm to her forehead. Sorry. My brain's a bit scrambled after that interview. Sage chuckled. It's not every day the envoy of lust chooses to do a piece on you. I'm a bit surprised you kept your clothes on. I don't know how I'd have fared if I were in your shoes. What do you mean? You saying you want to sleep with Adrian? Adrian? Sage laughed. He started walking along the side of the Sacred Sourdough, and Maine followed. That was no guy. You must have misheard her. She said her name was Adriana. I mean, those hips. Wait, what? Are you bullshitting me? Or is Adrian some kind of shape-shifting succubus thing? By the smirk on Sage's face, she could tell he was joking. She punched him, hard, on the arm, and they stopped walking for a moment. "Hey, ow! I need that arm for cooking." "You're an asshole," she laughed, and it felt really good. "You should have seen your face. Admit it, that was funny." It was. But if you'd been mind-fucked like I was back at the apartment earlier today, you'd be second-guessing everything you see, too. "Come again?" Sage said. "What happened?" Maine glanced around the parking lot. It seemed odd seeing it empty, but it was only closed today in preparation for the conference starting tomorrow. A new case fell into my lap. Satyr by the name of Puck. Ever hear of him? He thought about it as they reached the restaurant's back door. "Puck, the trickster?" She nodded. Sage uttered an incantation, and the back door unlocked and opened on its own. He held it open for her. "He's my favorite Conjuring card player. His deck of wild things is wicked. Some say it's unbeatable." Maine scoffed, then walked inside the restaurant's kitchen. Sage flipped on the lights, revealing an empty kitchen. "How do I not know about these things? You're a card game nerd?" "Guilty." He shut the door behind them. "I was one of the biggest Mythos the Conjuring players back in my high school. Used to have a decent deck, although I never pursued any of the major tournaments." She pointed at him. "You know, there's a lot I don't know about you." "And me, you." She laughed uneasily. "Wait till you read Adrian's article on me. I felt like I was giving my entire life story. Pretty bland stuff about my childhood." Sage opened an overhead cabinet. "Origin stories can make or break any journalist's story. Would you rather read about the orc chieftain's son who became chief one day, or the gnome who was born a stable boy and worked his way up to being a dentist?" "Orcs seem pretty cool." Maine waited for Sage's reaction. "Just kidding." She touched his arm. "How about we address the elephant in the room? How did your interview thing go?" Sage's shoulders sagged as he set an ingredient jar on a countertop. Then he turned to her, and for a moment, she thought he might start bawling. Before she could reach out and console him, his face twisted into a look of pure triumph, and he fist-pumped. "You did good, then?" she asked. "Yeah, baby. I excelled." In a display of pent-up energy, he tried to lift her, grunting midway, and had to set her back down. He didn't have her strength. She decided not to hurt his ego, so she played it off, instead raising a hand and high-fiving him. "Congrats. You had me fooled. So what does this mean for you now? Did you make it to the show?" He rolled his eyes. "Oh, I wish. Today I passed the first round. 3 more rounds. Then I get to be on the show." "It's great that you're one step closer. What did you have to do today? Only an interview?" "I also had to cook some eggs Benedict." He shrugged. "Basic stuff." "Right. Making hollandaise sauce is basic stuff." "It is, if you know what you're doing." He straightened his chef's outfit and set his hand on top of an ingredient jar he was looking for. "Tomorrow will be a real test. Flash frying delicate vegetables and meat slices." "I flash fry all the time," Maine joked. "Ha ha. Look, I'm in a bit of a hurry, because the final 3 rounds are in Los Angeles. I have to leave in a couple of hours to get to the airport." Rainwater was in the middle of nowhere, so getting to an airport would take some time. Maine cocked her head. "I understand why you were so nervous when you called me. I didn't know you had to fly out to California if you did well today. You'll miss the conference." "I know. It's not your fault. I found out in an email this morning." Sage headed to his office and started gathering stuff. "Still, I'm sorry I didn't get your call until it was too late this morning. I was having the craziest dream." "Oh? What about? Were you naked in front of a crowd of people?" "No, you perv." Although there was a crowd of people, And zombies. I totally kicked their undead asses. I wish you could have seen it. I was in a baseball stadium, and my father and uncle were there. And also the cast of Grey's Anatomy. What? Don't judge me. Sage glanced up from his packing. It's cool you got to see your dad. She continued. I had to sing the national anthem, and McDreamy handed me the mic. To clarify, you mean an actual mic? Yeah, what else would I mean? Oh, and then I sang, and it was really good, and McDreamy turned into, guess who? Sage frowned. I don't know. Me? She sighed, slapping her hands down against her legs. My mom! I got to meet my mom in the dream. Cool. She gave him a light kick on the shin. Cool? I don't know anything about your mother. I don't know if you were on good terms with her or if you didn't get along. I never knew her. And you certainly have never mentioned anything about her before. He cleared his throat. I'm guessing it was a good thing to see her in the dream, though. Maine paused. I don't know. It was awesome to see her again, even if it was a dream. But part of me can't help but think it was part of something sinister. What do you mean? Judging by the Mantle's reactions in the dream, I think it could have been the work of an assassin. Chapter 9. You mean like some kind of dream catcher assassin? Sage asked. I don't know. Maybe. Is that possible? An interesting concept, but that's not how magic works. You can't really attack someone in their dreams. Maybe glean information to be used later, but the mind's eye is incredibly powerful, even for a mundane with zero magical talent. What are you saying? Maine asked. Sage stuffed some items into a duffel bag. I'm saying the movies have it all wrong. You can't hypnotize someone into doing something they wouldn't normally do in a dream. Take away inhibitions, maybe. Lean someone in a direction that they're unsure about? Possibly. Completely control, harm, or kill them in a dream? No. The Mantle seemed pretty insistent that I needed to get out of the dream ASAP. It's usually not wrong. Sage considered this. A trained practitioner could trap a foreign entity trespassing in the inner corridors of the mind's eye. It's a very dangerous maneuver. I don't know any psychic strong or talented enough to teach you how to do it. Call me curious, but I'm not too familiar with yoga, karma, Buddhism, and all that. What exactly is the mind's eye? It's more like a place than a concept. It's the inner sanctum of one's soul. That's deep. You're a real sage. You know that? Get it? Sage. It's your name. What would I do without you to teach me these things? I don't know. Sage left his office and then stopped outside the doorway and asked for her phone. Maine gave it to him, and he tapped on the phone's screen. What are you doing? She asked. Downloading and setting a custom ringtone for when I call you in the future. You know, for when I'm nervous for the final qualifying rounds. It should wake you up from any suspicious dreams, too. What is it? Grinning, he played a snippet of the ringtone consisting of a dramatically rising crescendo. Afterward, he glanced at her expectantly. I'll ask again, she said. What is it? Sage's shoulders sagged for real this time. It's the March of the Penguins song. You have seen that movie, right? Nope. Are you kidding? Yes, of course, I've seen it. Penguins are adorable. Why did you choose that ringtone specifically? He winked at her. It's a good movie. Sure. Look, I'm happy to be your anxiety-reducing sidekick. Call me day and night, and I'll be there. Emotionally, at least. Of course, I have that important bodyguard gig this week, and now Puck's case, but I promise I'll be there for you if you call. She spotted the one-way door off to the side of the kitchen. I'll take the one-way. Sage looked relieved as he handed her phone back. I usually don't get nervous like this. I could cook for a king and queen and be all cool and collected. Something about being on TV is really affecting me. It's weird. She grinned at him. I think we're both a little weird. She kicked him gently in the butt. Now, you've got a plane to catch. Hurry and finish gathering your stuff. As Sage went about gathering more stuff in his duffel bag, Maine decided to work on her potion making. She was itching to try her hand at some more intermediate potions. Wait, she called as she gathered some equipment. Since you're not going to be here for the next week, is the sacred sourdough still going to be open? He paused. No, I've decided to keep it closed while I'm competing in LA. The whole week? Is this a joke? Nope. It wasn't an easy decision to make. What about the conference going on? Sage sidled up to her at a prep table and stuffed some thick and faded recipe books in his duffel bag. I know. It's a big deal in town. Creatures from all over the world will be here. And creatures gotta eat. He met her eyes with a curt nod. I gotta focus. I thought you had a competent sous chef. Ha, yeah. Well, he quit last week, and I don't have anyone else competent enough to take his place. No one knows this restaurant better than me. I know every creak of every floorboard. If I left this restaurant running in someone else's hands for a week, I'd probably come back to find the place destroyed. This was awful. The sacred sourdough needed to be open, even if she would probably be too busy to stop in much during the following week. What if I found someone competent enough to run it in your absence? He finished stuffing his duffel bag. That would be no easy task. Are you doubting my prowess? It's not your prowess, but the timeline that concerns me. You have less than a day and a half, unless you already have someone in mind. With a fat smirk, Maine pulled out her phone, dialed Al's number, and put it on speaker. Master Maine, how may I be of aid? I need you to use your money and resources to keep the sacred sourdough running as smoothly as possible this week in Sage's absence. There was a minuscule pause. Then, certainly. Anything else? After grinning at Sage, Maine said, Yeah, I'm going to let you talk to Sage in case there's anything you need to know. Sage spoke briefly with Al, informing him that inventory should be good for the coming week, so that wouldn't be an issue. He didn't trust his special signature dishes to be made by anyone else but him, so he'd email Al a reduced menu once he was on his flight to LA. With the phone call concluded, Sage looked a little better, having found a way to keep the restaurant open this week. Now he needed to leave to catch his flight. I know you have to go, Maine said. Do you have any ideas for good potions I can practice on this afternoon? Try a bone-mending potion. He smirked as he handed her an aged recipe book. Believe me, you won't get it right on the first try. Hope you're prepared to practice for a week. She fist-pumped. Challenge accepted. They exchanged a quick hug, and Sage was off, leaving Maine in the sacred sourdough's kitchen all by herself. She flipped through the magical recipe spellbook until she found the bone-mending potion. It looked like if you didn't follow the directions correctly and use adequate mental focus during several steps, the potion would fail, and instead turn into an acid poison that burned on contact. How hard could it be? Game on. Time passed in a blur. Several base potions later, she still hadn't mastered the bone-mending potion, although she'd perfected how to make acid poison. She was getting close, though, and was progressing with her potion-making. The advanced mental focusing steps were tripping her up. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she wondered if Sage had made it to the airport on time. He was such an enigma. He was funny and capable, as long as it didn't come to physical strength. He was a wizard, not part troll like her. She liked being around him and wondered how he felt about her. She also liked being around Adrian, but that had been altogether another reason. She chuckled. If someone had told her a month ago that she'd be cavorting with wizards and physical representatives of the 7 deadly sins, she wouldn't have believed them. Magic was just so unpredictable. In the Vale, you never knew what was going to come walking around the corner. She needed to whip up another base potion to practice on, but to do that, she had to locate another pot to brew it in. When she glanced at all the dirty dishes stacked up in the sink from her previous attempts, she sighed. She didn't want to do any more dishes today. As she searched for a clean pot, she glanced up at the clock. Holy shit! It was after 7 p.m. Nearly 6 hours had passed since Sage had left. She wanted to hurry up and finish the practice potion, so she could get back home and have some time to take a nap before the Zoom call with Death at midnight. She found a clean pot and was about to start brewing a new batch of base potion when the kitchen's back door opened and slammed shut. She spun to find a young man in an expensive-looking tracksuit panting, his back thrown against the closed door at his back. Sweat trickled down his face as if he were running for his life. What the hell? Maine muttered to the Mantle. You're always supposed to be watching my back and alerting me to threats. Your potion brewing montage was so boring, I fell asleep. Demonic entities can fall asleep. I find that insulting. The new arrival glanced at her, seeing her for the first time. Oh, hello. Where am I? This is a restaurant, is it not? Maine planted her feet, standing her ground. This man could be a threat. He could be playing dumb. For all she knew, it could be Puck again, but in disguise. The Sacred Sourdough. We're closed. Who are you? She played her eyes over the kitchen, the Mantle identifying numerous items that would make excellent weapons if this man was a threat. The man in the tracksuit pushed away from the door and sauntered up to her. He no longer seemed as wary as before. My, where are my manners? He held out his hand to her. Name's Fett. Oli Fett. Chapter 10. Okay. Let me guess. Here for the MBAMC? Macabre, he corrected. Damn it. Yes, that's what I meant. So, who the hell are you? He grinned, his perfect teeth reminding her of Adrian's. I already told you. Ollie Fett. Ollie Fett? Say it faster. Ollie Fett? He grinned bigger. Faster. Ollie Fett. His grin grew even larger. Shit. I'm probably going to come across as an idiot, but I'm relatively new to magic and the Vale and all that. What am I missing? Or are you just some creep? He straightened up, his perfect teeth gleaming as he beamed. I am the emissary of gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins. Come to think of it, he did somewhat remind her of Adrian. Maybe the sins only chose human likenesses with perfect teeth. He waited expectantly, his glimmering smile starting to fade. Get my name now? She repeated it, her eyes widening in amusement. All of it. All of it. She glanced up at him. All of it? Ollie clapped his hands. Yes, you got it. But I am, so much more than all of it. Okay. She didn't know what he was implying. You're full of yourself. He thumbed his chest. Don't forget it. I'm gluttony, baby. She recalled how he'd rushed in here, sweating as if someone had chased him. That doesn't explain why you're here, in the kitchen of a restaurant that's closed. Maybe he was a creepo, and she had better find a weapon. Perhaps sensing her unease, Ollie held up both hands for her to see. Isn't it obvious? Gluttony's the game, and this is a restaurant. I turn to food when I am stressed.
He exhibited his shaking hands, which she hadn't noticed until now. Glancing at his trim frame, Maine said, "Funny, I'd never guess, based on your appearance. Where's your dad bod?"
Ollie slapped his belly. Can't go around giving gluttony a bad name now, can I?
She shook her head in confusion. You were running for your life from something when you came in here. I'm giving you 10 seconds to explain yourself. 1, 2, 3. Both of his hands shot up, and he wiped his brow.
That's easy. The conference hall is a block away, where I'm running a kiosk on the second floor this week. I finished setting up and was leaving when, well, let's just say I got chased. Then my gluttony senses kicked in and led me to the first open restaurant I could find. Ah, the fates have such a sense of humor at times, do they not?
She didn't laugh. What do you mean you were chased? Something thumped against the kitchen's back door, followed by a vicious snarl. It was time to find a weapon. She passed her eyes over the interior.
Butcher knife. Hack and pierce your enemy. Cayenne powder. Blind your enemy. Rack of dried martini glasses.
An unearthly howl split the night outside the door. What sounded like sharpened talons scraped against the outside of the door. She rounded on Olifet. How many are out there?
2, maybe 3.
What are they?
I didn't get a good look. Too busy running for my life. Nightmare beasts.
Why are you so scared if you're a deadly sin?
I'm only a physical representative of a deadly sin to herald its presence for the conference.
She stared at Ollie.
Weakness. Sharp things. Poisonous things. Starvation.
At that moment, the door exploded inward, and a mastiff-sized creature with choppy black fur, pointed ears, and sharp teeth jolted inside, slamming into a metal prep table and sending it rolling into the far wall. Everything about the creature was terrifying, except for the bright red sunglasses perched atop its snout. What the hell is that?
Mad jackal of war, the mantle hissed. Weakness, fire, static electricity, and bath time.
Seriously? What the hell? She didn't have a tub on hand, but she could give it an acid bath. Her eyes flitted to the prep table beside her, containing all the glass vials filled with failed potions. Potions that had turned into acid poison. Was there really any better weapon than that? The hellish jackal creature cackled as it shook off its disorientation from crashing into the prep table. Then it snapped its jaws at Ollie, who squealed in fright and dashed behind Maine. Some help the envoy of gluttony would be in a fight. Reacting quickly, Maine grabbed the rack of drying martini glasses and upended them to the floor. They shattered in the stretch between her and the beast. Then Maine wrapped her fingers around an iron pan of base potion. The war jackal leapt at her, and she swung, the pan arcing across the creature's nightmare muzzle. It yelped, and she kicked, its heavy weight yielding to the force of her troll strength. It slid backward helplessly upon the glass shards, cackling madly. This is going well, she thought. Then 3 more war jackals plowed through the doorway, tearing out chunks of the doorframe at either side, their hellish jaws snapping ferociously the whole time. Sniffing violently with their nostrils upturned, their black diamond eyes bored into Ollie, cowering in the corner, behind Maine. They pounced at her, one in the lead and the other 2 shoulder to shoulder behind it. "Acid bath time," she shouted, grabbing 2 of the failed potion vials she'd made and popping their cork tops with her muscular thumbs. The next instant, she flung both hands forward, the 2 acid potions splashing upon the lead war jackal's shoulders. Nose-stinging acid flames roiled up from the creature's shaggy, matted fur.
It braked, threw its triangular head up, and yowled as the two rear jackals pushed onward, crushing the wounded jackal beneath their paws. She grabbed a jar of cayenne powder and slid it into her pocket along with some acid poison vials. Then she lobbed a third and fourth acid potion at the onrushing war-jackal duo. The vials spiraled end over end, spilling acid poison over their backs. It was barely enough to faze them, especially in their fury, and she spun and grabbed Ollie's wrist, dragging him after her as she shot to the side. The two war-jackals slammed into some cabinets while cackling madly, only narrowly missing her and Ollie. They growled in fury. "I'm too young to die," Olifet yelled. Maine caught herself against a heavy oven door and guided Gluttony's envoy toward the swinging door leading to the dining area. Not today. She drew out the jar of cayenne powder and dashed it upon the floor, stepping back as a red cloud billowed upward. Then she removed 4 more vials of failed potion from her pockets and bit the corks out. She alternated between throwing them and spitting out the corks as the cackling war-jackals regrouped. They yelped as the acid burned them, but they'd seen what had happened to the first jackal she'd splashed and were doing their best to evade. At the last moment, she darted to the side again like a swift-footed matador, but one of the war-jackals latched onto her jacket. With a savage jerk, it tore off a piece of fabric. Maine punched blindly backward, connecting with a snout. She threw herself forward, right into the leaping embrace of the first war-jackal she'd already wounded. Surrendering to the Mantle's instincts, she allowed herself to fall backward, catching herself as her forward momentum carried her on. She skidded under the war-jackal and winced at the impact of the creature against its 2 chasing brethren. "You're welcome," the Mantle hissed. "Thanks, Rag," she muttered as she popped up to her feet. She needed to do more than outsmart these 4 nightmare creatures. She needed to get rid of them. But how? She lifted a butcher knife off the magnetic hanging strip on the wall beside her and held it menacingly before her. 2 of the mad war-jackals cackled when they shook out their matted coats, their red sunglasses taunting her. It was so random. Where had they come from anyway? One of the creatures rushed her, and she narrowly spun out of the way, slicing into its muscular frame with the knife. The beast's coat was so thick that the knife didn't penetrate its hide. Shit! That's when she saw the one-way door off to the side of the kitchen. Of course. That's how she was going to get rid of them. She only had to get them over there. Vaulting over a long metal prep table in the middle of the kitchen bought her a few moments until the third war-jackal leapt at her from that side. She batted its jaws to the side with the knife and pushed on toward the door. The fourth jackal pounced at her when she reached it, and she kicked it in the shoulder, sending it flopping to the side, its teeth snapping together ferociously. Heaving in a deep breath, Maine grasped the doorknob of the one-way and opened it. "Come and get me," she yelled at them. 2 of the war-jackals bolted for her, and she threw herself to the floor as they leapt over her through the open doorway and into the swirling blackness beyond. "Hell dimension!" Maine shouted. The blackness flashed red, and the 2 creatures disappeared. While she was still on the floor, the third jackal threw itself at her. She barely raised the butcher knife in time. Sharp-toothed jaws clamped down on the blade, and hot breath drenched Maine's face. She shot a hand out and gripped the nightmare creature by the throat. Then she threw her body backward upon the floor and wrenched the war-jackal through the one-way. The swirling black flashed red, and it disappeared like the 2 creatures before it. The fourth jackal had turned tail and was about to lurch out the demolished back door. "Come back here!" Maine cried, as she raised her arm and launched the butcher knife at the creature. The blade embedded itself in a floor cabinet counter beside the jackal and proved a necessary distraction. As the creature whipped its head to look at the quivering blade, Maine swooped down, grabbed the war-jackal by the scruff of the neck, and used all her strength to lob the creature through the one way. The jackal cackled as the blackness flashed red. Then it was gone. "Not bad," the Mantle hissed, as she shut the one-way door and fell to the floor, exhausted. Chapter 11. A cool breeze blew into the kitchen from the destroyed back door, rousing Maine from her short rest. Shit. The damage looked worse than she'd thought. Good thing Sage wasn't here to see the shambles his kitchen now lay in. After getting to her feet, Maine's gaze fell on the butcher knife embedded in one of the cabinets. Yeah, she was going to need some help cleaning all this up. She reached for her cell phone to call her butler. In her defense, she hadn't gone looking for trouble. It had found her, or rather, Ollie, who was missing at the moment. She would call Al in a minute. Sliding her phone back into her pocket, Maine dashed through the swinging door leading to the dining area and called his name. No response. She called louder and did a quick lap around the booths and tables. Olivet, avatar of gluttony, was nowhere in sight. What was going on? Had something happened to him, or was he part of some elaborate trick? As she headed back toward the kitchen, a low moaning sound froze her in place. Immediately, she raised her guard. There was a grunt. Then a wet, smacking sound echoed through the empty restaurant. With her senses all on high alert, she pushed through the swinging door into the kitchen. A cool breeze continued to blow inside, chilling her as she searched for the source of a disturbing new sound. Teeth clicking against each other. Had a second type of monster entered the restaurant and found Ollie? Was it snacking on his corpse? She didn't see any blood anywhere, only the damage resulting from her battle with the 4 mad war jackals. Following the low, intimate sounds, she carefully stepped over all the shattered glass, debris, and acid poison stains on the floor. Damn. She hoped Al could clean all this mess up before breakfast tomorrow. The sounds led her to one of the walk-in coolers. The heavy metal door was cracked open, and she wondered what horror she might find inside. "Oh, baby," came a low voice within, and she realized it belonged to Ollie. Throwing open the door, she found Ollie leaning back against the wall, licking the crumbs from an empty pie tin. He burped, raising a hand to cover his mouth as he saw Maine. "I take it you took care of those beasts." He let the pie tin fall to the cooler floor, joining 2 other empty ones. "You're welcome. Did you just eat 3 whole pies?" Olifet patted his flat stomach. "I eat when I'm scared. Impressive, right?" "Goddamn, you're like Scooby and Shaggy." He licked his fingers and grinned. "Love those 2 cartoon characters. They're true representations of gluttony, even if they're not real," says the emissary of a sin. "I can still barely believe you're real." "Better believe it, baby." She noticed the man's hands were trembling, and she watched as he thrust both hands into the pockets of his track pants. When he pulled them out, he had a toothpick in one and something squishy in the other. He picked his teeth with the toothpick and squeezed whatever it was in his other hand. She couldn't see what it was. "Those war jackals," she said. "Where'd they come from?" Ollie picked his teeth without a care in the world. "No clue." "Why did they chase you?" "No clue." He continued to squeeze whatever was in his other hand. Maine tried to conceal at least some of her irritation with him. "My friend's kitchen is a wreck, so I'm going to need some answers. Luckily, I'm a detective, so this shouldn't be too hard. Does someone want you dead?" "I don't think so. Although I've met plenty of women and men who would kill for my metabolism." He slapped his flat belly again and flashed a cheeky grin. "Can you at least tell me what you're squeezing? Or is it some kind of 7-sin secret I'd be better not knowing, like a sheep's heart or something?" Ollie gave a devilish grin that put her on alert again. Weakness. He truly is helpless. Nothing to worry about. She relaxed a bit at the Mantle's words, watching as Ollie uncurled his hand. Stress ball. Stress ball? It kind of looks like a shiny ball of yarn. Never mind. She paused to think. If you don't have a target on your back, maybe you saw something you weren't supposed to see? At the conference setup? Not that I know of. I come here every year. Run the same booth. Nothing different this year. So maybe this is a case of wrong place, wrong time? But why would some magical creature sick 4 dangerous war jackals on you? Would your death cause a big stir at the MBAMC? Macabre, Ollie corrected. No. For the last time, I'm human, with the essence of gluttony riding shotgun in my skin. If I died, gluttony would find someone else to do its bidding. How'd you even get the gluttony job? Ollie repositioned the toothpick in his mouth. Craigslist. Of course he did. She knew you could sell random junk on that site, but before Adrian told her, who'd have guessed you could also sell your soul to the 7 deadly sins? She tapped her fingernails upon her leg. So maybe this was wrong place, wrong time, since 7 deadly sins can't die. He squeezed his stress ball. Well, they could, back in the day. What do you mean? When the McCam conference started, it enabled supremely powerful, supernatural beings to interact with the planes of existence. In the early days, deities and laws of nature were made mortal for the conference. Shoving his hands into his expensive tracksuit's pockets, he added, Of course, that practice stopped when it accidentally killed the 8th deadly sin. Damn. What was it? The sin, I mean. Ollie racked his mind for the answer. False righteousness. The practice of pretending to be pious when you're not. Maine scoffed. That sin seems pretty prevalent these days. Ollie shrugged. The sin might be dead, but not the practice. Do you have any more questions for me, or can I go? You're not worried about more hell beasts coming after you? Nah, especially not with you in town. A good thing you're here, too. She leaned in toward him. Why? Because an omen like that? There's bound to be more excitement to follow at the conference. Wait a minute. His face changed as if he'd noticed something important about her. You don't happen to be Valkius's daughter, are you? I am. He clucked. Knew it. You've got his chin. Also, you mentioned you were a detective. You take over his duties? She nodded, feeling her chin self-consciously. Unsure where this was going, but not feeling threatened since the Mantle wasn't warning her. Ollie grinned toothily at her. Yep. You're going to have your hands full at this conference if there are to be more monster attacks. How do you know there will be more? He straightened his pants at the waistline. Call it gut intuition. She moved toward him then, standing in front of his path. Are you sure you're not connected with any of this? He patted his flat belly and laughed. I'm connected to all of it. Except that. Get it? All of it. All of it. She waved him out of the restaurant before she accidentally punched him. As he left, he turned back to face her, his stress ball in his hand again. I truly am grateful for your intervention. Gluttony will surely reward you. Reward me? How? Give me a stomach that can let me eat 3 pies without gaining an ounce? Ollie winked at her, then disappeared into the night. That left her all alone with a wrecked kitchen and a cool breeze drifting in through the open doorway. She pulled out her phone and called Al. "Master Maine, how may I be of assistance to you?" "It's best if you come here in person. I need you to fix the sacred sourdough." Her Cyclops butler arrived about 5 minutes later. When he saw the devastation they needed to clean up, he barely raised his eyelid at her. He bent, plucked the butcher knife from the cabinet, and inspected the teeth marks on its blade. "I take it that you dealt with whoever did all this." "Oh, definitely." She angled her head at the one way. "Where, may I ask, did you send them?" "To hell." Her butler chuckled. "Very good." Sweeping his hand over the room, he said, "No need to fret about any of this. I'll have the place spick and span by opening time tomorrow morning." She laid a hand on his shoulder and met his eye gratefully. "You're the best, Al. How about I help you for a bit, then I'll head back to the apartment." She stifled a yawn, wondering if it was a mistake to stay, since she had the death Zoom call at midnight. Her eyelids were awfully heavy, and she didn't want to fall asleep while cleaning. Chapter 12. She fell asleep while cleaning. Driving like a maniac back to the apartment, she made it just before midnight. She grabbed a set of clean clothes, and at 12:05 a.m., she was sprinting through the troll cave while tugging on a pair of fresh jeans. She slipped her arms into the light jacket she was carrying before she reached the computer desk they were using for the Zoom call. Noff yipped at her when she approached. She slowed to a walk, trying to look composed instead of rushed and disoriented.
"Seriously?"
he cried.
"I can't believe you're late to the Zoom meeting."
"I was, at the sacred sourdough and lost track of time." Noff wagged his head disappointedly. "Hey, I was attacked by a pack of mad war jackals."
Excuses, excuses.
Maine was trying to think of a response when she saw the message on the computer screen. Waiting for participants to join. Wait a second. Death isn't here either, is he? A grin formed as she tucked in her shirt under her jacket. Noff raised a paw, irritated.
"Doesn't matter if our client is late. What matters is you were late."
Was I, though? She angled her head at the computer monitor as a live video feed came to life. A moment later, a skeletal figure wearing a sky-blue hoodie peered back at her, a few inches from the screen, lightning blue orbs hovering in his eye sockets. He waved good-naturedly and sat back in his chair. Maine waved back. "Well, hello, Death. Such a pleasure," she said with a slight bow. "My partner will be with us shortly." Noff rounded to face the computer monitor, realizing that he wasn't in the webcam's view. With a perturbed yelp, he stood on his hind legs and waved at the screen.
"I'm here,"
he yipped. Maine reached out and adjusted the webcam to face more downward, then took her seat in the leather swivel chair in front of the desk. She sighed as her body sank into the plush padding, lowering the seat so she could fit in the new webcam frame.
"Death?"
Noff yipped.
"How are you?"
The skeleton wearing the sky-blue hoodie shrugged his bony shoulders, his eyes gleaming. "Bro, doing good. How are you, dude?" The casualness of Death's voice caught Maine off guard. Noff wiggled his butt, and the key marking on it glowed with excitement as he inadvertently bumped into Maine's arm.
"Still working out the kinks of the new bodyguard and detective agency, but things are going great."
"Sweet, my man. Glad to hear. You look healthy." Death leaned in toward the camera. "You put on some muscle since we last talked?" Noff gave a toothy dog grin. Death laughed jovially. "It shows." He turned his attention to Maine. "Your partner looks stunning, too." Thanks. Maine wanted to return the compliment, but she didn't know how to evaluate health in a living skeleton. Noff bumped her arm again and whispered,
"Stop gawking."
Before Maine could argue that she wasn't gawking, Death grinned and raised both bony hands with a carefree shrug.
"Ain't no thing, sister. Believe me, I get it. Talking to the Death. Your reaction is typical of most living beings who meet me prematurely. You know, before their time is up."
Maine chuckled uneasily. It is a bit strange.
"Speaking to a skeleton,"
Death finished.
"Do that. I get it. Try seeing things from my eye sockets. I've never had muscle, blood vessels, and skin. You humans gave me quite the scare on my first few harvests."
That was an interesting insight. By harvest, you mean when a person dies?
Right on, sister. But we in the Bone House like to refer to it as harvesting or reaping. Collecting is a good one, too. Sounds less scary.
Yeah, but they're all still euphemisms for death. End of life. Finality. Noff nudged her again with a whisper.
"What the hell's wrong with you? Stop insulting our client."
"It's quite all right, my youthful dire wolf." Death offered a cool hand gesture.
"Best to give others a time to process meeting me in person. You can imagine my horror when an unlucky concert-goer recognized me at a Judas Priest concert one time. I literally gave them a heart attack, and they died well before their time."
He leaned in amiably.
"Let me tell you, if you think I'm scary to talk to, whoa, I hope you two never meet the Fates in person. They gave me quite the talking to after that incident. Dude, it's not like I meant to mess up the timeline. I was just looking for a good time."
Death paused then, eyeing Maine, and it felt like he was treating her with kid gloves on. "I'm good." Maine said it probably too quickly. She didn't want the spotlight on her. Not in a conversation with Death about, well, death. Picking up on her cue, Death turned back to Noff and rapped all 10 bony fingers on top of his desk, producing an eerie xylophone sound.
"So, brah, lay it on me. How's my security detail looking?" "Good. Great," Noff yipped. "Finished a training session today, and the recruits look good. They look real good." "Good to hear, man." "Do you know when you're gonna make your arrival tomorrow at the conference?"
Death leaned back in his chair, which looked like a high-end gaming chair with built-in speakers on the armrests and head backing.
"I was thinking about 11 a.m., noon, maybe."
Maine frowned. In response, Death added,
"Is that okay?"
Noff sent a sideways low growl at Maine. Maine said, "It's just, I thought you would be more, I don't know, punctual? With all the harvesting and reaping."
"Ah, I can see how you might think that. You think I'm this aggressive life stealer."
Maine bit her lip but didn't say anything.
"But nothing could be further than the truth. I'm a late riser, which works pretty well in the grand scheme of things since most of my duty happens at night. Sure, plenty of automobile accidents and environmental disasters happen during the day, but my reapers tend to harvest those souls."
All this talk about death was starting to make Maine anxious. Luckily, Noff brought the discussion back to their job duties at the conference.
"In addition to my 7-member team," Noff said, "there's going to be the normal Angels and Demons security task force, as well as the Guardian."
Death grinned interestedly.
"Ah, yes, the Guardian. Now that's one serious dude. A little stuck up, if you ask me."
Noff agreed. "Who's the Guardian?" Maine asked. You mentioned angels and demons. You mean there's going to be actual angels and demons at the conference? Noff gave a short whine and flashed her a look.
Did you read any of my briefing materials?
I looked at the pictures. Before she could go on, Noff cleared his tiny throat.
Death, Maine is much more competent than she sounds. She's half troll, so intellect ain't her forte.
Now it was Maine's turn to nudge Noff. Quite all right, Death said. Dude, I trust your judgment. If you say she's good, I'm sure she is. Maine made a mental note to ask Noff later why Death trusted him so much. Did they share some backstory she didn't know about? Is there a reason you think you need protection? Maine asked. I understand the process of you coming to the physical realm makes you somewhat vulnerable, but do you have any reason to suspect an attack on you? Noff flashed her a warning look, while Death mused on his side of the screen. I get it, Maine said. You don't want to end up like the 8th deadly sin that died back in the day, but... Death spoke up then. Ah, yes, Mr. 8. Now he was quite the fellow. I remember harvesting him as if it were yesterday. But I digress. It's not that I fear, well, myself, Death, but danger is brewing. I can feel in my bones. Pardon the pun, but really. There is a whisper of chaos on the winds. It's not something mortals can easily pick up on. Death leaned both bony elbows onto his desk and cradled his jaw. The security detail is just a precaution. Normally I'd feel quite safe in the hands and claws of the Angel and Demon Task Force. But this here feels a bit like a wild card. Then why not postpone the magical conference? Maine asked. She was about to bring up the mad warjackal attack at the Sacred Sourdough when Noff nudged her and whispered,
We're not here to question our client.
No worries, bruh. It's a valid question. The McCam is sacred to magical beings of all walks of life and death. To cancel it would be to deny our identity. It would be giving in to a boogeyman, whether real or imaginary. We don't negotiate with terrorists. So you've been threatened? Maine went on alert. For a long moment, Death was silent. When he scratched his jaw with one bony finger, it was like the sound of chalk on a chalkboard. As I said, there have been no formal threats or warnings. It's only a feeling. To be honest, I'm quite glad for the Guardian's presence at the conference this year, as well as your bodyguard agency. You could say it puts these bones at ease. Noff was about to conclude the call when Maine said, I met some other conference attendees today. Some powerful entities are using avatars. Have you thought about that? Noff rolled his eyes.
The last time Jeff used an avatar, things didn't go too smoothly.
Jeff? Maine blinked. Death has a name? Death chuckled. Noff suddenly looked pissed.
Jeff is Death's call sign for this week. You know, like how the president's secret security has a code name for him? The eagle has landed? That sort of thing. Unbelievable. You didn't read my briefing.
Maine folded her hands respectfully on top of the desk and nodded at Death. Jeff is a nice name. Right on, Dudette. If I were a human, I'd be a Jeff. They discussed a few more trivial issues. Death wanted a sugar-free caramel macchiato with 2 pumps of vanilla on standby when he arrived in the mortal plane, and they ended the call. As the screen blacked out, Noff grabbed a thick binder in his teeth and dragged it across the desk to Maine. Someone had written, Jeff Protection Protocol on the front.
I know you must be tired, but promise me you'll read this before you go to bed.
The look in his tiny but ferocious eyes said he wouldn't accept no as an answer. Maine picked it up and yawned. Okay. As she turned to head up to her apartment bedroom, Noff barked.
Remember, set your alarm for 4 a.m.
That's like 3 hours from now.
If you had read the briefing, that wouldn't be a surprise to you. Now good night, partner.
Shit, she thought, as she headed up to her room. Was she on Noff's bad side now? Also, what was up with this whisper of chaos Death felt on the wind? It probably connected to the war jackal attack somehow. It had to. She'd need to tell Noff about it in the morning. Hopefully, all this was only a bad feeling and nothing more. Experience told her it probably wasn't. Chapter 13. Knowing that she needed some sleep, Maine glossed over the first few pages of Noff's protection detail briefing while lying under the covers on her bed. It was a surprisingly interesting read, and she kicked herself for neglecting to go over it during the past week. Thinking back, it had been at least a week since she'd gotten a good night's sleep. It was starting to affect her focus, as made evident by her inability to remember the events on her calendar. Maybe it was the wind of chaos, she ominously thought, as she stifled a yawn. She set the binder down and texted Sage about her crazy day, deciding to leave out the part about the sacred sourdough getting trashed. Al would take care of it, and she would tell Sage when he got back. No need to worry him now. She yawned again and texted, "Got to get up at 4 a.m. 4 a.m.! The next thing she knew, she was strolling down a busy wood-planked promenade along a beach. Gone was her bed and the briefing binder. She was in a lucid dream. She pinched her arm, but she didn't wake up. Not that she wanted to. If this one was anything like the last dream she'd had, she was probably in for a ride. She glanced around her. People bustled up and down the boardwalk, bobbing in and out of shops and checking out kiosks. It reminded her of... No way. Was this... the boardwalk at Coney Island? She arched her back and stretched, taking in the scent of the salty air. She loved going to Coney Island. There had been plenty of pictures of her and her mother here in Al's photo album to prove it. She ran to the end of the boardwalk and saw the metal struts of a Ferris wheel along the beach. Oh my gosh, the amusement park. The next thing she knew, she'd been transported to the heart of the amusement park, and she was wondering which ride to go on first. It had been so long since she'd been here. She'd been a child then. Her mother would take her here in the summer. Speaking of her mother... No way, Maine muttered. Her mother was dressed in her cheery sundress and standing in front of a funhouse mirror that distorted her image into a funny caricature. Hadn't she read somewhere that mirrors didn't work right in dreams? Or was she making that up? Didn't matter. Maine rushed up to her mother and embraced her. As in the previous time she'd dreamed of her, she was warm and felt so lifelike. It was like Maine was a kid again. She didn't want to let go of her or leave. Then, in the reflection of the funhouse mirror behind her mom, Maine saw the distorted figure of a zombie loping toward her backside. Hold on, Mom. Let me deal with these assholes. She waited until the time was right before kicking violently backward. She turned to see a zombie in a carny outfit clutching his crotch. Maine raised a hand and chopped him across the neck. Hi-ya! The zombie's head made a tearing sound and fell off at the neck where she'd struck it. Her mother clapped her on the back. That was so fantastic. Oh, look, another one. Maine spun to find another zombie carny coming right at them. Maine roundhouse kicked him across the jaw, sending his head spinning several times around, like an owl's. Then the zombie fell to his knees with his tongue hanging out and collapsed forward in the sand. More zombies were coming for them now. and Maine grabbed her mother's hand. "Come with me." She glanced at the nearby rides. They could use the amusement park rides to their advantage. 5 zombies were shambling toward them. In front of Maine was a carousel full of horses and giant penguins that rose and fell as the ride came to a stop. Maine hopped up onto the platform and helped her mom up too. Her mother selected a horse while she climbed onto the saddle of a giant penguin. Organ music began to play. As the ride started, they circled to its cheerful tune. Zombies reached out at them at intervals, but they kept getting pulled under the mechanical ride when they failed to clamber up onto the revolving platform. The ride wasn't exactly going fast, but it was faster than the zombies. When the carousel slowed, Maine knew it was time to switch rides. She helped her mother off. Then they were standing in the sand, in the space between rides. Step right up, and test your strength," a young man called from beside them. Maine turned to see Sage, standing next to a high-striker strength tester game, where you swing a rubber mallet to ring the bell. But he wasn't dressed as his usual self. Instead of a chef's outfit, Sage wore clown attire, complete with a big, sloppy-painted grin and eye makeup. Strange. "Step right up and test your strength." He held an actual sledgehammer in one hand, as easily as if it were a toy. Maine took it from him. This might be fun. She located the lever she needed to hit for the puck to rise and ring the bell at the top. After adjusting her grip, she swung down with all her might. The puck shot up, ringing the bell at the top so hard that both blasted into the clouds. "Congratulations!" Sage handed Maine a clown balloon shaped like a chihuahua. "You must have troll strength and agility. Ha, ha, ha." Clown Sage was starting to freak her out, so she handed her mom the dog balloon and walked away. When more zombies trundled after them, Maine turned and slung the sledgehammer back at them. The giant hammer knocked them down like a bunch of zombie bowling pins. "You must have troll strength and agility," Clown Sage called from behind her. "Ha, ha, ha." "This is getting weird," Maine muttered, dragging her mom toward a ride with giant spinning teacups. It was her favorite ride when she was a kid. It went in circles like the merry-go-round, but it went faster, and you went in small circles inside a bigger circle. How cool was that? "How about we go on that?" she started to say. Suddenly, she and her mom were sitting behind the wheel at the center of a giant teacup. Her mom laughed with amusement as the ride rose and fell, whirling as their combined weight shifted it. "I'm having such a grand time," her mother said with a pretty smile. "How about you? We should come here more often." "In my dreams? Or what do you mean?" Maine was confused by the level of awareness she had in this dream. "We should come here more often," her mother repeated. "I'm having such a grand time. How about you?" A zombie carny reached for them outside their teacup. The ride plowed into him and wrecked his day by taking his torso off his body. "You must have troll strength and agility," Clown Sage called from somewhere. "Ha, ha, ha." "Stop saying troll strength and agility," Maine called back. It was getting annoying. This was so weird. It was like her dream was slowly coming apart at the seams. For the first time, she wondered where the mantle was with its evil, annoying voice. It felt good not to listen to it, but its absence was a bit concerning. As with the carousel, the giant teacup started to slow, and Maine knew it was only a matter of time before the zombies came for them again. Sure enough, as the ride came to a standstill, 3 zombie clowns shambled up to the teacup. Before they reached them, Maine climbed up on top of the giant teacup with her troll strength and agility and helped her mom up. "Hold on to my back." Maine positioned her back to her mom for her to climb on. That way she could jump to the ground without her mom getting hurt. But her mom didn't grab onto her. "I'm having such a grand time. How about you? We should come here."
Crunch.
The giant teacup broke off its strut, and Maine found herself on the ground, her shoulder half buried in the sand. When she threw her head up to look for her mom, she didn't see her anywhere. With her instincts telling her something was wrong here, she pushed herself up to her feet, sand spraying from her hands and clothes. She spun, and found herself in the arms of a zombie carny directly in front of her.
Next trip, the moon,
the zombie cheered drunkenly. The moon? What the fuck? The carny strapped her into a standing position against a padded surface. A neon sign counted down on a digital screen in front of her on a central metal pole. 3, 2, 1. Blast off! Maine's cheeks splatted backward with intense G-forces as the ride propelled her into the sky.
You must have troll strength and agility,
Clown Sage's voice echoed up from the ground. The platform reached the ride's zenith and, with an awful screech of metal, continued upward, like the bell and the puck in the strength tester game. Even had she not been strapped in, her body was plastered against the padded seat at her back. She couldn't move. She passed upward through the clouds. In the distance, the moon began to increase alarmingly in size. "Wake up!" she shouted. "Wake up!" She couldn't, and the pressure was making it hard to breathe. Why can't I wake up? She could just barely make out the tune of some kind of music over the sound of air blasting past her ears. The ride continued to scream upward, and it looked like she was going to be the first troll on the moon. Right before impact, she realized that the song she was hearing was the theme of The March of the Penguins. It rose to a crescendo in her ears. She woke up. Chapter 14. Thank the gods Sage had called her, or else she would have overslept. She hadn't set her alarm. Luckily, the last thing she'd done before falling asleep had been to text him when she needed to be up. They didn't talk long. She had to get going. She thanked him and hung up, grimacing at the time on her phone's screen. It was so early. With adrenaline coursing through her veins, Maine put on some jeans, a black button-up shirt, and jacket, the uniform Noff requested in the briefing, and headed outside her apartment. Even though the sun still hadn't risen, the town in the direction of the magical conference was aglow with soft yellow light. She didn't see why Noff had Death's security force arriving so damn early, but she was excited to see what the setup was like. As she jogged down the streets, she found a bunch of unfamiliar mythical creatures heading in the same direction as her. Judging by their energetic gaits, they were as excited as she was. It wasn't long before she reached the paper lanterns floating over the streets near the conference. They were the source of the soft yellow glow, and reminded her of some decorations she'd seen in pictures of a Chinese New Year festival. Instead of hanging on lines, they were floating. Maine wondered what a non-magical human would see and lowered the veil. The magically floating paper lanterns were now giant light bulbs, hanging from a cord. While still cool, the scene was nothing like with the veil lifted. She lifted it again and grinned as the floating lights reappeared above her. She caught herself smiling and turned to see some werewolf children grinning too. She was in a great mood. Then she reached the conference grounds. Vendors set up their booths on the sidewalks, roped off from traffic. She saw food vendors, memorabilia stands, and even a van with its back door open, revealing rows upon rows of what looked like Harry Potter robes and wands. Whoa! Now that she stopped to look around better, she noticed that many of the mythical creatures and magical beings gathered were wearing costumes themselves. While some dressed as Harry Potter wizards, others wore classic monster attire and makeup, like Dracula, mummies, and zombies. There were quite a lot of vampire outfits among the crowd. She even saw a vampire dressed as the Easter Bunny. Odd. There were plenty of magical creatures dressed as superheroes, too. Batman, X-Men, Wonder Woman, and the Avengers. Who knew that magical creatures loved superheroes so much? Being the professional that she was, Maine stopped her gawking and quickly identified the McCam Conference Building. It stood at the center of town, 3 stories tall with ornate gargoyles and cornices surrounding each floor. She knew from Noff's briefing that the first floor held the check-in and a mingling room with hors d'oeuvres and coffee. It would also serve as the banquet hall for meals. The second and third stories held conference rooms of various sizes for panels and talks, as well as areas for vendors to set up booths. The roof, while out of sight, glowed with the same soft yellow glow as the floating orbs. She wondered if there was anything of interest up there for the conference. It was probably in the briefing, but she'd fallen asleep before she could finish it. If the roof was important, she'd find out eventually. The sight that took away her breath the most at the conference was the giant Hellgate, towering above it all in the center of town. As tall as a traveling carnival Ferris wheel, a giant metal ring rotated, while a hellish red eye portal thing flickered at the center. Maine fumbled in her pocket for her cell phone and called Sage. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Sage's voice asked from the other end. Then, "Wait, let me guess. You just saw the conference Hellgate." "It's massive," Maine blurted. "How do the mundanes who live in town not freak out when they see it?" Sage chuckled. "That's because they don't see a Hellgate when they look at it. You know, there's a thing called the veil, concealing the magic realm from the human—" Yeah. Maine cut him off, lowering the veil. Aside from earlier when she'd seen the floating paper lanterns, she hadn't lowered the veil in weeks while she was awake. Why would she? She'd miss out on seeing the magic all around her. And with magical assassins gunning for her now and then, it was best to keep every advantage she had if she wished to survive. She lowered the veil with the thought. Instead of a giant flickering Hellgate rising before her over the sleepy town of Rainwater, a normal-looking Ferris wheel stood in its place. The rotating structure contained metal seats for passengers to ride in for 5 tickets apiece. Her eyes widened. How sick would that be to ride around a Hellgate? "Maine, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Sage asked after a moment. "What?" she asked innocently. "You're wanting to ride the Hellgate Ferris wheel." "What? How'd you know?" she said. Sage sighed from his end of the line. "It's your adventurous, reckless nature. How could you not want to ride it?" "True. Have you ever ridden it?" "Not in a while. I never passed up a chance in my youth. One of the highlights of the McCam, along with the Mythos, the Conjuring championship match, and the tattoo at the end." "Right." Maine stopped as she surveyed the lively streets before her. Not 12 hours earlier, there'd been nothing set up in the town. How had she never known about any of this while growing up? If her dad wanted to connect with her more, all he had to do was take her to the McCam. Growing up with the veil down, she couldn't recall ever seeing a Ferris wheel before, and she'd lived in this town. Maine, did you blank out again?" Sage asked. "I'm trying to figure out why I don't remember the festival, the mundane version of it, from my childhood." "Ah, that," Sage said. "There are wards placed throughout much of the conference that keep most humans away. A lot of humans go out of town for this week each year. Your human mom was probably one of them, and took you somewhere else during the McCam." Maine considered that. Now that she thought about it, there was a week around this time each year that her mom would take her to a cottage in New Hampshire. After her mother had died, she'd continued to go with a couple of human friends. It still seemed weird to not have known about any of this. This was a huge deal to the magical community. A community, she acknowledged, that would want to keep out of the human public's eye. "You're right," Maine finally answered Sage. "I read about the Hellgate in Noff's briefing before I fell asleep, but this is incredible. So that's the portal where all the deities and other powerful beings are going to come through?
Yep. It's always fun watching magical beings come through the portal. I wish I could be there to see them with you.
Yeah, Maine agreed.
I have to go now. The next round of the finals is soon, and I have to prepare. I feel less nervous being able to talk to you.
Maine laughed. It's the least I can do, since you woke me up from that weird dream I had this morning. You sure these dreams are nothing to worry about?
I'm no dream expert, but I say trust your gut. Maybe try to be more careful the next time you find yourself dreaming. All right, gotta go.
Good luck, Maine said.
You too.
The line went dead. Maine wandered around, searching for Noff and the rest of Death's security entourage. Death wasn't supposed to come through the Hellgate for another few hours, so they were going to inspect the grounds for anything out of the ordinary. She'd spotted Noff padding over to her location when the reddish Hellgate flickered in her periphery. As she turned toward it, it flashed a faint blue. A group of tanned individuals wearing white cotton garments stood waiting, clutching green palm fronds to their chests. Odd, Maine thought. Then, the Hellgate's surface became like a rippling lake surface, and a tall, proud figure stepped through it and onto a long red carpet laid out on the pavement. It was the Egyptian god Ra. Before he'd taken more than a few steps, the entourage of servants in white cotton rushed forth and fanned him with green palm fronds. From all around the conference grounds, cameras flashed and spectators cheered. Ra waved at them, clearly pleased by his entrance.
Pretty cool, eh?
Noff yipped, padding up to her and stopping by her side. She glanced down at him. He wore a trim black bulletproof vest over his tiny chihuahua-sized chest, and an ear mic protruded from one perky triangular ear. He'd slung a small black leather bag over his neck. I don't know what to say, Maine said. Noff yipped so suddenly that Maine started.
Now stop gawking. We've got a job to do, and I don't need my help staring at the pretty scenery.
He bit onto a clearance pass tucked into his bag.
Wear this to get past any security checkpoints.
Thanks. Maine attached the laminated pass to her black button-up shirt under her jacket. You look really sharp, she said when she finished.
You too. Kinda like a cocktail waitress at one of them fancy hotels.
Maine raised a hand as if to smack him.
I'm just joking. You look good too.
Who's messing around now? She asked.
Hey, just you remember, I'm the boss of this mission.
No, we're equal partners in this. I'm letting you take the lead.
Same difference.
Maine scanned the conference grounds. Where's the rest of the team?
They're patrolling. You did read the assigned patrol routes at the end of my briefing, right?
Yep. Cross my heart.
And hope to die?
Noff finished. Maine's cheerful demeanor diminished a bit, and Noff yipped.
Yeah, I guess that ain't so funny when you're Death's bodyguard.
I'll let it slide. How exactly did you get to know Death?
Bumped into him at the grocery store. Showed him how to pick a ripe avocado.
Oh.
Now focus.
The hours rolled by slowly, but the conference grounds afforded plenty of opportunities to keep her occupied. All the magical creatures dressed in human costumes were amusing, as was staring into the flickering Hellgate. What intrigued her the most were the angel security guards manning the Hellgate on all sides of it. They wore outfits similar to something out of a sci-fi flick, like Star Trek, except that they were a pristine white. Also, they had large white wings folded on their backs. Large, noise-canceling headphones covered their ears, and they used quick, fluid movements as they arrayed themselves around the Hellgate, giving the all-clear signal before new arrivals came through the portal. They resembled air traffic controllers at an airport. They even held white glowing wands. They performed their job with precision and without incident, until the arrival right before Death at 11 a.m. An honest-to-God's purple people eater had stepped through and placed one foot onto the red carpet, then froze, its other half trapped inside the hellgate. The crowd gasped, while the angel guards lined up in front of the portal and directed magical energy at it with their wands. After a few tense moments, the purple people eater fully emerged from the hellgate and straightened, waving triumphantly at the bystanders. His next stop was a people-shaped pretzel stand off to the side. Does that happen often? Maine asked Noff beside her.
Yeah, now and then. Usually it's an energy blip.
I hope so. Maine glanced at the time, because Death's schedule has him coming through in 10 minutes. Chapter 15. Noff spoke into his ear mic.
Team, form up in front of the hellgate. It's almost time.
As Maine and Noff waited, Noff pointed out a particularly tall and confident-looking angel overseeing the conference grounds from atop a nearby building. He looked strong and surly, like Batman, except he was wearing a white uniform with silver trim on the collars and forearms that reflected the sunlight. Who's that? Maine asked.
The Guardian,
Noff yipped, under his breath. Who's that? She didn't understand why Noff was talking so quietly.
The Guardian runs the conference security.
Why are you whispering? Are you on his bad side or something? Noff yipped.
No, he don't know me, thankfully. The Guardian is a creature of immense power. Some think he's the Archangel Michael, but no one is sure. All I know is it's best to stay off his radar. Oh, shit. Where'd he go?
Maine glanced back at the building the Guardian had been standing on. He was gone. Whoosh! A gust of wind buffeted her face, and she raised an arm to ward it off. When she peeked out from behind it, the Guardian stood directly in front of her. Wow, you're even taller in person. Maine took in the rippling muscles beneath his white uniform. Strong lines carved his face, and blonde hair flowed back from his head.
You.
His voice was menacing and deep. Maine swallowed. Me?
Just be quiet,
Noff whispered, as the Guardian sized her up.
Yes, you, mantle wearer.
She didn't back down. What about it?
I don't trust you.
Okay. It's good to meet you too? Noff nudged her to shut up, but she couldn't keep her mouth closed. Not in front of this bully. What's your problem? The Guardian drew in a heavy breath.
The problem is this conference.
Maine crossed her arms. What do you mean?
There are too many potential threats. All for a bunch of fun and games and meet and greets with famous magical creatures. Inane tomfoolery is all it is, and providing adequate protection to the attendees grows more complicated each year.
He peered at her with steely eyes.
Your presence this year only complicates things.
You don't have to be an asshole. We're on the same side. The Guardian stiffened. She continued. I don't know if Cupid is under your angel leadership, but he already cleared me to keep the mantle as long as I don't go dark side. I won't. I use the mantle for good, like my father did.
Your father was a glorified vigilante.
Maine took this in. I see you weren't a fan of him either. That's a surprise. I thought everyone loved him. The Guardian shook his head.
Petulant half-troll child. You are not versed in the ways of magic. You possessing the mantle is a potential threat to us all.
Noff bit her pants leg to reel her back, but she took a step forward. A carton of milk can be a potential threat, if it's spoiled.
Ha! You speak like your father.
Now it was the Guardian's turn to cross his arms.
Maybe you can hold your own.
I sense a potent inner strength. He straightened. Do your job, and I'll do mine. Just stay out of the way. Maine threw up a comic salute. Yes, sir. There was a whoosh, and the guardian was gone. Where'd he go? Maine asked. More importantly, how big is the stick shoved up his ass? Noff groaned in horror. Maine turned and saw Minnie the Minotaur, Swiftfoot the Centaur, and the 3 butterfly fairies standing at attention. They'd seen the whole ordeal with Michael.
Oh, you're such a rebel,
one of the butterfly fairies said. Pretty ballsy, the female centaur commented. Minnie nodded in agreement.
Time someone stood up for themselves to that prick.
Maine looked at the Minotaur. Are you saying that you would too? Minnie snorted.
Hell no. You think I have a death wish?
The gravity of the situation began to sink into Maine. She had just talked back to and thoroughly pissed off one of the most powerful entities at the conference. Oh well, he was a dick.
At least he's gone now.
Noff turned his attention to the Hellgate, which flickered blue in preparation for death to pass through.
Hopefully in the next sector, over where my partner won't be able to get in his way.
The Hellgate flickered again, its surface going glassy like water. Noff gave his butt a wiggle to shake off any nerves.
Look alive, folks.
A figure appeared on the other side of the portal, but then the gate flashed red again. It flashed blue, then reverted to red. The angel guards with the glowing wands shared confused looks as they listened to whatever someone said over their headphones. Maine rubbed her forehead. I'm guessing that doesn't happen often?
I don't like the look of this one bit.
Noff eyed everyone on his team, except for Maine, who had wandered over to the closest angel guard.
Get back here,
Noff yipped. The angel turned to Maine, the light of his wand starting to flicker. That couldn't be good. Maine pointed at her laminated badge. What's the issue? I don't know, the angel traffic controller said. Another angel off to the side called to Maine, shouting to be heard over a piercingly loud generator sputtering from behind the Hellgate. Not enough power. Maine had seen the mini generator earlier during her patrol, but it had been silent then, even when beings came through the Hellgate. She hadn't paid it any attention. Now it seemed like the only thing keeping the Hellgate flickering into existence. What do you mean? Maine shouted. The main generator is failing, the Mantle hissed into her mind. Where's the main generator? Maine asked. The angel just looked at her, as if he didn't know or wasn't sure he should be talking to her. Noff bounded up to the angel, professional urgency exuding from him.
That's our client stuck in the portal. Where is it?
Maine noticed a short dwarf in a hard hat walking up to the scene with a clipboard in his hands. Maybe it was stereotypic of her to think, but he sure as hell looked like an engineer. She ran up to him, waving her hands like a madwoman to catch his attention. Something's wrong with the main generator? Where is it? The dwarf fiddled with his clipboard.
It's down there.
He pointed at a small brick structure behind him. A demon as wide as a couch and wearing black chainmail stood in front of the door, guarding it with a halberd gripped in one claw. How is it powered? She asked the dwarf.
Crystals power the generators in the basement. I checked the crystal supply at the beginning of the shift. Everything was fine.
Maine glanced back at the Hellgate, still flickering weakly.
We'll take it from here,
Noff barked. The dwarf tipped his hard hat and stepped aside to let them pass. Noff scampered up to the structure, stopping just before the demon guard to address his team.
Maine, you and Minnie are with me. Swiftfoot, you and the butterfly fairies. See if you can assist the angels trying to bring death through the portal.
The centaur and the butterfly fairies nodded and headed back to the Hellgate, while Maine stepped up to the couch-wide demon. It apathetically grunted when she flashed her security pass. "We could maybe use your help," she said quickly. The demon yawned. "I don't get paid enough." Maine rushed past him with Noff and Minnie on her heels. Bare light bulbs hanging from the ceiling weakly illuminated the structure's interior. Off in the corner, some concrete steps led down.
"Hurry up,"
Noff barked.
"Death is counting on us."
Maine took the steps 2 at a time, careful not to trip and fall. She called back over her shoulder. "What happens if the Hellgate fails while Death is in transit? Does Death die?" Noff waited until they reached the landing at the bottom of the stairs before replying.
"No one has ever gotten trapped in the portal before. That's why we have to resolve this quickly."
They reached the opening of a stone corridor leading into darkness. Maine felt along the walls for a light switch, but couldn't find one. Luckily for them, Minnie produced a flashlight from his oversized black uniform. He turned it on, and a strong beam of light cut through the blackness. Then he pulled out a second flashlight and handed it to Maine.
"You're getting a raise."
Noff started forward. "Actually," Maine said, "I don't know if we can afford that."
"Heh, don't listen to my partner."
Noff bounded forward until they came to a wall that opened to a passage going left and right. He stopped and sniffed the air.
"Smells like hard-boiled eggs."
"Could be those demons,"
Minnie said.
"Sulfur."
"No. Look," Maine said, as the flashlight beam landed on an overturned lunch pail. A partially eaten egg sandwich lay on the floor next to it. Was it a clue? If so, what did it mean?
"Hard-boiled eggs are a common dwarven weakness," the Mantle hissed. "One of their favorite foods."
"I think that belongs to a dwarf," Maine said. Minnie scratched his hairy chin.
"Makes sense. They're probably monitoring the generators."
Maine headed down the corridor with the lunch pail. "Come on." As she ran along the tunnel, lit only by Minnie's flashlights, she wondered what could have happened to the dwarf engineer. She didn't see any blood, but why would a dwarf throw down his favorite food? Whatever had happened to the generators, it couldn't be good. The creepy darkness didn't help. Pipes ran along the ceiling in some parts, and water dripped at intervals, adding to the spookiness. Up ahead, they came upon a tuft of coarse hair on the floor. Maine picked it up. It had come from some kind of creature, but she had no idea which. She held it in front of Noff. "Hey, magic nose, what's this from? A rat?" She thought she saw Minnie quiver beside her, but chalked it up to the flashlight in the shadows. Noff gave a good sniff, but shook his head.
"I smell hell dimension residue."
Interesting. They pressed on again, and soon came across another tuft of hair. Large claw marks etched into the wall beside it accompanied this one. "Giant rats?" Maine said.
"I hope not,"
Minnie said quickly. She turned to focus on him, but it was too dark for the Mantle to read him. "You okay?"
"Oh, yeah. This isn't rats. Probably some vandals. Yeah, vandals."
He punched his hairy fists together, his determination renewed. Noff yipped impatiently.
"Come on, we have to hurry."
He rounded a bend in the corridor. There were off-shooting pathways here, but Noff stayed to the main path. The hair tufts were getting more frequent. "What the hell is leaving all this hair?" Maine asked. Suddenly, Noff stopped. Maine nearly stepped on him. "What's wrong?"
"My ear, Mike. Just got an emergency alert from Swiftfoot. I gotta head back to the Hellgate. You two figure out what's going on down here and stop it."
"Yes, sir,"
Minnie said. Maine gave Noff a look. "Shit. Okay. Be safe. Oh, and can you see the way back?" It was pitch blackness behind them.
"Magic nose, remember? Now, don't let death down."
He turned and bounded back the way they'd come, leaving Maine and Minnie with 2 flashlights between them, and a lot of darkness ahead of them.
"Wonder what happened topside,"
Minnie whispered, as they pushed on through the dark passageway, following the hair tufts. They had to run into whatever was shedding this much hair sooner or later. "Let's focus on what we can do, okay?" Maine didn't wait for Minnie to answer as she picked up the pace and crept forward. She was moving pretty quietly, but Minnie's heavy footsteps echoed like thunderclaps in the tunnel. Whatever had left all the hair and was causing the Hellgate to malfunction, hopefully, it didn't require stealth to defeat. Of course, when you had the combined physical strength of a half-troll and a minotaur, they probably wouldn't need stealth. They pushed on until they came to an obstruction up ahead. Minnie played the flashlight over it, revealing a mess of pipes atop a pile of brick that appeared to have come from the wall or ceiling. It looked fresh, and the hair tufts, wedged between some of the pipes, said that whatever was messing with the generators had come in this way. What was strong enough to bulldoze through the wall or ceiling? How did all the hair get back the way they had come? Things weren't making sense. "Can you help me move these?" Maine bent and wrapped her hands around a heavy pipe, careful not to crush the flashlight. Minnie bent too. Together, they started to lift when the sound of squeaking and chattering coursed through the gaps in the pipes. On the other side, small figures moved. Pairs of tiny eyes glared red in the flashlight's beams. "What are those things?" Maine whispered. "Definitely not vandals. Or rats." She turned as Minnie spun and fled loudly down a side passageway. "Hey! Where are you going?" She turned back to the gap in the pipes. Now there was only blackness. Then movement as shaggy hair shook out of the way, and 2 glowing eyes stared back at her from inches away. The eyes looked curious, interested in her, hungry. "Evade," the Mantle hissed. Maine pulled back as a long, furry hand shot out through the gap and swiped at her, missing her face but grabbing her hair. It yanked her toward the opening as another clawed hand pawed at her head. Horrified, Maine threw herself around and kicked out, knocking down some pipes. Dust spilled into the air. When it settled, about 10 of the hairy creatures reared up on their hind legs. They looked like a cross between a rabid weasel and a badger. Maybe a giant gopher? It didn't make any sense, but they were all wearing black tap shoes. "Minnie," she called, "get back here and back me up." Her words trailed off as she realized there were many more than 10 creatures. The floor on the other side of the pipes was crawling with them, their tap shoes clicking against the floor. She took a step backward. Then, a particularly large creature hopped up on top of the pipes. It reared up and studied her. "Snazzy gremlin," the Mantle identified. "They possess an insatiable appetite for energy crystals and Twinkies, although they frequently enjoy warm meals as well. Annoying when confronted one-on-one. Deadly when amassed in great numbers. Such as this." Instead of trying to kill Maine, though, the gremlin leader began to tap dance. It was remarkably good. "Oh, that is pretty snazzy. I don't think it could hurt a fly." The Mantle hissed. "Focus. Quit admiring your deadly opponent. There will be plenty of time for admiration when you're standing on its corpse." As suddenly as the gremlin had started dancing, it stopped. It pawed the air in her direction and licked its lips. Maine took a step backward. The Mantle was right. The big gremlin on top of the pile opened its mouth of sharp, tiny teeth and roared. In response, additional gremlins poured forth from a gaping hole in the wall on the other side and surged toward Maine. She ran. Chapter 16. With a horde of hungry gremlins at her back, Maine bolted through the darkness, her flashlight bobbing erratically. Where had Minnie run off to? She turned down the side corridor she thought she'd heard him take. Around a bend, A bright white glow bit through the blackness, and she sprinted toward it. She ended up in a control room of sorts. Multiple generators sat all around, and tiny bits of crystals littered the floor like breadcrumbs. Thick cables protruded from the generators and led up along a wall through the ceiling. These had to be powering the Hellgate. And the gremlins had already eaten the power source. Death, assuming he remained trapped in the Hellgate, didn't have much time. Neither did she with all the gremlins chasing her. What could she do? The power source was all gone. Before she ran from the gremlins again, she focused on the generators. Weakness. Require crystals for energy. Without crystals, they are useless pieces of junk metal. That helped. Too bad it couldn't find a way out of here. 2 other corridors connected to the generator room, but gremlins surging her way blocked all of them. Outnumbered. Combat useless. Storeroom directly ahead. Suggestion: hide in it. Teeth gnashed and munched all around as her eyes locked in on the inconspicuous metal door in the generator room. She rushed up to it and tried the lever. Locked. The gremlins were almost on her now. "Open up!" Maine yelled, not expecting the door to open, but what other option did she have? With a creak, someone threw a lockbolt, and the door cracked open. Maine pushed inside as the gremlins reached her, clawing at her back. She threw her back against the door to close it. Most of the gremlins weren't huge, but their combined numbers pushing against the door prevented her from closing it all the way. She needed help. Someone had opened the door for her. So, where were they? Keeping her back against the moving door, Maine found herself in a medium-sized storeroom filled with boxes and boxes of crystals. The crystals provided such a bright light that she no longer needed her flashlight. Great. Even if she succeeded in locking the door, she'd trapped herself in a room full of the gremlins' favorite meal. Then she saw Minnie in the corner, and her hope spiked. Until her brain registered that he was cowering in the fetal position, his teeth chattering. Who had opened the door?
Down here.
Maine's feet slid out from the door as the gremlins pushed on it to force it open. They kept throwing themselves at the metal door in waves. She managed to shove the door back again, but a long, hairy hand reached in and swiped her across the leg. She grunted, and that's when she saw the dwarf, straining beside her, also trying to push the door closed. Since he was only half her height, she hadn't seen him until now. The hard hat on his head suggested he was an engineer.
"We need more power,"
the dwarf cried.
"Minnie,"
Maine shouted,
"get over here and help us."
The Minotaur kept muttering the same line over and over.
Why, oh, why couldn't it have been vandals?
She didn't know why these gremlins were so scary to Minnie, but she had to find a way for him to help her, or they were going to be gremlin chow. What could she use to snap him out of his terror and motivate him to help? She focused on his large, hairy frame. Weakness. Tiny things. Incarceration. Pumpkin pie. If we survive this, I'll buy you a pumpkin pie at the sacred sourdough. At the mention of pie, the Minotaur glanced up at her, some clarity creeping into his eyes.
Really?
If you help us with this door. Minnie pushed himself up, and in a bull-like charge, slammed up against the door. Maine and the dwarf jumped aside as the door clanged shut. Then Maine threw the lockbolt. It looked heavy-duty enough to hold them off for the moment, so that was good. However, they were trapped. She turned to the dwarf engineer. What happened? Where did those gremlins come from? The dwarf threw up his hands.
"I don't know. I was eating my egg sandwich. Then they started running down the corridors searching. I ran back to check on the generators and saw the beasts, but there were too many. I barricaded myself in this crystal storeroom."
Is it normal for gremlins to be down here? He shook his head.
"Gremlins are hell dimension creatures. They don't belong here. Someone had to have summoned them."
Summoned. Like the war jackals that had been pursuing Olifet the night before. She noticed then how bad Minnie was shaking. I know you're afraid of small creatures, but how? You're so, well, huge. The Minotaur calmed himself.
My therapist says there is nothing wrong with my fear.
You can easily stomp them. What's there to be afraid of?
Are you making fun of my fears? My therapist says.
That's not what I meant. Minnie roared.
It's their tiny hands! There! I said it.
He clapped his hands to his ears. Suddenly, the gremlin started pawing and scratching at the other side of the door.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Minnie shouted. He started tramping about in small circles as the gremlins continued to scratch on the metal. Maine focused on the door, the only way leading into or out of the room. The Mantle hissed.
Gremlins can chew and scratch through any known material.
That explained the claw mark on the stone wall and the pipes that had come loose when they'd chewed through the wall. Too bad they terrified Minnie so badly. The three of them needed to think if they were going to get out of this alive. It seemed so strange. Were minotaurs like elephants, afraid of mice? Was that even true? She didn't know. The pawing at the door increased. What do we have to work with? She said. The dwarf stepped over to the crates of crystals.
We could give them some of these to keep them occupied. Maybe they would leave us alone.
No, the Mantle hissed.
They frequently enjoy warm meals, too.
Well, Maine wasn't going to let herself become a warm meal. Not if she could help it. There had to be a way out of this room. Maybe there's another way out. She started to inspect the storeroom, running her hands along the wall and knocking with her knuckles at intervals. It was one solid wall.
We're doomed,
Minnie cried.
Could be some ventilation shafts,
the dwarf said. Maine stopped at a big vertical crate. White crystal light peeked out from under the sealed lid. She pushed it aside, revealing a small ventilation shaft with a grating over it. Upon tearing off the grid, she saw that it was big enough for her. The dwarf could fit through it, but not Minnie. Shit. She couldn't leave the big guy here to face his greatest fear. The gremlins would kill him. Then what could she do? They were running out of time. There was the issue of the gremlins trying to get in to kill them, and Death remained stuck in limbo. She turned to the dwarf. How long do you think Death will survive trapped in the Hellgate? He thumbed his chin in calculation.
I would guess about 5 more minutes. After that, I don't know what would happen to him.
Maine couldn't let Noff and Death down. She made up her mind about what she was going to do. She grabbed the dwarf's shoulder. I need you to climb through the ventilation shaft to the top side. Get help.
What are you going to do?
The dwarf asked hesitantly. We're going to stand and fight. Chapter 17.
We are?
Minnie asked, after the dwarf had clambered into the ventilation shaft and disappeared from view. We have to try. Besides, I have a plan. Minnie crossed his arms and shivered.
We're going to die. We're going to die.
Maine knew that while she might be able to hold back the gremlins temporarily, Minnie's huge size and strength were their way out. She had to get him to calm down so he could harness and focus his fear. If she could get the door open without being overrun all at once, she could jump on his back, and he could plow out through the gremlin horde. They could drop some crystals in the generators to get Death through the Hellgate, then force their way back to the surface, where they might be able to persuade some demons to come down and take care of the gremlins. It was a long shot, but it might work. What could she do? Punt the gremlins backward one by one? She wished she had magic to use. Wait, she did. Minnie would have to be ready, though. She rounded on him, grasping both of his hairy arms. I need you to focus. I think I have a way out of here.
But they're unstoppable,
Minnie cried.
Their tiny hands.
At her back, the gremlins had clawed or chewed a small hole in the metal door. They would be entering the storeroom soon. Maybe, if she could wipe some of them out, it would bolster Minnie's confidence. The hole grew larger, until a gremlin poked his head in. It twisted up at her with a feral look. How could she have ever thought these things were elegant? The gremlin hopped to the floor and started tap dancing in his shiny black dress shoes. Oh yeah, that's why. Without skipping a beat, the gremlin stopped dancing and lunged at Maine, with its sharpened buck teeth leading the way. "Ugh!" Minnie shouted. Maine was ready. She punched the gremlin square on the forehead, and it tottered over to the side where it collapsed. 3 more climbed through and dropped to the storeroom floor, and Maine punched and kicked them as if she was playing whack-a-mole, or whack-a-gremlin. There were too many, though. By the time she'd knocked out the next 3, 5 more had taken their place. It was time for a Hail Mary pass. Disregarding the gremlins who were picking themselves up from the floor and now tap-dancing to confuse their enemy, she ran past them and up to the door. At her back, Minnie continued to lose his shit. Maine blocked that from her mind as she uttered an incantation and focused on both outstretched hands. With a spark, a wet fireball simmered above her palms. A few more gremlins climbed inside and glanced up at her, entranced by the fiery glow. They raised their tiny arms like miniature T-Rexes, their yellow buck teeth gleaming in the fireball light. Once the fireball spell grew to the point where it was almost out of her control, she rushed up to the hole in the door and unleashed its full fury into the corridor. With a whoosh, it temporarily sucked the oxygen out of the generator room outside, and an incredible light flashed. Flames roared. Then, everything went silent, except for the frantic tap-dancing of 4 snazzy gremlins in the room with her and Minnie. 2 of them hopped onto Minnie's leg and started munching. Blood spattered out from the wounds. "Minnie, wake up." A gremlin hopped up at Maine's face, and she batted him to the side. Another one threw itself at her knee and sank its teeth in. Maine swatted it away. The first gremlin leapt at her again, and she punted it. Right into Minnie's mouth. It got stuck in Minnie's throat with its legs flailing in the air. Maine felt like puking. Minnie gave a nasally "Ooh!" and blew the gremlin out of his mouth with such force that the creature exploded into yellow goo and bits of hair when it struck the wall. Throwing his arms up, he started tramping about in wide circles, stomping the KO'd gremlins lying all around. After he finished, he glanced down at all the gremlin goo sticking to his feet like chewed bubblegum.
"Take that, you big scary meanies," Minnie whooped.
"Yes, use it," Maine urged, as she grabbed some crystals and stuffed them in her pockets. "We have to get to the generators and back to the surface."
"Let's do this,"
Minnie roared, as he tucked his head and charged at the metal door. It easily yielded under his weight. Maine barely managed to clutch onto his back hair as he rushed past. Out in the generator room lay a carpet of smoking dead gremlins. Shit. Did she just kill 100 gremlins? She was starting to feel a bit guilty when about 300 more spied her and Minnie from the branching corridors. They started tap-dancing with hunger in their eyes. Steam blew from Minnie's nostrils as he locked in on them. Maine hopped off his back, quickly inserted the crystals into the generator's hoppers, and climbed back onto Minnie's back. Thankfully, the generators hummed to life as the crystals were converted into energy to power the Hellgate. "Back to the surface," Maine yelled. Instead of turning around and going the way they had come from, Minnie lowered his head again and charged into a mass of tap-dancing gremlins. As they plowed through the horde, gremlins clung to Minnie's hair and Maine's clothes. Maine fought them off, kicking and swatting, her hair whipping every which way as Minnie continued his mad charge. She couldn't tell where they were going amid the chaos of fighting to hold on, but it soon ended as Minnie found himself at the foot of the concrete stairwell leading to the surface. "Great job!" Maine hopped off and helped the Minotaur up the stairs. She heard the gremlin horde somewhere at their backs. They'd regrouped and were going to have their pound of flesh. Literally. Maine and Minnie had to make it to the surface. They reached the top and stumbled toward the front door. Maine practically had to drag Minnie the rest of the way and through the door. Then they were outside, bursting into the daylight. As she collapsed, the flaming hellgate loomed tall, flickering red. The dwarf engineer was rushing toward her with several angel guards, their wands glowing white-hot. "Gremlins!" one of the angels yelled. Maine rolled to the side of the doorway as a wave of gremlins clambered out into the daylight, raising their hands to block out the sun. "Fire!" one of the angels commanded, and a white light shot out from their wands and struck the gremlins, vaporizing them where they stood. Upon witnessing the display, the couch-wide, chain-mailed demon guarding the doorway slammed the door shut and stood, blocking it with his girth and his halberd. Maine caught her breath and glanced Minnie's way. He was huffing and stomping on the pavement, trying to get rid of the yellow goo. A cry rose from the angel guards, and Maine turned back to the hellgate as the red flickered blue, and a figure stepped through. Chapter 18. "Medic!" a portal control angel shouted when Death collapsed to the red carpet in front of the hellgate. For a moment, all of the guard angels froze, and you could hear a pin drop from the gathered crowd. Then the angels started radioing for help over their headphones and secured the perimeter. A few moments later, angels in nurse outfits swooped in and knelt before Death. Maine picked herself up and stood transfixed. When Noff padded up to her, she asked, "Is Death dead?" Noff kicked her shin with his hind leg.
"Don't talk about our client like that. Of course he's not dead. He's Death."
The unsure tenor of his voice was unconvincing, but Maine crouched and patted his side. "You're right. He'll be all right," she said. It wouldn't be good publicity if their agency's first official and extremely high-profile client died while they were on the job. Technically, whatever had happened to Death had occurred before he'd stepped foot on solid ground. Not that it made Maine feel any better. Maybe if she and Minnie had been faster, but then the gremlins might have killed them. Murmurs rose in the crowd, and the angel nurse tending to Death threw her head up and raised a hand for silence. All the muffled talking ceased immediately. A few moments later, the nurse stood and addressed the crowd in a loud, clear voice. "Death is okay." Everyone started clapping nervously. "But he will need to go to the med tent for a quick checkup." "What about the portal?" someone called from the crowd of spectators. Before anyone could answer, there was a whoosh, and the guardian appeared in their midst. He raised both arms, the silver arm guards on his forearms shimmering with magic power.
"We will delay the portal schedule until we can ascertain and resolve the problem."
He turned to the portal control angels.
"Call the rest of the deities and entities and inform them of the delay."
Angels snapped to attention around the hellgate as the guardian turned his steely gaze upon the scene, finally coming to a rest on Maine. "You," his eyes demanded, and she unconsciously took a step back in caution. "Weakness. The guardian is blocking my reading power." "Those two magic bangles?" Maine asked. She'd run into this problem before where magical artifacts or jewelry could hamper the Mantle's powers. "Possibly, but that doesn't matter. He's much more powerful than you. Suggestion: do not piss this guy off." That was comforting to hear. "Not?" The guardian flapped his massive wings and swooped up to her.
"What happened down there?"
he demanded, as the wind gust rolled past her. "Well, you see..." He raised a powerful glowing finger at her face. White, hot energy distorted the air around it. Shit. Was he going to smite her?
I was gone for a few minutes, he said. A few minutes. What happened?
You're acting like this is my fault. I went down to see what was wrong. I fixed the problem.
Suspicious.
Suspicious? You think I went down there and ate all the energy crystals in the generators? Do I look like a gremlin?
Gremlin?
The Guardian cut her off, his posture stiffening suddenly. With a practiced fluidity, he raised a radio to his mouth and uttered,
Code Brown in the generator room. Enact Gremlin Protocol ASAP.
A series of yes, sir came from the handheld radio. Pushing past Maine, the Guardian stepped over to the couch-wide demon guarding the brick structure's entrance. Upon receiving the slightest nod from the Guardian, the demon moved aside. 5 or 6 snazzy gremlins leapt at him, but he calmly held out his hand. A white, hot glow formed on his forefinger. There was an impossibly bright flash, and the gremlins ceased to exist. A series of loud swooshes lashed down at the ground behind the Guardian, as 5 angels in Black Ops gear and commando sunglasses touched down. The Guardian addressed them in a gruff, serious voice.
Smite them all back to the hell dimension they came from. On me.
Then he was through the doorway and descending the concrete steps, his elite force silently following. A series of bright lights flashed out of the entrance as the couch-sized demon shut the metal door and locked it behind him. Did that just happen? Maine asked. Noff wiggled his butt excitedly.
It's been too long since I saw a proper smiting.
If angels are so powerful, why are we here? Maine asked. Noff yipped annoyedly.
Because the Guardian and his elite force can't be everywhere at once. There's a lot of ground to cover at the conference.
I guess that makes sense. Smiting is pretty cool.
Enough talk. Let's check in on our client.
Maine and Noff found Death in the medic tent, sitting on a cot with his bony legs dangling off to the side. He wore his sky-blue hoodie and had a carefree expression on his skull. An angel nurse and a demon nurse regarded their patient over their clipboards. The angel nurse wore a white, loose-fitting uniform, and the demon nurse wore a tight-fitting black one. While the bodyguards waited for the nurses to finish their evaluation, an angel nurse approached Maine and healed her minor gremlin injuries with a wave of a glowing hand. Thanks, Maine said, with earnest amazement at how quick it happened. Death's nurses finished up and made some markings on their clipboards.
Well, lay it on me,
Death said, in a cool surfer dude voice.
Am I gonna live?
The angel nurse scoffed, but the demon nurse smirked. You're free to go, the angel nurse said, and Death grinned and got off the cot.
Thank you, ladies. I'll be seeing you then.
He said it good-naturedly, but both nurses took a step back to allow him some extra space as he sauntered toward the tent's entrance.
My man, Noff, and his stunning sidekick Maine. How you guys doing?
Maine placed her hands on her hips, not moving out of Death's way. I think we should be the ones asking you. Are you all right?
Death shrugged. It was touch and go for a little bit, but thanks to you guys, I came through without a scratch. Heck of a headache, though. I could use a nap.
Noff stood tall and proud.
Sorry for the bumpy trip. There were some unfortunate circumstances we knew nothing about.
Death crouched with several wince-inducing creaks and patted Noff on the head.
No worries, dude. Although that was some rough waters. That's coming from a guy who was on the Titanic when it sank.
The carefree way Death talked about reaping on the Titanic seemed insensitive to Maine, but he said it in such a serene way that part of her wanted to smile and nod at his cool vibes. He stood and squeezed past Maine out into the sunlight, where he gave a big, back-popping cat stretch. He sighed. Oh, fresh air. Nothing quite like it. Am I right? You're not mortal, are you? Maine asked, stiffly from behind him. Huh? Death turned with a confused look in his glowing blue eyes. Can you be killed while you are in the physical plane? Noff flashed Maine a look. It had been a rather blunt question, but it would be good to know, considering he was their client. Death's jaw clenched. Then he drew a deep breath, his sky-blue hoodie rising with the action. I'm not exactly mortal, but like all powerful entities existing on the physical plane, I had to surrender some of my powers when I came through the portal. So in some ways, I'm more vulnerable while I'm here. Maine gestured for him to continue. Think of it as death taking a holiday. I don't have the power to claim souls while I'm here. You don't work while you're on vacation. Holidays are all about the R&R. Rest and relaxation? Maine asked. Nah, rockin' and rollin', Death said. Anything except workin', which in my case is reaping, which also happens to start with an R too. He stroked his chin and chuckled at the realization. Maine screwed up her face. Are you saying that no one can die at this conference since you're on vacation? Whoa. Nah, sis. It means if someone's time is up, I stand back and let one of my underlings take the soul. There are plenty of bone men and bone women where I come from. Where's that? The Bone House, of course. Now, dudes, let's say we go and enjoy the conference. Death raised both arms and started walking down the pavement, leaving Noff glaring at Maine. What you trying to do? Piss off our client? She crossed her arms. Piss off Death? Never. Noff glanced around Maine's legs to watch Death walking away, out of earshot. What the hell is this about? I'm not the biggest fan of Death, is all. He's like the coolest dude ever. Death turned and raised one bony hand at them in a friendly wave that said, You two comin' or what? Fan of Death or not? Noff said, You have a job to do. If you're not gonna do it, I ought to fire you right here and now. Fire me? You can't fire me. This is a partnership. It's in the business write-up May did for us. I knew we should have went with the LLC, Noff muttered. But no, you had to go along with May. She's the attorney. She knows things. I thought you didn't like her because she and your father were married and never told you. Noff caught himself and stopped talking. Maine flicked her hair back from her neck. May and I are good now. Even have a wine and pasta date night set up on Sunday night after the conference wraps up. Well, that's good. Noff caught Death's eye. Look, let's set all this aside and do our job. Yeah? Good idea. Wonder what Death wants to do in his free time. Chapter 19. Sign autographs. That's what Death wanted to do. For a few hours, Maine and Noff walked on either side of Death as he strolled around the McCam grounds, chatting with fans. She was surprised by how many people adored him. Many goth mythical creatures dressed as vampires, but there were also a bunch of uncostumed magical beings who enjoyed talking to him. Death soaked it all up, signing memorabilia and more breasts than Maine cared to think about. The ladies seemed to love him, and all the guys wanted to be him. What was it with all these creatures and their fascination with Death? Sure, he was cool and laid back, but his friggin' job was to collect your soul at the end of your life. Were they trying to get on his good side? It wouldn't help them when he came for them. Dead was dead. Maybe she was weird. Noff kept stressing to her to look for anything strange or suspicious. They couldn't afford to slip up again. Nothing crazy happened during their shift. When the butterfly fairies came to relieve Maine, she was glad to get away from the security detail and experience the conference grounds for herself. She felt like a kid again as she meandered through the crowd and up to vendors who caught her eye. After buying a mug that said, "I survived the McCam," and some magnets for her fridge, she stopped and stepped back to take in the atmosphere and rich smells of food. Her stomach growled, letting her know it could use some sustenance. She grabbed a quick lunch at a patio table while people watching. Creature watching? The crowd. She hadn't felt this alive in years. As she finished her meal, she wondered how Al was doing, managing the sacred sourdough in Sage's absence. She called him to find out. Al's voice contained a sense of urgency when he answered, muffled by the sound of something frying in the background. "How's the restaurant running?" Maine asked, as she glanced up at the fiery Hellgate Ferris wheel. "Quite all right," the Cyclops replied. Off to the side, he called, "Unacceptable. It's too done. We can't serve that." He brought his attention back to Maine on the phone. "I have to go. I take it the McCam is going well?" "Super. I bought a mug." "Splendid." The sound of a glass shattering cut him off. "Now, I really must go, Master Maine." "Good luck." Maine ended the call. She hoped she wasn't stressing Al out too much. Maybe she shouldn't have roped him into it. It sounded like the sacred sourdough was getting plenty of business with the conference going on, so that was good. Creatures gotta eat. She thought about calling Sage, but he'd said he'd call her after he wrapped for the day, so instead she ordered a funnel cake. As she was eating it, in front of the van selling the Harry Potter merchandise, the vendor asked her if she wanted to buy a wand. Before she could say no or yes, someone sidled confidently up to her. "Might I recommend the Phoenix Feather Wand?" Maine's heart skipped a beat as she turned to the new arrival. "Adrian, what are you doing here?" Adrian, Lust's avatar, flashed a winning smile. "Interviewing creatures for Creature Magazine. What else?" "You want to follow up with me?" That heart-melting grin again. "The thought did cross my mind." "Are you saying I'm a creature too?" "You are half troll." Maine laughed. She couldn't help it. Adrian was cheesy and sexy, and she loved it. "So, what? You want to interview me right now?" He rolled his shoulders. "You think I'm all business? No. I'm on break right now. Saw you and thought I'd see how you were enjoying the conference." "It certainly has been eventful." Adrian clucked his tongue. "Oh yeah, I heard about the death scare. As in death, not death." Maine giggled. "I was there. So were a bunch of crystal-hungry gremlins." Adrian's eyes enlarged like a predator on its prey scent. "You don't say. The official word put out by the Guardian is that it was a temporary power blip. You're saying it was sabotage?" Maine finished her funnel cake and threw the trash in a receptacle. "How about we go for a walk? I'll fill you in on all the juicy details." He licked his lips. "I would love that." "You're joking," Adrian said, 10 minutes later after she'd recounted her story. "Nope." After running a hand through his hair, Adrian took a deep breath. "I think you're onto something. Gremlins and war jackals? That cannot be a coincidence. Something is going on here." "You better watch out for yourself," Maine said, "since you're mortal and everything." "Oh, I will." Adrian looked like he was about to ask her something, then stopped. What is it? Adrian opened his mouth again and closed it. It's stupid. No, tell me. Well, he started. It's just, I know it may sound cliché, but it's times like these that make you stop and evaluate your life. You know, are you proud of your life so far? Are you living your dream? Maine nodded. She didn't feel like she would die anytime soon, but she could relate. When she was a child, her mother's death had hit her pretty hard. For weeks, she didn't know how she would continue, but she got through those rough times. Intrigued by Adrian's words, she asked, "Where's this conversation going?" "There's something I want to ask you." The seriousness in Adrian's eyes contrasted his usual fun, sexy vibe. Okay. Adrian gently grabbed her hands in his. He bit his lip. Then his eyes shot over to the Hellgate portal. Would you ride the Hellgate Ferris wheel with me? Oh my gosh, yes, Maine blurted. I've wanted to ride it ever since I saw it. Let's go. Visibly relieved, Adrian released her hands and withdrew some ride tickets from his pocket. Whew, I kind of feel like an idiot now. Don't. She grabbed his arm and led him toward the attraction. Come on. You're not worried more monsters will attack while we're riding? Adrian asked. I heard the Purple People Eater is in town. Nah, I'll protect you, she laughed. And Adrian laughed too. You must think I'm such a wuss. As they got in line for the Ferris wheel, Maine said, We all have our skill sets. I'm sure you could schmooze any monsters we might see with your charm. Adrian looked amused. You think I'm charming? Don't let it go to your head. You're tethered to the sin of lust. Adrian took a step back as if insulted. If you think that's what this is about, it's not. While Maine was glad for Adrian's distraction at the McCam, she didn't for one moment let her guard down around him. She focused on his face to get a reading from the mantle. Weakness. He really does like you. Suggestion. Wring his heart like a wet dish rag and tear it in two. Interesting. She wouldn't have thought it possible for a human with lust riding shotgun to be able to fall for someone. Wasn't he all about lusty stuff, like getting her into his bed? He seemed genuinely interested in her, but she reminded herself what the mantle had warned her about the prior day about him and his sexual talents. Just because he liked her didn't mean he wouldn't take advantage of her if given a chance. Tickets, please. Adrian nudged Maine, and she turned to see that the line had already moved up to the ride attendant. It was time to get on. Maine could only describe the Ferris wheel cages as translucent metal, the better to see the flaming Hellgate portal they'd be revolving around. She and Adrian climbed into the carriage waiting for them, and the attendant, a kappa wearing a Mickey Mouse costume, lowered the bar over their chests so they couldn't get up while the ride was in motion. The attendant stepped away, and with the gentlest of movements, the Ferris wheel carriage started to climb until it was time for the next carriage to be unloaded and loaded. Maine held her cell phone out to take a selfie, and Adrian leaned in at the last second with a wild grin. As they continued higher up into the sky, they chatted and joked. About halfway up, she spotted Olifet, Gluttony's avatar, gorging himself on cotton candy down below, and not gaining any weight. Hey, do the Sins avatars ever hang out together? She pointed Ollie out to Adrian. Not really. Ours is more of a competitive nature. We're usually trying to best and outdo each other. How do you do that? He cracked a wicked smile. By getting mortals to commit our namesake sin. He paused and watched for her reaction. I probably shouldn't have said that. You think I'm a creep now, don't you? Maine didn't say anything, choosing to let him sweat it out. She was right not to let her guard down. She had to admit, though, it was fun being around him. The excitement, or was it danger, was enticing. Why do the sins need avatars anyway? She was still eyeing Ollie far below. Adrian shrugged. Oh, sometimes the sins need tasks done on the mortal plane. You can think of us as naughty errand boys, if you catch my drift. She could only imagine. Glancing away from Ollie, she lifted her gaze up to the sky, stopping when she caught sight of the Guardian standing on a rooftop. A chill wiggled across her shoulders as she realized he was staring straight at her. He angled 2 fingers at his eyes and pointed at her. "I'm watching you," the gesture said. Maine swallowed and turned away. Dick. You ever do a creature interview with the Guardian? Adrian nearly choked. Gods, no. I have a sin inside me. You think I have a wish to be smitten to a hell dimension? It wouldn't be good for my complexion. They shared a laugh. I don't think I'm his biggest fan either, Maine said. He leaned closer to her, their shoulders brushing and sending what felt like static electricity coursing through her. Surely not. You're both on the same team. Maine shrugged, watching the magical creatures on the ground shrink as she and Adrian rose higher on the Ferris wheel. You would think. I helped save Death from the gremlin attack. I practically did his job for him. Then why doesn't he trust you? I'm not sure it's me he doesn't trust. It's the mantle. Adrian studied her. Or maybe he visualized the mantle she wore beneath her shirt and jacket. He seemed even more interested in her all of a sudden. Oh, right. The mantle. How could I forget? There are some questions I'd like to ask you about that. Oh? He nodded. As a journalist, I must pick and prod. Find the juiciest and most interesting topics to cover for the readers. And here I thought this wasn't an interview. She batted her eyelashes at him. Excellent job in misdirecting him. The mantle hissed. Exploit those weaknesses. Adrian quickly apologized. Another time, then? Maine gave him a look that said, maybe, and the rest of the ride passed in silence as they slowly descended. When they reached the ground and got out, Adrian asked to walk with her some more. Confusion crossed his face as the March of the Penguins theme rose from Maine's pocket. Maine smiled as she slipped her phone into her hands. Another time? I have to take this. Adrian gave a sexy grin and slipped into the crowd. Chapter 20. Maine answered Sage's call with, This magical conference is amazing. She could feel the grin on Sage's face from the other line. Glad to hear. You ride the Hellgate Ferris wheel yet? Just got off. I would have sent you a selfie while I was on it. Except Adrian had photobombed at the last second, and it was probably best if she didn't tell Sage she'd been hanging out with one of the 7 deadly sins. I knew you'd love it. I bought a mug, too. And some magnets. Almost got a Harry Potter one, too. This thing is so cool. Wish you were here. It's like the pièce de résistance of all magical conferences. Soak it up and enjoy it like a fine wine. Only comes once a year. Maine ambled through the conference grounds, glancing down at the time to make sure she wouldn't be late to her next patrol scheduled with the 3 butterfly fairies. She still had a few minutes. Enough talk about me. How's LA? Really expensive. The cooking show doesn't pay for all your expenses? It does, but like you, I bought some souvenirs. Can you say $20 mug? Maine laughed. I'm sure it was worth it. It had a palm tree on it. Totally worth it, Maine joked. And don't get me started on the traffic. It's like a nightmare. You only move inches at a time. I can imagine, Maine said. How'd the competition go today?
It went well. My presentation could have been a bit tighter, but the taste was spot on, according to the judges.
Awesome. Congratulations. A young centaur couple caught Maine's attention and asked if she could take a photo. Maine smiled as she balanced her phone against her ear and snapped a picture of them with the fiery Hellgate in the background. It was a pretty badass picture.
I'm looking like one of the strongest competitors, but...
Maine handed the couple's phone back. But what? She resumed navigating through the crowd.
One of my fellow contestants got sent home today. It really hit home that if I mess up too big, I could be next.
You won't be. I believe in you. You can do it.
Thanks. I should be good, as long as I don't slip up like her. You should have seen her flash-fried hot pepper rings. They were absolute mush.
Really? Sucks for her.
Yeah, she was really good, too. I'll miss talking to her. Not that anything was going on between us. You know, just two chefs talking craft.
He paused.
I'm rambling, aren't I?
Nope. Keep digging yourself a hole, lover boy. Maine hoped her smirk transferred to her words.
Sage smartly changed the subject. Did guarding death go without a hitch today?
Some hitches were had. Maine caught sight of Ollie Fett in the crowd up ahead. Something about him seemed off. As she continued to observe, she noticed the nervous, shifty way he was peering through the crowd. It was almost as if he were trying to spot a tail. Strange, and more than a little suspicious. Trying not to seem too suspicious herself, she stepped onto the sidewalk and leaned against an old telephone booth. Rainwater was quaint, so it still had them. She ducked into it as Ollie turned his gaze her way. She didn't think he'd seen her. When she came back out onto the street, Ollie had a fresh cotton candy in his hands and was hurrying away from the conference's busy center hub. Sage's words came over her cell phone speaker.
Hello, Maine? Are you even listening?
Yeah.
I was asking about the hitches.
While keeping her phone against her ear and her eyes on Ollie up ahead, Maine entered the crowd, staying on his trail. Right, the hitches. I'm going to have to call you back about that.
Why? Is everything okay?
Probably. I just saw something strange and suspicious, and that's what I'm supposed to be keeping an eye out for.
What are you talking about?
Sage asked. She sighed as she sidled around a group of tourist wizards. I'm sleuthing.
Be careful.
I should be fine, as long as it isn't related to the gremlins I fought earlier. As she said it, she wondered if Ollie might have a connection to the gremlins. He'd been present the previous night when the war jackals had attacked out of nowhere, but she hadn't seen him around during the gremlin attack. She didn't want to jump to conclusions, but she wanted to see what was up with him.
Gremlins? You fought gremlins? Nasty buggers when there's more than one.
Maine stepped back onto the sidewalk as up ahead, Ollie entered a side alley paved with broken-up bricks. Oh, it was more than one. Try several hundred gremlins. I did get in some good fireball spell practice, though.
Well, that's good. And they say trolls can't cast projectile spells.
It was hard to miss them. Oh, and who knew that big and mighty minotaurs were deathly afraid of gremlins?
Sage paused. That's a common fact in the magical world.
Really? Sage started laughing, and she knew he'd fooled her. Whatever. It all turned out good. Except for the part where the Guardian confronted me.
You met the Guardian?
Yeah. You a fan?
Am I? What I wouldn't give to take a selfie with him. Hint, hint.
Maine slowed her pace as she neared the mouth of the alley Ollie had disappeared down. When she peeked around the corner, she saw him near the other end. Several magical creatures were walking down the alley, so she wouldn't look too out of place if she continued her pursuit, even though a glance at the time showed she should be reporting to patrol duty with the 3 butterfly fairies. Too bad. She was following a lead. What were you saying? She started down the alley and picked up her pace again, when Ollie left her field of vision. "I was hinting at you to get a selfie with the Guardian for me." "Yeah, don't think that's going to happen. That dick is treating me like I'm a suspect." "Oh, that's unfortunate. Of course, you do have a soul connection to a demonic mantle." "Don't take his side." She hurried to the end of the alley, in time to glimpse a door to a tavern close. Ollie was nowhere in sight, so she was hoping it was him. "Look, sorry to cut this short, but I've got to go." "Gotcha. Be safe." They both hung on for a few moments, as if there was something else they each wanted to say, but neither knew how to say it. Then Maine hung up and put her phone away. She'd never been to the tavern that Ollie, hopefully, had stepped inside, so she didn't know what she could expect to find. Its name was the Broken Hoof, and smoke issued from its old stone chimney, so it was probably pretty quaint. She reached the front door and composed herself, preparing to step inside, when 3 tiny figures buzzed past her ears. Upon blinking, she found the 3 butterfly fairies hovering in front of her face with questioning looks.
"Where you been?"
one asked. Maine scoffed.
"Yeah. Did you quit?"
"No, I didn't quit. Don't take this the wrong way, but how did you find me?"
"The GPS tracker Noff put on your phone."
"GPS tracker?"
"You did read the briefing, didn't you?"
"Of course," Maine said.
"Then why weren't you at the designated meeting spot?" "Yeah, because you quit."
Maine considered bending the truth, or at least omitting some of the details. But then she realized that the butterfly fairies could help. Ollie was certainly acting suspicious, and Noff had said to keep an eye out for suspicious people and events. "For the last time, no, I didn't quit. Here's the thing. While I was, in the process of heading to the designated meeting spot," she had no clue where that was supposed to be, "I spotted something suspicious. The human avatar of Gluttony. He was acting shifty and kept looking over his shoulder as if checking for someone following him."
"Ooh, suspicious." "Yeah."
"So, wait, you didn't quit?" Maine disregarded the 3rd butterfly fairy. She didn't know where Noff found these fairies, but hopefully they were competent while in the field. Pointing at the tavern's front door, Maine said, "He went in there. I'm going to go inside. Can you 3 wait out here and make sure no one leaves or goes in?"
"Okay." "Yeah."
"I'm confused. I shouldn't be too long." Maine opened the front door and entered the tavern. Before the door closed behind her, all 3 fairies were buzzing right by her face again.
"So, what's the perp look like?" "Yeah. Does he have a scar or something?" "Perp? What perp?"
Maine sighed. Couldn't things be easy for once? Chapter 21. Maine swept her eyes over the tavern's interior. As she'd guessed, it was quaint. She felt like she was in a log cabin. Old logging equipment hung from the wall along with deer, elk, and moose heads. The overhead lights looked like old-time kerosene lanterns, but upon closer inspection, they were modern lights made to look old. All in all, it seemed like a cool place to set your hat down and have a pint. She was standing in the middle of the dining room. The bar area was directly ahead, lined with stools, most of them taken. Patrons occupied many of the booths and tables as well. Either it was happy hour, or this place had a good Yelp reputation, since she didn't recognize any of the patrons. All the people would make it harder for her to locate Ollie if he had indeed come in here. For all she knew, Ollie had snuck down another alley and hadn't been the last person to enter the establishment.
Hello?"
One of the 3 butterfly fairies said.
"How are we supposed to help you if you don't tell us what he looks like?" "Yeah." "Who are we looking for again?"
She could use their help. A thin guy wearing an expensive-looking tracksuit. There's a good chance he'll be pigging out on a bunch of food and not gaining an inch.
On it? Yeah.
Wait, is it my turn to pay for drinks again? That patrol shift went by fast. Maine broke from the butterfly fairies and meandered around the dining area, searching for Ollie. She didn't see him there, and when she got closer to the bar, he wasn't there either. Shit. Had she lost him? Off to the side, she was pleased to see two of the butterfly fairies chatting up the magical patrons, trying to get a lead. Meanwhile, the third butterfly fairy was fluttering drunkenly above a table full of wolverine shifters, sipping a whiskey sour through a straw and looking tanked. 2 out of 3 isn't bad. Maine took a seat at the bar and waited for the bartender so she could ask some questions. As she waited, she noticed an inconspicuous side door. It was probably just a storeroom or something, but it looked different from the rest of the wall. More reinforced. Maybe it was only her imagination, and it led to the kitchen. The kitchen was behind the bar. She found that out when a different door swung open, and a waitress balancing a tray of shrimp buckets sashayed toward the dining area. Maine glanced back at the odd-looking door again. Why was it drawing her attention? The mantle began to hiss. Per your hunch, that is no ordinary door. It has magical and physical reinforcements. Weakness, the hinges on the other side. A battering ram. Dynamite. If there was something untoward going on here, and Ollie was involved, it would be behind that door. She grabbed the shrimp lady's attention on her way back to the kitchen and pointed at the door. Is that a bathroom? She asked innocently. The waitress shrugged. No. She pointed at a pair of doors on the opposite wall. Bathrooms are over there. Then what's behind that door? Dunno. My first day on the job. She walked back to the kitchen, leaving Maine to wonder how she would gain access through the reinforced door without explosives. She needed a closer look at it. She got up and made her way to the door as inconspicuously as possible. Upon reaching it, she knocked on the door for the hell of it. A slot suddenly slid open on it at about eye level, and 2 red eyes glared at her from the other side. What's the password? He hissed. It was all so unexpected. I don't know. The red eyes blinked. That was last year's password. Be gone. The slot slid shut, and a burly, horned devil materialized in front of her, out of the air. Was it made of smoke or something? You, mantle wearer, your tricks won't work here. Door's warded, so if you don't know the password, scram. Maine considered driving a troll-powered fist into the devil's chest. But she didn't like the way he'd been able to materialize out of thin air. Maybe she was biting off more than she could chew if she thought she could take him in a fight. Instead, she gave him a faux smile and backed away. The devil had been right. The mantle could break passwords, but it hadn't been able to here. What was she going to do now? What if Ollie was back there, and she'd tipped him off? Maybe the butterfly fairies had something to help. Not that she was counting on it, so she went about finding them. The first 2 fairies were sitting dejectedly upon the napkin dispenser on an empty table. What's wrong? Maine asked.
There's something illegal going on behind that door.
The fairy nodded at the guarded door.
Yeah.
Maine already knew that. You know what that something illegal is? The fairy shook her head.
We tried, but these patrons don't trust us. Is this going to reflect negatively on our progress report?
Yeah.
What? No, Maine said, a bit distracted by the third butterfly fairy, fluttering haphazardly above a giant tankard of beer. She didn't want to be partly responsible for an accidental fairy drowning, so she rushed over there and held out her hand to the ditzy butterfly fairy. The fairy touched down on her palm, and laid on her chest with her chin in her hands and her feet up in the air.
"Hello,"
she trilled. Maine scowled as she walked the butterfly fairy back to the other two. She was supposed to be interrogating Ollie now, not babysitting fairies who couldn't hold their liquor. Maine thought her best course of action would be to have the other two fairies watch this one while she went outside the building and looked for Ollie back there.
"Why the frown?"
the fairy asked from her palm. "Because you got drunk instead of doing your job?"
"Oh, but I was chewing my dob."
"Jewing your dob?" The fairy exhaled. Alcohol drifted up Maine's nostrils.
"Sorry. Doing my job."
Maine stopped midway to the password-protected door. "Oh? Did you find anything?"
"Totally."
The fairy pointed at the reinforced door.
"Illegal trading card exchange deck there." "Deck. I mean back. You said the Grack suit tie was suspicious. We'll find him there."
Maine was stunned. Thanks. You didn't happen to get the password too, did you?"
"Rot gut."
"That's the password?"
"No."
The fairy held up a hand. Then she doubled over and retched, throwing up a few drops of puke on Maine's hand.
"The whiskey. I like it, but it doesn't like me. The password is the Guardian sucks."
With a laugh, Maine said, "Wow, you really came through. Also, that's an awesome password." The drunk butterfly fairy belched.
"Just but to speak the language of the locals. That and I always think getter with a sip of whiskey in my butt. I mean gut."
Maine set down the fairy with the other two fairies on the napkin dispenser and trudged up to the door. The slit slid open, and the red eyes glared at her. "You again?" the voice hissed. "What's the password?" "The Guardian sucks?" The red eyes blinked, and the slot slid shut. There was a click, and the door opened. After a glance back at the three fairies, she stepped inside, and the sturdy door closed behind her. In contrast to the restaurant's log cabin feel, this back room looked like some shady biker club bar. Old leather couches with holes in them lined the walls, and there was a short bar along one wall. The bartender was bald, with a curly mustache and a surly expression. Smoke filtered up from spent cigarettes smashed into ashtrays, sitting on the rough-hewn tables scattered throughout the place. Several pool tables stood in the back. Mythical creatures of all shapes and sizes wearing suspicious looks, tattered leather jackets, and trench coats packed the place. Silence fell over the room as they all stared at her. An outsider. They were waiting for her to say something, so she did. "I'm looking for Ollie Fett." This elicited no reaction at first. Then the surly bartender yelled,
"Get her!"
Chapter 22. One half-troll versus 50 or so magical criminals. She'd faced better odds. A pair of werewolf twins rushed her first, with outstretched claws. "Bob left," the Mantle hissed, and Maine obeyed. Bumping into a table full of splayed-out trading cards, the werewolves moved past her. "Throw the table." Maine gripped the table and slung it at the two werewolves. Cards went flying as it broke over their heads and shoulders, sending them to the floor. "My table!" the bartender cried. "At your back." Maine spun as a moss-covered swamp creature threw itself at her. "Punch it in the gill." Maine complied, parrying the creature's fist, then jabbing hers into the feathery gill flap on the side of its neck. With a choking wheeze, the magical being crumpled.
"Who do you think you are?"
a gravelly voice rumbled. Maine turned to see the red glowing eyes from the door's peephole. They were on the face of a pale-skinned gargoyle that had to have weighed over 300 pounds. He clambered toward her with heavy, loping strides.
Weakness. Weak skull from a car accident in the 5th grade.
Narrowing her eyes at the oncoming pale gargoyle, Maine grabbed a glass tankard in one hand and evaded his sloppy attack, dashing it against his head with an explosion of glass.
Ow!
The gargoyle collapsed onto the bar, demolishing part of it. Hey! The bartender cried. Throughout the room, Maine noticed that not all the patrons were focused on mounting an attack against her. There were plenty who were frantically scooping up trading cards that had been laid out on some of the tables. The drunk butterfly fairy had been right. This den was home to an illegal trading card exchange. Who knew there was such a thriving black market for the things? A warthog shifter oinked as it charged her, and Maine deftly stepped out of the way. The creature crashed into the reinforced door. For a moment, its skeleton became visible as magical electricity surged through its body. Then, the creature's body went slack and fell to the floor. Wow! It was a good thing she hadn't tried to get through the door with force. Door protection spells were no joke. She noticed something strange then. A woman, wearing a purple robe, stood in 3 of the room's corners, watching the chaos calmly but intently. Their faces looked similar. Were they sisters? And had the odd characteristic of looking both young, middle-aged, and elderly, depending on the light. Something about them made her think crone. She didn't have time to dwell on it. She took the brunt of a thrown chair against the arm. Then, an ogre grabbed her around the torso and lifted her into the air. She kicked and flailed her arms to no effect as the ogre roared and hurled her over the bar where glass bottles shattered at her back. Gravity dumped her to the floor as alcohol washed over her.
I hope you're not thinking of using that fireball spell anytime soon,
the Mantle hissed. Yeah, that probably wouldn't be the best idea considering alcohol was flammable. Part of her was surprised at how well she and the Mantle were starting to interact with each other. Even though the evil presence could be an annoyance at times, its suggestions were extremely helpful in fights where she was at a vast disadvantage, such as this one. As she picked herself up from the wet floor, she imagined her father doing the same, shaking off his aches and pains as he fought evil or for justice, or whatever. The ogre who had thrown her stepped up to her and popped his neck muscles. Maine did the same. I'm guessing that Olifet is a big player here? The ogre grunted.
What of it?
I'm looking for him. An amused snort this time.
He just left. Why are you looking for him?
Damn it. I'm looking for a limited edition Pokemon card. While the ogre squinted in confusion, Maine wrapped her hand around a chair and launched it at his face. The ogre blocked part of the blow and staggered to the floor as the chair splintered over the floor.
Such resourcefulness,
one of the 3 crones in the corners said. Maine focused on her, but the Mantle couldn't get a read on her. She did, however, for a moment, see a bunch of eerily glowing strings in the room. They were all connected to the patrons' chests over their hearts, of various lengths. It seemed that the older the creature was, or the weaker they looked, the shorter the string. Maine blinked, and the strings were gone. She barely evaded a vampire rushing at her. She kicked him in the gut, sending him sliding over a tabletop with a curse.
Such intensity,
another one of the crones said.
Such unpredictability,
said the 3rd crone. What the hell were they talking about? Were they talking about her? Suddenly, the door bouncer devil materialized out of thin air before her. It looked even larger than out in the tavern. Its horns were nearly touching the ceiling. Had it magically doubled its size? Not wanting it to get any closer, she lobbed 2 vodka bottles at it. The bottles crashed harmlessly across its chest, soaking it in alcohol.
Weakness. Fire. Suggestion. Use your fireball spell.
I'll torch myself, Maine muttered.
Use it. Now.
trust in your ability. Just don't let the fireball touch your alcohol-soaked body."
That advice seemed a bit sketchy, but the mantle had yet to lead her astray in combat, so she trusted it. Holding her hands out in front of her, she mentally focused on manifesting a ball of sputtering fire. A second later, a small, flickering flame appeared over her hands, growing in size with every passing second.
"Cast it, now!"
She released the spell, shooting the fireball at the devil with surprising force. The devil laughed as the small fireball ricocheted off his chest and exploded in separate directions. When the alcohol coating its body ignited, the devil screamed and ran in flaming circles. Meanwhile, the fireworks sparks of the fireball spell had found a tray of open wine bottles. They exploded, sending glass shards throughout the room as magical creatures ducked out a back door and into an alley. Maine smiled triumphantly. Her fireball spell was getting better.
Also, she hadn't incinerated herself.
"That girl is chaos incarnate," one of the crones uttered amid the bedlam. "I like her," said another.
"Too unpredictable," said the third.
All three sisters shared a chuckle. Before Maine could further ponder their words, a gnome wearing a backward ball cap rushed her. She let her instincts take over, punting him, and sending him soaring into the air and landing upon a moose head mounted on the wall, with a groan. "Nice shot," said one of the groans. "3 points," said another. Maine managed to get another look at them. They each appeared to be holding an item in their hands. One had a spool, one had a knife, and one had a tape measure. Strange. Very strange. At her back, an ogre gave a mad bellow, and she turned as he launched a keg at her. She caught it and, in a burst of speed, rushed forward and shoved the barrel against the ogre's chest, smashing him backward through the wall and sending his large frame spilling out into the alley outside. The 3 crones chattered again, and Maine wondered if only she could hear them. Such fluidity. Difficult to measure.
Her destiny is so in flux.
In flux? What the hell were these 3 crones talking about? Just then, a fist crashed across her jaw, sending her to the floor with a moan. As the world dimmed, she became aware of a glowing white force field around her. Also, her aches and pains were growing numb. Picking herself up, she saw the 3 butterfly fairies by her side on the floor. They were using some kind of combined spell to heal and protect her as a glass flew her way. The projectile bounced to the side and shattered against a wall. The bartender shouted,
"Please stop. I don't have insurance. Gods help me."
"How'd you get back here?" Maine asked. One of the fairies grinned.
"We flew through the peephole."
"Yeah."
"I think I'm going to be sick.
Again?"
A chair bounced off the force field, and its aura flickered. It was about to give out. "We need a plan," Maine said, as she picked herself up, her body feeling much better now. A 4-legged figure appeared in the opening in the wall created by the ogre. "Maine?" Swiftfoot called, peeking into the back room. Not questioning the centaur's appearance, Maine slugged an orc across the jaw. "A little help?" Swiftfoot leapt into the room, her hooves breaking an overturned table.
No!"
the bartender cried. "How'd you find me?" Maine asked. "Wait, let me guess. My secret cell phone GPS tracker?" The centaur nodded. "When Noff saw that you and the butterfly fairies weren't patrolling your route, he sent me to look for you." Her energy faltered as she pointed back at the hole in the wall she'd come through. "Did you do that?" It seemed such an odd question considering the circumstances. "Technically, an ogre did it."
"You threw the ogre!"
the bartender yelled. "Semantics," Maine said, as Swiftfoot extended a hand. Maine took it, unsure what was going on, and gasped as Swiftfoot slung her up onto her back. "You're going to need this." Swiftfoot cast a spell. A glimmer of light shone in front of Maine, and a luminescent bow appeared in her hands. "Fires non-lethal arrows," the centaur instructed. Maine admired the curves and build of the bow and the taut, glowing bowstring. "Okay, but why do I need a bow? This fight is nearly over." Swiftfoot angled her head at the opening in the wall, where 4 nightmarish creatures with hooves and claws waited anxiously. "What the hell are those?" Maine asked. Swiftfoot looked weary. "Guard chimeras." Chapter 23. The front half of the 4 creatures resembled lions, but they had goat hind legs and snakes for tails. When Maine gave her a look, Swiftfoot clarified. "You know, the angel and demon security force? The demons have guard dogs, and by guard dogs I mean guard chimeras." Still on the centaur's back, Maine held up her badge. "We're on the same side as the security force." "Yeah." Swiftfoot pawed the floor with her front hoof. "You destroyed conference property, and they see that as an infraction of law and order at the conference." "The wall of this illegal back room isn't conference property." Maine's words trailed off, as she realized that outside in the alley was a cotton candy booth, squashed as flat as a pancake by the debris. The 4 guard chimeras standing around it growled, flashing their shiny obsidian teeth. Each of their red snake tails hissed in Maine's direction. The guard chimeras bounded into the barroom. "What are you waiting for? Fire!" Swiftfoot shouted as she strafed to the side, trampling a leather couch. "Please, just leave!" the barman cried. Maine gripped the bow tightly. "There are no arrows." The lead chimera lunged for her, its goat-like hind legs propelling it forward, and meaty lion paws swatting at her. Swiftfoot barely managed to dodge the attack. "Just draw back." Maine angled her body on the centaur's back. Ahead, 1 chimera stayed to guard the opening in the wall, while the other 2 chimeras came for them. Pulling back on the bowstring, Maine was relieved when a gleaming arrow appeared. She loosed it, but it went wide, completely missing the chimeras. It was too bumpy trying to shoot while riding. "I'm climbing down," Maine said. Swiftfoot bucked, and the 2 chimeras rushed past. "You have to trust me. You won't survive 30 seconds on the ground with them." The 2 chimeras turned, rocked back on their hind legs, and rocketed forward at Swiftfoot. If either of their lion's paws connected, they would tear the centaur in 2. Luckily, the centaur evaded. Maine fired another couple of arrows, but missed horribly. Swiftfoot was right. These magical beasts meant business. A few moments later found the centaur backed against a wall. Next to Maine, one of the purple-robed crones whispered in greedy delight.
"Oh, I do like a surprise."
"Huh?" Maine said.
"This isn't in the timeline,"
the crone answered, as if it were common knowledge. Suddenly, Swiftfoot shot forward beneath Maine, and she barely managed to hold on with her thighs pressed together. She had to let go of the bowstring to grab onto the centaur's mane, or she'd have toppled to the floor. She saw that the patrons remaining in the back room were cowering behind the remains of the bar, along with the sobbing bartender.
"What are you waiting for?"
the Mantle hissed in Maine's ears.
"Attack! Shoot the beasts before they eat you."
"What are their weaknesses?" Maine gasped.
"Shoot the bow,"
was the Mantle's only answer. Releasing her grip on Swiftfoot's mane, Maine raised the bow and drew back. Another magic arrow knocked itself against her cheek. Aiming for the nearest guard chimera, Maine held her breath and released. The arrow went wide by a few feet. It had missed, but her aim had improved. She would have to do better. These 4 beasts were ready to tear her to shreds. "You need to take out the chimera guarding the door, so we can leave," Swiftfoot shouted, leaping over a chimera's yapping jaws.
"Focus,"
the Mantle hissed.
"You're using magic, like when you cast fireballs."
That made sense. Maine pivoted and focused as she released an arrow at the chimera. This time, She felt her magic guiding the arrow's trajectory. She watched as it struck the beast in the shoulder. It yowled, but the projectile didn't appear to have affected it. "I know you said these were non-lethal," Maine started to say. Then the chimera blinked. It yawned and slumped upon its forelegs to the floor in front of the opening. It started to snore. "Sleep arrows? Nice shot." Swiftfoot angled her body at the opening in the wall. "Only 3 more now." With a burst of supernatural speed, she shot through the opening and into the alley. "Never come back!" the barmen cursed at their backs. Maine held on, as Swiftfoot navigated the alley. "You've earned the name Swiftfoot." The speed boost wore off, and the centaur twisted her head back at Maine. "I'm not sure I understand." Magical creatures. So obtuse sometimes. "Doesn't matter." Maine pointed back the way they'd come at the 3 chimeras pursuing them. "Are they really going to kill us if we don't put them to sleep?" Swiftfoot caught her breath and started galloping again as the 3 chimeras gained ground on them. They were heading away from the conference grounds, so that was good. "Yes, the Angel and Demon Security Force's creed is guilty until proven innocent." "So they'll eat us first, ask questions later?" "I'm afraid so." Swiftfoot continued thundering down the alley. When they came to the end, they turned onto an empty street with some bystanders on the sidewalk, gasping, gawking, and snapping photos of them and the chimeras. "We're celebrities," Maine muttered. "The spotlight is dangerous," the Mantle hissed. "It lets your enemies know where you are. As with social media, avoid at all costs." "I didn't ask for the spotlight," she muttered. Swiftfoot panted. "Who in God's names are you talking to?" "Bonded demonic entity." "Oh, Noff said you were a bit eccentric." "Eccentric?" She fired an arrow into the neck of the closest onrushing chimera. It yelped, leapt at them, fell asleep in midair, and crashed to the ground. She fired at the 3rd chimera, but missed. Horrified, she watched as the arrow sailed toward the sidewalk and struck a large man with a camera in the chest. He sat down against the building behind him and closed his eyes. Oh, shit. Had she killed someone? "You shoot an innocent bystander?" Swiftfoot chuckled. "No harm done. He'll sleep it off. Have one hell of a headache when he wakes up. But as I said, these magic arrows are non-lethal. They also disappear after 30 seconds, so there won't be any evidence." Thank the gods for that. That wouldn't have been good publicity for her and Noff's detective and bodyguard agency had she killed a civilian. For all she knew, the magical police system would cut off her head for that. Or maybe they'd let her off with a slap on the wrist. It was hard to tell with a magical world. Suddenly, she wondered what the chimeras looked like with the veil lowered. She lowered it and saw that they appeared to be very large Dobermans. Also, she was riding on a beautiful horse, not on a centaur lady. She raised the veil as the 2 remaining guard chimeras flanked them. "Take the right one," Swiftfoot said. "What?" "Trust me." She did. Maine swiveled and fired at the right chimera as it pounced at the centaur's hindquarters. The creature fell over, smashing into a lamppost. Just great. More property damage. She remembered the left chimera. There was a loud crunch, and Maine turned in time to see Swiftfoot kick the chimera's face in with her back hoof. Maine fired an arrow at near point-blank range. The chimera yelped, prepared to leap at them, then fell over. Swiftfoot stopped, and Maine slid off, her stomach hurting from all the adrenaline. It was tough to stand, and she nearly fell. Swiftfoot drew in some long breaths. "Your shooting is good for a troll." She held out a hand, and Maine high-fived her. The centaur looked confused. "My bow, please?" "Oh, right." Maine handed the centaur her bow, and the weapon disappeared with a flash. Maine dusted herself off. "If I'm technically on the run for destroying conference property, I should probably try to figure out how to smooth things over with the angel and demon security force. A whoosh interrupted her, and Swiftfoot stiffened to attention, saluting as a gust of air huffed past them. Maine's shoulders sagged when she saw the Guardian heading their way.
"Maine,"
he said, in a haughty, booming voice.
"I should have known you'd be at the cause of this latest distraction."
Distraction? Maine caught herself before she snorted. A bunch of demon chimeras just tried to kill my friend and me.
Did you maim, kill, steal, or destroy property?
Technically, an ogre destroyed some property.
Guards?
The Guardian called over his shoulder as additional angels touched down with a series of wind gusts.
Bind their wrists and take them to the prison tent so that we may sort this all out.
Are you serious? Maine glanced at Swiftfoot, who only nodded.
Best to do as he says.
But we're not guilty. Look, I'm getting mixed signals. Back at the tavern, you said to fight the guard chimeras. Now we're going to surrender? The centaur dropped her head and held out her wrists as an angel stepped forward with some magic handcuffs.
You don't fight with the Guardian, she said.
Another angel approached Maine, and she reluctantly held up her wrists.
The Guardian was such a dick.
Chapter 24. The prison tent was large. Large as in small on the outside, magically enlarged inside, like the old chest in her father's apartment. Barred prison cells lined the straw-strewn ground. It looked like something straight out of medieval times. Surprisingly, many of the cells had occupants. While some of them looked like harmless, drunk, mythical creatures, some mean-looking ones in there looked like they belonged in a biker gang. Or maybe at a serial killer convention.
As you can see.
The Guardian started as the angels deposited Maine and Swiftfoot in a cell.
The conference is a very busy ordeal for magical security.
Maine tried to count all the drunks, but lost count. It's barely the afternoon of the first day of the convention. How can there be so many
delinquents and dangerous folk?
The Guardian finished, signing the two of them in himself on a golden clipboard at the tent's front desk. He looked up at her.
The McCam is a big deal to the magical community. Like a beacon, it draws magical beings from all over the realm. Not to mention some most unsavory folks from the beneath.
He sighed.
This is only day one. Wait until the tattoo after the card tournament. That's when the real crazies come out. If I have to put up with yet another band of leprechaun streakers this year.
Maine gave a nervous chuckle. Power or raw magical energy radiated from the Guardian, as if he were a mini sun. I guess I can understand why you're so stuck up.
What was that?
I mean, busy. And stern. In a good way. The Guardian shrugged off her words.
Doesn't help that each year I'm grossly understaffed.
He lanced her with his grave eyes.
Don't get me started on the demons on the security force. Can't trust even half of them half of the time. And they're so lazy.
Then why employ them? Maine asked. Not enough angels to help you? The Guardian cursed under his breath.
Diversity directive.
He slammed the golden clipboard down on the front desk and lifted the tent flap to exit. Wait, Maine called. Don't I get one call?
What do you think this is? A human jail? No.
He turned to go again, his annoyance with her clearly growing. Wait, how long do I have to stay in here? How do I get out? Maine shut up as Swiftfoot nudged her to stop. This time, the Guardian gave her a weary look.
You need a witness to verify your story that an ogre destroyed the property in question.
Hope flared in Maine's chest. Well, that's easy. The bar room was full of witnesses. The Guardian gave a harsh laugh. A back room full of criminals profiting from an illegal card exchange? They'll probably testify against you since you got some of them arrested as well. Shit. She hadn't thought about that. Anything else? The Guardian asked wearily, and for a moment, Maine felt bad for the overwhelming duty he carried on his back. Then she remembered that, oh yeah, he was a dick. Suddenly, she thought of something. Wait, there was another witness. 3, to be exact. I don't think they were criminals. The Guardian positioned himself in a curious way as he regarded her. Go on. There were 3 crones in purple dresses there, watching, commenting, talking about thread and timelines and stuff. When she said it out loud, it sounded a bit crazy. Were those the kinds of witnesses she wanted on her behalf? Swiftfoot gasped. Oh yeah, they were there. Judging by the fact that the Guardian's face had grown a shade paler, Maine's witnesses weren't crazy. Are you certain they were there? The Guardian asked. I will know if you are lying. She didn't doubt him. Yes, I'm certain. As I said, they kept making odd comments. They said something about my destiny was in flux, whatever that means. The Guardian cursed under his breath again. Very well. I shall summon them to verify your story. When he turned to leave again, Maine interrupted him one last time. Who are they, those 3 ladies? He gritted his teeth. The 3 fates. The 3 fates, a.k.a. the crones in purple robes, didn't make another appearance, but Maine and Swiftfoot were released from the jail cell a short time later. Instead of exiting the jail tent, Maine meandered past some of the cells, looking over their occupants for someone who might be able to give her a lead on Ollie's whereabouts. As she walked past one cell, a green hand shot out and grabbed her wrists. Hey, sweetie, you look mighty fine. Maine yanked her arm free of his grip and bared her teeth at the orc. I ain't afraid of some troll woman. Half troll, she corrected, her eyes landing upon the ogre she'd smashed through the back room's wall. As she approached the cell, the ogre recognized her. You, he said. Me. Now, what can you tell me about Olifet? Is he the one summoning the monsters at the conference? I'm not telling you nothing. Maine reached through the bars, but he backed away before she could reach him. For such a big guy, he sure was fast. She was done wasting time. She needed answers. You know what to do, the Mantle hissed. She focused on the ogre, standing at the back of the cell with his brawny arms crossed. Weakness, severe childhood trauma, disco balls, nightlights shaped like clowns. What the hell? Maine thought. The Mantle continued reading the ogre's soul. When he was 13, his father left his mother for a succubus at the disco club. When his mother died, he fell into a life of crime stealing hubcaps, eventually becoming a Los Angeles gigolo for 7 months. Maine drew a deep breath and shook her head. That was some vivid imagery the Mantle was laying down in her mind. What would her father do in her shoes? Would he exploit the man's emotional weaknesses to get answers about Ollie? What would her mom think? It didn't matter. She needed answers. If you don't tell me what Ollie was doing at that tavern, I'm going to bring in a disco ball and throw it in your cell. The ogre gave a fake laugh. Good, good. He's inwardly terrified of you. Then I'll plug in a clown nightlight. Keep it up. You made him piss himself. You wouldn't. Why are you so scared of them? I'm not scared. I dream about them, is all. I don't know why. Tell him you'll summon his father's ghost. I'll summon your father's ghost. That was all she had to say. She'd read in one of her father's computer journal entries that the best threat was a vague one. Better to let the interrogated person picture the worst-case scenario than to be specific. The imagination was a terrible tool.
No, not my dad. Go away. Leave me alone. Tell him he's just like his dad.
You know what? You're just like your dad.
No, I'm not.
Then, as the truth flashed across the ogre's eyes, he clutched his head in both hands.
The disco ball and clown nightlight from my dreams are connected. That's where my dad always went to. The nightclub. To illegally trade cards. Like me. Wait, I have become like him. No!
He grabbed the bars of his cell and started banging his head against them. Suddenly, a male and female angel rushed up and unlocked the cell and tased him with their white glowing wands. The ogre stumbled to one knee, and the angels conjured a magic straitjacket and put it on him. They whipped their heads around to glare at Maine.
Did you do this?
Maine raised her hands innocently and stood back. After giving her a dirty look, they turned back to the ogre they'd straitjacketed. Grabbing him by each arm, they started to lead him toward the back of the tent. "Why was Ollie at the tavern today?" Maine called after them. The terrified ogre glanced back at her, as if she might tear out his throat.
To sell some Yu-Gi-Oh cards he had on him. He didn't get the chance to before he had to flee. I swear. Guards, don't let her hurt me.
His angel guards picked up their paces as they walked him the rest of the way to the back of the prison tent, leaving Maine to wonder what the hell was a Yu-Gi-Oh card. She was at a dead end. On the bright side, she exited under the tent flap before anyone could arrest her again. Chapter 25. Maine explained to Swiftfoot that she needed to speak to Noff ASAP. She needed to let him know about her suspicion about Ollie Fett, even if it was a dead end. She needed a lead. Anything. Who knew? Maybe she was missing something. Meanwhile, Swiftfoot agreed to take Maine's patrol route with the butterfly fairies. Now, Maine was calling Noff repeatedly, but he didn't answer. Maine's stomach was sinking when she got back to the main conference grounds. Had something happened to Noff? After she'd gone off the patrol route to trail Ollie, surely Noff was losing his shit. He ought to be calling her up and verbally reaming her for not sticking to the briefing. Had another horde of monsters been summoned and attacked Noff? Surely Noff and Death were okay. How much more bad stuff could happen in this day? She wound through the tents and vendors. Everyone wanted her attention, but for the most part, she ignored their calls and cries as they tried to peddle their wares. She didn't need fresh-baked pizza, a Harry Potter costume, or a psychic. She braked. Maybe she could use a psychic, as long as he was a real psychic and not some snake oil salesman. The psychic in question was a man with a black mustache that resembled Mario from the Super Mario Brothers games, wearing an Italian suit and white magician's gloves. He looked a little cheesy. Was he a psychic? "Step right up," the psychic said, his voice alluring and almost purring. "Surely there is some question you'd like answered." He met her eyes. "Perhaps it is. What does your father think of you now? Have you found true love? Should you eat a salad instead of that slice of a pizza you're considering?" Hey, I'm not thinking... Wait, those suggestions were oddly kind of tailored to her. Pizza did sound good right now, and she did wonder what her father would say to her if he was alive and could see her. As for the true love thing, she wasn't ready for that. She and Sage were just friends, if that's what the psychic was even referring to.
Are you sure? The psychic said, with a sly grin. Huh? Hey, get out of my head. The psychic chuckled, then leaned forward in his booth, resting his elbows on the counter and supporting his cheeks. Sorry. Maybe that was too much. But I find it is more profitable to prove my talent first, before I try to make a sale. Maine crossed her arms. Talk about invasion of privacy. I just say what comes to me. Those are the 3 biggest questions your subconscious is currently pondering. No, it's not. If you say so. He stood and ran his fingers along his mustache. Now, you stopped by to ask where your business partner is, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. I thought I said to get out of my head. He wagged a finger at her face. I only say what comes to me. Both a gift and a curse, I know. Probably the reason why I haven't been on more than 3 dates with the same woman. They tend not to like my unconscious prying. It isn't flattering, she admitted. He sighed. If only people addressed the issues plaguing their minds, they could relax more, savor life. Such thoughts tie us down, take us away from the present. Can you tell me where my business partner is or not? The psychic picked at his teeth. I can. For the right price. For the right price? Are you seriously hustling me right now? She raised her security clearance badge. Oh, you're with the security force. I can cut you a discount then. How much? Mistake. You agree to his system. 500. Maine's eyes contracted to slits. What? I can sense that it's important. He's not answering his radio. She leaned over the counter and grabbed his fancy shirt in her hand. Security! The psychic called, and a surly demon in chainmail stomped over to them. The demon grunted and gave a gravelly hiss. Yes. Maine fake smiled and released the psychic. What seems to be the problem? The demon asked. This asshole psychic is trying to charge me $500 for a reading. 500? The demon was livid. You charged me 700 earlier this morning. The psychic tried to maintain his calm. I am free to charge what I want to, who I want, the demon hissed. You shall give me my money back and give this woman her reading for free, you snake. Maine lowered her hands to her hips. Well, you heard, Mr. Demon? Where's my business partner? The psychic glared at Maine. This will end up costing you more than $500. Tell me where he is. On top of the conference center building. What? She glanced up at the nearby building's roof. At 3 stories tall, she couldn't see what was up there. Is he in trouble? Is he hurt? The psychic reached into his back pocket for his billfold as the demon started breathing down his neck. He started counting out $100 bills. How should I know? I can't see everything. Only what the powers that be show me. Glimpses and pieces. You sure read me like a book, Maine said. Me too, the demon hissed. Proximity, people. I can read you clearer because I can reach out and touch you. Within a close distance, I can interact with your auras much more easily. Your partner is blocks away. I can only glean whispers from his aura. Maine let it go. Before she headed toward the conference center,
She asked the demon guard if he would take the psychic to jail.
"Don't see why I should,"
he hissed, his chainmail rattling as he gave a wide, hellish grin.
"Not when he can cut me in on his, profits for the week."
"Are you serious?" the psychic said. "You're extorting me." "Should have seen that coming," Maine smirked. "You're a psychic." Leaving the psychic to pay the demon, she quickened her pace up to the front entrance of the 3-story conference center. It loomed above her like a tower of doom, with its gold siding and ornate cornices and gargoyles. Before stepping inside, she lowered the veil, and the building devolved into a shabby-looking building that had seen better days. She raised the veil and stepped into the front lobby. A female wizard dressed in a dragon costume greeted her at the front desk. "Oh, hello. Let me find your participant packet. Your name, please." Maine flashed her security badge. "Oh, I didn't know. You're one of Death's escorts, aren't you?" "Yes, I don't have much time. What's the quickest way to the rooftop?" Jealousy flashed across her face as she indicated first an elevator, then a stairwell door with her wizard's wand. "That's where Death is right now." "What's he doing up there?" "Why, his job, of course." Shit. Had Noff died? Was Death collecting his soul now? She ran to the stairwell and took the stairs 3 at a time, a cold feeling tickling her bones. What the hell had happened to Noff? She'd left him alone for only a few hours. Now she was never going to be able to tell him bye, or that he was a good friend, or the bravest direwolf she'd ever known. At the top of the stairwell, a chain-mailed demon guarded the door leading out onto the roof. "You have an invitation," he hissed. Maine flashed her security badge, and the demon stepped aside.
"Enjoy the show,"
he hissed. Of course, a demon would enjoy watching Death do his job. Demons were the worst. With a quick breath, she threw open the rooftop door. Chapter 26. She expected to see Noff in mortal danger. She didn't expect a photo shoot. More specifically, Death, wearing his sky-blue hoodie and ripped jeans, posing on a surfboard at the center of the roof. A large green screen was erected behind him as he grinned at a cameraman, instructing him how to position himself. The air up here felt incredibly humid. What the... Maine closed her gaping jaw as she took in the rest of the rooftop. Off to the side of the photo shoot, palm trees swayed, planted in large clay pots around a massive in-ground swimming pool. Multiple drink stations were set up throughout the roof, with professionally dressed staff behind them, serving wine and other drinks to conference attendees, cheering and shouting at Death from behind a roped-off line. A banner in one corner declared in gold letters, "Death, Deity of the Year." As Maine tried not to gawk, the photographer called, "Girls!" Death stood and leaned against the now upraised surfboard as several gorgeous models in skimpy bikinis sidled up to him with sultry faces. The photographer started snapping away.
"And I thought we had the best job ever."
Maine glanced down at her side as Noff padded up to her. "You're not dead," she said.
Nope. I wouldn't mind being Death, though. He's had quite the year."
Maine scoffed as she watched the women pushing up on Death as they posed. This is so messed up on so many levels. Noff rolled his furry shoulders.
"That's life behind the veil. You get used to it."
"I guess." Maine's eyes traveled over the luxurious rooftop again. This is the state of Maine. How are there palm trees up here? And a swimming pool. Why is it so warm and humid up here?
"A magical climate containment spell. And for the right price, conference goers can get a VIP pass to come up here and enjoy it. You really need to get out of the troll cave more often. See the world."
"I guess." How long is whatever this is going to last? Noff yipped.
The Deity of the Year swimsuit model calendar photo shoot shouldn't take much longer. Then we'll lounge with Death while he takes some quick interviews, per the notes in my briefing.
Oh, right. Yep, I read that part. What I can't get straight is why you're not verbally reaming me for straying from my patrol route earlier. Aren't you at least a bit concerned? One of the swimsuit models waved Noff's way, and he nodded and raised a front paw at her. She blushed as she turned back to the cameraman. What was that? Maine asked. Noff wiggled his butt to shed some excess energy.
Look, when I saw you weren't following the plan, I sent the butterfly fairies and Swiftfoot to your location. I'd have come myself, but...
But what? Noff's eyes seemed to see right through her as he lost himself in a memory.
For one, I trust you, partner. 2, I was, getting to know the models. You know, Death ain't the only one who needs protection from crazies and monsters. Chicks are monster magnets. After the gremlin incident today...
Right, Maine said. About the monster incidents. Noff snapped to attention, eyeing her intently now.
Incidents?
I should have told you sooner, but it's been a busy day. Noff yipped.
What you talking about?
Last night, at the Sacred Sourdough, Ollie Fett, the avatar of gluttony, stopped by. Some mad war jackals were pursuing him.
Mad war jackals?
They were wearing bright red sunglasses. Don't ask. I took care of them, but with today's snazzy gremlin attack...
Snazzy gremlin?
The little buggers were wearing tap shoes, Maine explained. Noff shook his head to clear it and glanced over at Death and the models as they changed up their poses.
I'm confused.
Maine snapped her fingers in front of Noff's face. I think the two are connected.
Possible, but don't these kinds of things happen in threes?
I hope it doesn't come to a third attack. Noff's gaze wandered back to the photo shoot.
Too bad we don't have a lead on how they're connected.
That's just it. I think I do. It's related to my other case.
Your other case? You're not devoting all your focus to Death?
I am, but I think someone is summoning the monsters from Puck's deck of wild things.
That's an interesting thought. Those altered creatures do seem like his signature. Death would know for sure. We can ask him. Later, after the pool party. Don't want to ruin the mood, you know?
Maine nodded. Noff turned back to face the models, Death, when his frame went rigid and his eyes rolled up to meet hers.
Wait, how does Puck's deck of wild things relate to another case you're working?
I'm kind of working a case for Puck. Someone stole his special deck, and I'm helping him get it back. For a moment, Noff stood stock still. Then,
have you lost it?
What? No, Puck lost it.
Puck is Death's top competitor in the card tournament. How could you take his case? You're working for the enemy.
Some of the VIP spectators glanced their way, and Maine led Noff over to the side of the roof overlooking the conference grounds where they were alone. Noff wiggled his butt and blasted off, landing on the raised side so he was closer to her face. I didn't understand that at the time.
You're unbelievable.
Plus, my dad never refused a case.
You're not your dad.
Yeah, but I'm carrying on his legacy. I don't see what's the big issue.
Issue is that it's a conflict of interest.
I can't help if someone stole his deck.
He could be lying. You ever think about that?
He promised he wasn't pulling a trick.
He promised. Ha! He's a trickster. It's literally in his Wikipedia description.
Oh, yeah? Well, if I look at this from an unbiased outsider's perspective, who gains if Puck doesn't have his special deck? Noff's eyes looked ready to smolder.
Are you accusing Death? Our client?
No, but you've got to admit, the timing is suspicious.
You're the worst,
Noff yipped.
First, you don't read my briefing.
Yes, I have.
Not front to back.
I'm not the kind of person who has to know everything about the plan. I'm more impulsive. I show up. I act. I get the job done. You know that. Since when are you a stickler for the rules?
Since this case. I don't think you fully appreciate how big it is. We are literally safeguarding Death. The Death. From bodily harm. That's huge. Sure, you say you understand, but this is a big damn deal to me. And here I find out you're taking orders from Puck? I can't even.
The sound of bony feet creaking over the rooftop behind them made Noff freeze.
Hey, dudes, Death said easily. How's it hanging?
He cocked a hip conspiratorially toward them.
What's this about Puck I hear?
Oh, nothing to concern yourself with, sir.
Noff managed. His deck of wild things. Maine maintained a professional face. For the slightest of moments, Death tensed. Then he laughed amiably.
That old thing? It's got righteously good cards in it. Only deck that's been able to beat me.
Maine crossed her arms as she regarded Death, waiting for a tell. Then you wouldn't happen to know anything about it being stolen?
That's terrible. What happened?
Maine couldn't tell if Death was being honest or not. He seemed genuine enough. He says someone stole his deck. Being the resident town sleuth, I took the case without fully realizing how it impacted my arrangement with you. Would he flip out like Noff? Try to shove her over the side of the roof, maybe? He stepped forward and lifted an arm. Then he patted her gently on the shoulder.
Right on, sister. The world is a better place with people like you.
You're not disappointed,
Noff yipped sadly.
I just found out about this, by the way.
Disappointed?
Death wagged a hand dismissively.
Puck's a tricky little fellow. I like him. He's got class. If you said someone stole his deck, they did.
Maine drew a deep breath. You're aware, then, that you're in the position to gain the most from him having to play the tournament with his spare deck. Death's eyes twinkled.
Oh, you think I'm a suspect?
Maine didn't say anything.
I'll help you in any way I can.
He paused.
I'd rather lose to greatness than win against mediocrity.
Noff yipped.
We can talk about that later. The photo shoot go well?
Totally. That photographer really knows how to work a camera.
The babes weren't bad either.
Noff winked at the model who was waving his way again.
You handled yourself real cool.
Death shrugged, his hoodie rising with the effort.
What can I say? Being a skeleton, I don't have to worry about boners.
As Maine frowned at that, a waiter stepped forth with a glass of pink liquid. Your sex on the beach, sir?
Thanks, my man.
Death accepted the drink and sipped.
This is real good. Tell the bartender for me, will you?
The waiter bowed and hurried off. Death took another sip.
Anyway, what were we talking about?
Boners. Maine turned and rested her elbows on the raised roof. Death joined her, pointing down at the bustling town square full of merchandise and food vendors.
Come Saturday, That's where all the action is going to be. What do you mean? Noff gave a low growl.
That's where we'll play the tournament.
Oh, right. I forgot. Do you know who your first opponent is yet? Death nursed his sex on the beach. Nah, since it's a round-robin tournament, no one will know the matchups until the day of, which is cool by me. Who doesn't like a surprise? Maine could think of some surprises she wouldn't want to have. With a childlike grin, Death said, "Can you imagine that day? Crowds everywhere. People watching the tournament with binoculars, studying the competitors' tactics, cheering for our summoned monsters and effect cards. Pure magic, if you ask me." "Yep," Maine said flatly. Noff flashed her a warning look, then hopped back down to the roof.
The interviewers are ready. How about you two take your positions in the floats? I'll vet them one at a time and send them over.
Floats? Then Maine saw them. 2 inflatable lounge chairs floating in the pool. One for Death, and one for her. She probably should have finished the briefing. Chapter 27. Half an hour later, Maine was floating next to Death in the pool. Doing her best to mentally block out the camera flashes of the VIP spectators, Maine alternated her eyes between the crowd and Death's current interviewer, none other than Adrian of Creature magazine. "Wow, it is such an honor." Adrian wrapped up, vanishing his pad and pen with a spell. He got up and left after giving Maine a smoldering look. "Do you know him?" Death asked conversationally, after another sip of sex on the beach. Maine shifted on her float. "He interviewed me, too." Death popped his knuckles. "He's good. I'll tell you that." "What do you mean?" "What better way to get the scoop than with seduction?" "Yeah, I guess. The humans serving as the Sin's avatars can have actual feelings of their own, right?" "You know what? I'm not sure. Probably. You got the hots for lust." Maine didn't like the intrigued glow in Death's eyes. "Of course not. I was only wondering." Death swirled his sex on the beach with his straw. "Take it from someone who's been around the block many a time. The Sins are always up to something." She watched Adrian leave, disappearing into the crowd. "What do you mean?" "Oh, you know. They're always hustling, trying to get humans and magical creatures to imbibe in their sin. Mostly humans, though. They're more easily tempted. Of course, last year, you should have seen Pride." "What happened?" Death chuckled. "Pride's avatar at the time was a cute girl about your age. She faced me in the card tournament at last year's McCam. She was fierce. Almost beat me, too. Immediately afterward, she had the audacity to challenge me to a rematch. She said she could take my place as Death, that she'd do a better job." "Did you do it?" "I did. Mostly for kicks. Pride's avatars are always such big pricks. When you get to be as old as me, well, you got to have some entertainment now and then." "And?" "Let's just say the match didn't go the Avatar's way, and Pride reassigned her to Antarctica for a few months, so she could learn her lesson." He sat up in his float and looked at her. "Wicked. Am I right?" "I guess." "That's the reason I hired you guys to be my bodyguards, in case one of the Sins tries something again this year." Maine leaned forward. "You think one of the Sins is behind the gremlin attack?" "Nah, that wasn't their style."
Maine relaxed back into her float. From beyond the roped-off line close to the pool, VIP attendees waved at Death, whistling and catcalling. "I love you," someone shouted. "Take me tonight," another called. Death waved amiably. With so many fans, it was hard to believe that someone might be targeting Death. She continued to watch the crowd. When one lady tried to duck under the rope to get closer to Death, Noff blocked her way with a low growl. Despite his small size, he looked intimidating with his bulletproof vest and ear mic projecting from his ear. "Just one selfie?" a man called. These guys are relentless. Maine closely eyed them in case someone got out of hand. "I didn't know you had such a fan club." Death yawned and twirled his finger. "I didn't exactly ask for this fame. It's kind of amusing, though." A guy with a long beard attempted to step under the line, but Noff repelled him. Maine couldn't help but wonder if Noff's ferociousness was due in part to her pissing him off earlier. "You seem pretty chill about all this," Maine said. "You seem pretty chill about everything. What's your secret?" Death shrugged. "You would be too if you were me. When you're generally the worst thing that can happen to anybody, you tend to take things in stride." Death was right about one thing. He was about the worst thing in the world. And she was guarding him. While she did, her mind also worked on Puck's case. Puck hadn't yet given her the names of his fellow competitors who might have stolen his deck. But Death was in the same tournament. She could ask him. "The other players in the card tournament, what can you tell me about them? Are they, like, the best in the universe?" Death nearly choked on his drink. "The best players? Dude, no way. The McCam tournament is all about giving the fans what they want. A show. You're only eligible to participate in the card games if you're one of the highest-ranking entities in existence, power-wise. You've got to be a divine." "What do you mean?" "Well, it's easy. There are 3 classes of divines: gods, divine powers, and principles. Gods are gods. Divine powers are like the Senate and Congress of the gods. Elements the gods can influence and manipulate, but don't have complete control over them. Things like fate, luck, the weather. Then there are principles, the divine representations of the immutable laws, like time, gravity, death." He double-thumbed himself. "I see." Maine thought this over. "We've already established that you're vulnerable while you're in the physical plane. So in theory, if one of your competitors, since they're some of the most powerful in existence, had the right kind of magic, could they kill you?" "Kill me? Dudette. I don't think that's how it works." He took another sip of Sex on the Beach. "But theoretically, I guess it could be possible to replace me." "What do you mean?" "There is powerful magic in this world. Chaos magic. Older than life and death. Older than me. Although that kind of magic has been mostly collected and destroyed or kept safe by the Guardian, as well as by another angel you might know as Cupid." "Oh, I know the little diapered bastard," Maine said. Death flashed her a confused look. "Let me guess. He came after the Mantle?" "Let's just say if he succeeded in his plan, I'd have met you a lot sooner than now," Maine said flatly. With a chuckle, Death said, "I like you. Wouldn't have bothered me to meet you early. Except I doubt you'd have agreed at the time." "I would not have." After turning from the crowd of rowdy VIPs, Death met her eyes. "You should probably be true with yourself. This is a rather dangerous life you're living. As good as your father was,
In the end, it claimed him well before his time. My advice? Keep your friends close, and your enemies closer.
She scoffed. You read that in a fortune cookie?
No, I came up with that saying centuries ago.
Oh. Maine checked the time and then an interview schedule Noff had given her. Wonder where the guy from Slasher magazine is. Noff said he'd accounted for all the interviewers.
Death shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm on holiday.
That's not what I meant. Even though Death was starting to win her over, she had to remind herself that he wasn't her friend. Even though Death himself hadn't killed her parents, he'd still reaped them, or whatever. Maybe it was childish, but she wasn't ready to let go of her hard feelings about him. She couldn't wait for Death's interview chill session to be over. Even though it was a new experience, guarding a magical celebrity against the unknown while lounging on a pool on the roof of a luxury conference hall, it was kind of boring. At least if she'd had Noff's job, she'd be actively keeping people in line and closer to any danger that might come Death's way. Noff had told her not to discuss the monster issue with Death, but maybe now was the time. Death was their client, and he deserved to know what was possibly coming for him. She leaned over toward Death. You know how Noff and I were discussing Puck earlier? Someone stole his deck, and I think is using it to summon monsters. To try to attack you. Before Death could respond, a woman shrieked from somewhere behind the gathered crowd. In a disorganized confusion, the crowd parted as one of the swimsuit models came staggering up to the pool, half of her body speckled with blood. It wasn't her blood, that much was obvious, but that didn't make the fact any less scary. It was a lot of blood. Noff darted in front of the model, stopping her before she reached the pool. "You've got to get help," the girl cried. "It killed a reporter."
What did?
Noff yipped.
"A monster."
Chapter 28. Unfortunately, it wasn't only one monster. From her pool float, she caught glimpses of them through the gaps in the frantic VIPs. Tan fur, red eyes, long arms, even longer claws, and the monsters were all wearing formal vests and slacks. The scared conference-goers broke through the restricted area in their mad attempt at escape. Several tripped or were pushed and fell into the pool, their impacts splashing the water on Maine and Death. Upon instinct, Maine gripped Death's hoodie and angled her head back at the side of the pool, at their escape. Before she could get them both there, a tan blur streaked through the crowd and lunged right at Death. With a curious look on his face, Death sat there, cool as could be, while the monster in formal wear careened toward him. Maneuvering awkwardly upon her float, Maine sat forward and rammed a fist into the creature's snout. Clawed hands at the ends of gangly arms flailed, slicing into Maine's arm. Blood welled from her arm and exploded from the creature's nose as it sank in the water, still trying to swipe at its target. "We've got to go." Maine reached for the solid edge alongside the pool, but the monster's claws tore through her and Death's floats, and they collapsed into the water. "Where are they coming from?" someone yelled. Maine broke through the pool's surface and shoved her drenched bangs aside as she surveyed the rooftop. There had to be at least 4 or 5 of the creatures. No, more, Maine realized, as another one clambered over the raised roof with a hungry scowl on its ape-like face adorned with fangs. This wasn't good. They'd ended up trapped in a pool on a rooftop being scaled by long-armed, formally dressed hairy monsters. Reaching into the water, she gripped Death's hoodie and hauled him out. As she swam over to the pool's side, she felt the tension as the monster took another waterlogged swipe at Death. Death's body shook with the impact, but he called, "I'm fine!" Horrible, bloodthirsty yowls and growls assaulted the night air, as Maine hauled herself up out of the water and pulled Death up with her. The monster in the pool attempted to follow, but couldn't seem to get the hang of how to swim. It could barely keep its ugly head above the water. Water cascaded off both their soggy frames as Maine said, "Mantle, what are we up against?" She focused on a monster zigzagging through the fleeing crowd toward them. Formal wendigos. Weaknesses? Water. Fresh meat. Bronze-tipped spears. Why do you always give me stupid weaknesses I can't exploit? Do you honestly expect me to carry a rocket launcher around in my purse? Or bronze-tipped spears? Do you have to be so snooty? I'm doing my job. She quickly assessed the roof for an exit route. Then do it better. Give me something I can use. So they were up against some more summoned monsters. This time, wendigos. Noff bounded up to her, and they formed up side by side with death at their back.
Weaknesses?
He yipped. All professionalism. Bronze-tipped spears. One of his ears flopped upward.
Come again?
The wendigos were quickly surrounding them. Their combined formal wear and teeth and claws were disorienting, like something out of a Twilight Zone feature. What are we going to do about all these people? Maine asked, as she started backpedaling toward the roof access. Death whistled, good-naturedly.
That's a heck of a lot of souls to reap.
Maine glared at him. Not a good time for the death is natural talk.
But it is, my good friend.
We're not friends. At this, Death looked a bit taken aback.
They're not gonna make it long,
Noff said. You take Death then, Maine said. I'll try to fight off as many of the wendigos as I can. She let her words trail off as a brigade of chain-mailed demons appeared from many Hellgate portals that flashed open and closed. The demon security force hissed, raised fearsome halberds, lances, and axes, and descended upon the wendigos.
Now's our chance,
Noff said.
We gotta get to the stairs while they're distracted.
Amid the clashing sounds of claws on armor and weapons, Maine and Noff ushered Death toward the door with the stairwell. An elevator sat to the side of it, but Noff's briefing had said to always use the stairs. When they reached the stairwell door, it swung open. Maine expected to see the chain-mailed demon guard from before. Instead, a wendigo wearing a formal vest and slacks lumbered out and took a swipe at Death. Maine tackled the monster and rammed it into the doorway. Part of the wall caved in, and bricks mostly buried the wendigo. Its legs still flopped around. "Come on," she called, about to venture down the stairs, but then she heard the howling and growling coming up the spiraling stairwell. Never mind. Elevator. The three of them maneuvered over to the elevator, and Noff blasted up and hit the button to summon the car. It seemed like an eternity until it arrived. While they waited, they glanced back at the carnage on the rooftop. Most of the VIPs huddled along the sides of the roof, or hid behind the palm trees or bar setups. Some of them had sustained minor scratches, but she didn't immediately see anyone the wendigos had maimed or killed. Luckily, the wendigos had mainly focused on Death and not all the fresh meat scattered throughout the rooftop. Thankfully, the demons had arrived in time. She shook her head. Never would she have guessed she'd ever have that thought. The elevator door beeped as the car arrived. Maine turned to face it, assuming a defensive position as the doors slid open. It was empty. Maine urged Death inside the car. Noff flashed her a serious and professional look as he bounded in, and Maine got in after him. Noff blasted off and hit the button for the basement level, where the underground parking garage was. As the elevator doors started to close, a wendigo slipped past the demons and charged. It looked like it would make it, but then the doors slid closed. Maine and Noff exchanged a look of relief right before the doors dented inward. The elevator car shook and started to descend. Slowly.
Whoa, that was close,
Death said, as casually as if he were commenting upon a sunny day. He turned to Maine.
You don't like me, do you?
It's nothing.
Let me guess. I took, what? A lover or a friend away from you?
Maine maintained a poker face as she watched the glowing elevator floor number. It still hadn't changed. What was this? The world's slowest elevator?
Not that, huh? What then? You're a bit young for a parent.
Maine's eyes flickered.
Ah, I see. A parent. That's always the hardest for someone as young as you. Parents are supposed to die later. You dig? Sometimes life isn't fair.
The elevator floor indicator moved from roof to floor 3, and she finally turned away from it to look into Death's glowing blue eyes. Don't you mean Death isn't fair?
Death patted his hands on his bony thighs. Now that's got to be one of the biggest misunderstandings of life. I'm not trying to downplay loss, but I'm only playing my part in the cycle of life. Think of me as a transition specialist, a magical entity created to assist when life is simply no more. Before death, me, was a concept. Life ending was terrible. When life left a human, it was like flipping off a switch. No transition, no easing, no warning. Death came into existence to warn the living that one day they won't be alive anymore.
Is that supposed to make it any better?
The loss? No, never.
The elevator display changed to floor 2. You're not human. How could you possibly understand?
You could kind of look at me like an AI. A computer program that can't feel the feelings of humanity, but they can record them. A little-known fact, I've observed the reactions of the loved ones of all those I've reaped. I think I have an idea of what you've been through.
Then why do you keep killing people?
Death doesn't kill. I only take when life ceases, whether from disease, war, old age. The list goes on. Are you starting to see now?
Maine didn't know what to think.
If it helps put you at ease, I don't take pleasure in taking the dead to the afterlife.
The elevator display said floor 1. Shifting uncomfortably on her feet, Maine said, "You seem so carefree and happy. It's kind of infuriating." For possibly the first time since Maine had seen Death in person, Death's demeanor seemed to flicker. He looked sad. Death stared glumly down at the elevator floor.
Humans aren't the only entities that wear masks on the outside.
Damn, that was deep. The lights flickered and the elevator came to a temporary stop. Then a power source hummed back to life and they continued down. Wide-eyed with delight, Death remarked,
"This is just like in the movies. I wonder what those Wendigos want from me."
"Look," Maine said, "you should be safe once we get to the basement. But I think whoever stole Puck's deck of wild things is upping the ante in their attempts to hurt you."
"Really?"
Death bobbed his head in understanding as the elevator car stopped on the basement floor.
"That does explain you wanting to know who the competitors are. This is the most intriguing macam yet."
The elevator doors slid open, and a Wendigo lunged inside. Chapter 29. Maine threw her weight into the Wendigo's side, crushing him up against the elevator interior.
"Come on, this way,"
Noff instructed Death as he bounded out of the elevator, into the path of a second Wendigo. Maine punched her Wendigo in the face and climbed out of the elevator as Noff blasted off and struck his assailant in the throat. The hairy beast toppled over sideways, clutching its neck. "Where do we go from here?" Maine asked, her eyes dancing among the parked cars lining the parking garage. Bright lights lit the garage, but there were plenty of shadows that additional monsters could be lurking in.
"We follow the emergency escape route in the briefing,"
Noff yipped. Maine visually tracked movement behind a nearby car. "Which is?"
"You really didn't read it, did you?"
No, okay? I didn't get through it all. A Wendigo pounced from behind the car, and she evaded its attack. She followed up with an elbow to the Wendigo's cheek. Now, what's the plan? Noff pointed at the far end of the garage with his front paw.
I had your muscle car moved down here in case of a speedy escape. It's around the bend. We get in and take it to our backup safe house location.
Which is? Another Wendigo appeared from the shadows, leaping at Death. Noff blasted off and struck the creature so precisely in the chest that it went cross-eyed and fell backward with a thud.
The sacred sourdough!
Now that you mention it, I do have a case of the munchies, Death said. It's the excitement, I think.
Yowls and growls echoed through the parking garage as multiple Wendigos crept out from the shadows ahead and behind them. Slobber dripped from their fanged mouths as they closed the circle. They were trapped.
Everybody, close your eyes,
Noff barked. Then, as he wiggled his butt, the key marking on his rump glowed through his bulletproof vest.
I am the Noff. I bring the key to damage, destruction, terror, and mayhem.
Hot light blasted outward, rushing over the parking garage like a heat wave, and rocked the nearby cars. Car alarms blared. The Wendigos yowled and alternately covered their eyes and ears with their long, clawed hands. Come on. Maine grabbed Death by the hoodie and tugged him after her. Some of the Wendigos recovered and gave chase, loping after them like deranged killer orangutans in fine dress wear. Death glanced over his shoulder.
They're surprisingly fast.
So is my car, Maine huffed in a breath. Just a little farther. A Wendigo leapt at them from atop a pickup truck. Maine tried to intercept it, but she was too late. It had already crashed into Death.
Death!
Noff yipped, as another Wendigo pounced on him, trapping him beneath itself. Maine threw a power kick against the Wendigo's skull atop Death and grabbed onto the other Wendigo's vest. With a powerful jerk, she tore the Wendigo off Noff, who blasted up and into the creature's gut. It doubled over with a groan.
You know, despite your petty arguments, you two make a good team, Death remarked. Definitely worth what I'm paying you.
Maine grabbed his bony wrist and guided him around the bend in the parking garage. The purple muscle car sat gleaming under the lighting at the end of the row next to the garage's exit. More yowls split the air, echoing with frightening loudness. A pack of at least 10 Wendigos crawled out of the shadows and rose, beating their vests in front of the car. How many of them are there? Maine asked.
Dunno. Maybe you should consult with the Mantle.
Maine focused on the grouping of Wendigos.
I would suggest a tank, but I doubt that suggestion would be helpful.
You'd be correct, Maine grumbled, trying to figure out how to get past them. Suddenly, mini Hellgate portals flashed open on one side of the Wendigos, and chain-mailed demons began to hack away at the Wendigos. The creatures outnumbered them, though.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
A wind gust buffeted Maine's face and sent Death's hoodie flapping as armored angels appeared on the side of the Wendigos, opposite the demons. With their glowing white wands, they began to smite the monsters. Death chuckled.
I gotta admit, that's some fine teamwork. Who would have thought? Angels and demons on the same team.
Shaking her head, Maine guided Death and Noff past the angel and demon battle to the car. She threw open the door and Death climbed in. Noff blasted off and soared inside before she shut the door. She didn't sigh in relief until the car was purring and they were exiting the parking garage. When she glanced over at her passenger, Death was grinning like a gleeful child.
Master Maine, I wasn't expecting you,
Al said, as Maine stepped through the back door of the sacred sourdough and into the kitchen. The Cyclops wore a white chef's apron and top hat. It was hot inside, and Maine swatted some steam out of her face, watching as line chefs prepared orders, chopped vegetables, and arranged food on plates. The stop was unplanned, Maine admitted, moving to the side so Death and Noff could come in. Nice replacement door, by the way. I can't even tell. When he saw Death, Al froze, as if rigor mortis had set in. What? No, I'm too young. Maine laid a hand on his arm. It's okay. Death's with me. Al blinked. I don't understand.
Death's our client,
Noff yipped. Oh, but of course. Al wiped a hand over his sweating forehead. Are you all right? Maine asked. It's not like you to forget details of my life. Running a restaurant is, well, a bit stressful, but we're managing. Oh, yes, we are. A line cook sneezed, spraying a sizzling ribeye steak with snot. Al rounded on the cook. What did I say about sneezing in the kitchen? Get out. Get out. Sobbing, the line cook tore his hairnet off and threw it on the floor on his way out the back.
Talk about being in Hell's Kitchen,
Noff yipped.
That was some intense shit right there.
Al trudged over to the ribeye and transferred it to a plate with a shake of his head. Someone feed this rubbish to the garbage clams. Al, Maine said, are you sure you're okay here? Maybe you could take the rest of the night off. As Al studied her, some of the line cooks mouthed the word help to her. Maybe Al was just better at taking orders than giving them. She'd have to have a talk with him about that. First, she needed to check her party for wounds from the Wendigo fight. After giving herself a cursory inspection, she found that she had only a few minor scrapes and some bruises after tackling the Wendigos. Noff had sustained a large gash to his bulletproof vest, but luckily, the cut underneath was superficial. It seemed bulletproof vests were better with bullets than Wendigo claws. When she glanced over Death's appearance, she gaped. The leg of one of his jeans was barely hanging on, and the Wendigos had shredded the front of his hoodie. When Death saw her confused look, at first, he was dumbstruck. Then he winced. That doesn't hurt? Maine asked.
Nah, dude.
Those injuries would have killed a normal person.
Good thing I'm Death.
You really are like some bad computer AI in a humanoid body, Maine said. Death grinned, his demeanor easygoing.
I think I'll take that as a compliment.
Do you agree with me that someone summoned those Wendigos from Puck's deck of wild things?
Definitely. I'd recognize his style anywhere.
You mean the vest and slacks? Maine asked.
Yep. When you summon monsters, you get to customize them if you want. You want a pink cowboy hat on that zombie you summoned? You can do that. Puck likes dressing up his monsters. Tuxes, tap shoes, sunglasses.
Those match the style of the gremlins and war jackals I fought. So we know we're dealing with Puck's deck, but someone is using it to make it look like Puck is behind it. Why?
That's the million-dollar question,
Death agreed. Maine turned to Al. I know you're busy, but can you arrange for some new clothes to be delivered here to Death? Al snapped to attention.
Certainly. Wouldn't want to get on Death's bad side, eh?
Hey? Good. She turned next to Noff and thumbed in Death's direction. Are you good watching him yourself?
Yeah. We should be good here for the time being. I've sent an emergency call to Minnie, Swiftfoot, and the butterfly fairies, so they should be coming soon.
He narrowed his eyes at her.
Where are you going?
To do some sleuthing. Chapter 30. She needed to find out more about Puck's deck. If it couldn't kill Death, why was someone using it to summon monsters at the McCam? The obvious next step was to call Puck. When she did, and Puck didn't answer, Maine decided to head down to the conference grounds in the town square outside the conference center. Maybe Puck was busy or didn't have his phone on him. Maybe he was mingling with the crowd or checking out the vendors. It was a different place after dark. Whereas most of the mythical creatures had dressed as heroes during the day, she now saw villain costumes predominantly. Green Goblin and Doc Ock from Spider-Man, the Joker and Ivy from Batman, Thanos and Ultron from the Avengers. It looked like a completely different crowd. A darker crowd. Maine was glad to have the mantle with her. Not that she thought she'd need it. She was here to find clues, not trouble. As she meandered past some stalls and merchants, she realized that many of them had changed as well. Instead of the pretzel vendor selling pretzels, he now sold undisclosed meat on a stick. She even saw a booth selling fried brain sandwiches and authentic bone charms. In addition to all the new flavors of the conference after dark, a beefed-up presence of chain-mailed demons patrolled the grounds. While they looked lazy, they certainly didn't look like anyone you'd want to pick a fight with. Whether the extra security force was in response to what had happened on the roof, or if it was simply a matter of scheduling, angels worked the day, demons the night, she didn't know. It was probably a bit of both. At least she didn't have to worry about the guardian hounding her. For good measure, she glanced up at the darkened skyline, lit up by the floating magic orbs she'd seen early this morning. Then she saw him. From about 100 yards away, he was watching her like a literal hawk, perched on a rooftop. She blinked. One moment he was there, the next, he was gone. That was plain creepy. Was he about to swoop down on her and try to throw her in jail again? Turning her attention back to the town square, she realized a figure was coming up on her from behind. She raised a fist and spun, barely managing to hold her punch as she stared into the face of Lust's envoy. "Adrian, what are you doing here?" He didn't say anything. "I almost punched you in the face." He scratched the back of his head. "I'm glad you didn't. This face is too handsome." Even with the partial shadows cast over his features by the lighting, he didn't seem to possess his normal confidence. His voice was a little flat, and his skin looked a shade paler. He continued in an almost rambling fashion. "A scar might be nice, but not a big one." "Are you okay?" Maine asked. "You're acting like you lost your mojo or something." Adrian stuck his hands in his pocket, not replying. "You stalking me?" "No." "Finishing up another interview?" He looked at her then, grief and a little worry in his eyes. "Maine, I almost died a few hours ago. I can't stop shaking." She noticed then that when he lifted his hands from his pockets, they were trembling. "Yeah, but you're okay," Maine said. A quick wave of anguish racked his face. "I am. My buddy isn't. Those Wendigos killed a good friend of mine." "The interviewer from Slasher magazine?" Maine asked. He nodded. "We Sins don't have too many friends, I guess you could say. True friends. Even though we worked for rival publications, we were great friends. I mean, we never missed a Star Wars movie premiere. I don't think it's set in what happened up there. I don't think it's set in that he's gone forever." "Caution," the Mantle warned. Unless Adrian was using some master seduction techniques on her right now, he was grieving. He was a human, after all. She stepped close and put an arm around him, and he embraced her back. He smelled really good. As she was trying to place the scent of his cologne, a French vampire strolled by.
"Oh, love, sweet love."
Being the avatar of lust, maybe Adrian was wearing some kind of seduction cologne. She gently broke away from him. Adrian promptly wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. "Look, I haven't known you long, but I really... Well, here. I want you to have this." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a tiny crystal rose. He gave it to her, waiting for her reaction. It's so beautiful. Maine admired the way the streetlights and conference lights refracted off its finely carved facets. It glittered like ice, but was warm. It had to be worth a small fortune. Adrian stood there as if not knowing how to respond. When he finally opened his mouth, Maine interrupted him. Wait, are you the mystery person who's been sending me these at my apartment? She recalled the multiple crystal bouquets she'd received in the mail over the past week or two. He exhaled. Yeah, that was me. Off to the side, one of the chain-mailed demons stared at the crystal flower with a greedy glint in his eyes. Maine wondered how much something like this was worth. Why? She asked. Clasping both hands together in front of him, Adrian said, I really am into you. Ever since I got the assignment to interview you for Creature magazine, I started to, look into you. You mean social media stalked me? His face twitched. You have to understand. Being a mortal human in a supernatural world is lonely. Few people can understand, and most of them are D&D geeks. He sucked in a deep breath and pointed both index fingers embarrassedly at her. Then, there's you, Maine. I know this will sound cheesy, but I feel like I know you. I think you're perfect, inside and out. Use caution, the Mantle hissed. Maine switched her gaze from Adrian's face to the crystal rose, and back to him. The Mantle was right. First the grieving thing, now this. It did seem like, well, the envoy of lust trying to get in her pants. You're laying it on a bit heavy, aren't you? No, I'm telling you, it's a lonely life, and you're the first human I deeply connect with. She thrust her chest out, sarcasm waiting to spout out of her. Oh, so what you're saying is that I'll do. Wow, I'm flattered. No, I didn't mean it that way. I gave you that crystal rose because you think this is an episode of The Bachelor, Supernatural Edition. Adrian's face was getting red. That is not what this is about. Well, you work for one of the 7 deadly sins. How can it not be what this is about? You're not listening to me. Oh, I hear you. I also have a demonic mantle, whispering warnings into my ear when I look at you. The mantle? You trust the mantle over me? Adrian threw up his hands. Its job is to alert you to any possible weaknesses you might have. Of course, opening up to someone is going to trigger it to say that. Yeah, but you work for a demonic entity. You're tethered to a demonic entity, too. Running a hand back through his hair, Adrian composed himself. I don't care about that. How many other guys do you think would be so chill about you being soul-tethered to a demon? I probably wouldn't, if I weren't in the same boat. I mean, we're perfect for each other. It's like the fates want us to be together. Scratching his head, he said, You know, they're at the conference, so that could be what's going on here. Maine, are you even listening to me? She wasn't. Something else had caught her attention in the crowd of magical beings gathered at the town square. Maybe it was the lighting, but she thought she saw him. She focused on the figure as he stood in profile to her, chatting with a minotaur. Ollie, fat, the Mantle hissed. He's hiding something. His body language betrays him. He was acting squirrely again. Was it because he had a connection to the monster summonings? Or was he going about his illicit trading card exchange business, looking for buyers and sellers at this seedy gathering of individuals? He wasn't Puck, who she was looking for, but Ollie was the best lead she had to go on at the moment. He did deal in trading cards. If he didn't steal Puck's deck of wild things, maybe he could help point her in the direction of who had. When she caught the hungry gaze from the interested chainmail demon again, she slipped the crystal rose into her pocket. It had to be worth a lot. Maybe it would come in handy later. "What is it?" Adrian asked. "What do you see?" "It's nothing. We need to part ways now." She tried to figure out how to tail Ollie this time without being seen, when Adrian chuckled. "Oh, I see what's going on. You see Ollie and want to follow him." She shushed him with a finger to his lips. "Why?" "Oh, you think he might be part of the—" He leaned in close. "Wendigo attack?" She kept her voice low. "I'm not sure of anything right now, but I'm not going to trust a sin to help me go after another sin." "While I can understand your logic, that's not how the 7 sins operate. I personify lust. I don't do the other sins." Maine kept an eye on Ollie while positioning herself well out of his line of sight. "What do you mean?" "What I mean is that I'm lust. That's the only sin I personify. Not wrath, not pride. I can help you. I swear, we sins don't have any allegiance to each other." Ollie stopped talking to his current prospect and moved on to the next. Maine stayed out of his line of sight. When Ollie started talking to another creature, Maine knew she had to act fast. He could leave the town square at any time. If she wanted to tail him discreetly this time, she'd need a disguise. Off to her side, a superhero costume merchant called to her, waving her toward his booth. Maybe the fates were at play here. "Please," Adrian begged. "Let me help you." "Why do you want to help me?" "Well, not help as much as I want to see you in action. You know, for the article I'm writing about you. Come on. You won't regret it. I could be valuable." She gave his sexy grin only the slightest of glances. "Perhaps he is right, but use extreme caution." "Fine, you can come with me. First, we need some costumes." Chapter 31. "Why do I have to be the woman?" Adrian complained, as he worked on the clasp of his Wonder Woman costume's breastplate. Maine zipped up her outfit. "Because I want to be Batman. Now shut up and take your lasso of truth." He grumbled as he accepted it. They were standing off to the side of the town square behind a dumpster. "Are you sure these were the only costumes the vendor had left?" he asked. Maine stepped around him and helped him with his costume. "You know, for the envoy of lust, you really ought to know how to work a bra strap clasp." "Oh, I know how to take them off. I'm not used to putting them on." "Right." Maine felt her body flush, so she peeked around the corner at Ollie, wrapping up a discussion with a vampire. "You ready? He's about to move." Adrian glanced down at his front, then readjusted his top with a headshake. "Something wrong?" Maine asked. "My ego is crying." "And here I thought you represented lust, not pride." "I'm still human, you know." She silenced him with her hand. "He's moving. Let's go." She still didn't know if it was the best idea to have Adrian along with her, but she had to trust her decision. As they crossed the town square, some gathered mythical creatures whistled and catcalled at Adrian. "So embarrassing," he muttered, just loud enough for Maine to hear. A little humility is probably a good thing for a sinner like you. Also, you know what they say about walking a mile in her shoes." "You know, I'm not so sure I like you as much as I once thought." She stopped when Ollie spun to look behind him. To avoid suspicion, Maine grabbed Adrian and put her back to Ollie as she kissed him. "Now, that made up for me wearing this costume." Maine smirked. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but that was all acting. Now come on." It was Really a good kiss, but she wasn't going to tell him that. She also didn't need to kiss him. They'd been too far away for Ollie to see them, but she couldn't help herself. Damn, he was sexy. Dangerously sexy. She also wasn't going to tell him that. They started after Ollie, being more cautious. Maine soon realized Ollie was squeezing his stress ball as he walked. Why was he so nervous? Where was he headed? She didn't think Ollie had detected them, but she started to have some misgivings when he started to take the same path he had during the day when he'd led her to the Broken Hoof Tavern. It was soon evident he wasn't heading to the tavern again. Instead, he headed to the warehouse district. Rainwater was a small town, but after the logging industry had slowed down, it needed something to replace it. "Where do you think he's heading?" Maine whispered. Adrian shrugged. After they'd left the crowd behind at the conference grounds, he'd sunk back into his suave, sexy self. Too bad she couldn't look at him without snorting at his costume. The truth was, there were other costumes. She wanted to knock him down a few pegs. If I had to guess, he's looking for an abandoned warehouse to perform a sacrificial blood rite. They got out of view as Ollie stopped in front of a warehouse with a black door. It didn't look out of the ordinary, and it didn't look too old or too new. It blended in almost too well. Just what kind of place was this? "Are you serious?" she whispered back. He met her eyes, then laughed. "No, we're sins, not savages." "You're a jerk." "You made me wear a girl costume." "I didn't make you do anything. You wanted to come. That was the price of admission." He scratched his chin. "I'm starting to think you picked out this costume on purpose." "Hush, he's going inside." After discreetly looking at both sides and behind him, Ollie cracked open the warehouse door and slipped inside. Maine led the way to the warehouse. As she was crossing the empty street in front of it, she happened to glance up past a street lamp and saw the Guardian's silhouette, perched atop a rooftop. Then he was gone. Shit. She hoped this plan didn't backfire. She was coordinating with a deadly sin to track down another sin. Ugh, angels. When they reached the door, Maine did a quick inspection. They'd been too far away to see if Ollie had uttered a password to disarm a protection spell or some other kind of trap. When she focused on the door and lock, the mantle hissed to life. An ordinary door on this side. "What's that supposed to mean?" Maine asked. "Exactly what I said." "Am I going to get hit with a fireball or something if I open the door?" "No, not on this side." "What does that mean?" "What are you talking about?" Adrian asked, then straightened. "Oh, the mantle." Maine huffed in a breath. "The mantle says there are no wards on this side of the door, but there might be inside." "That would make sense," Adrian said. "Sometimes the best door protection spells let an intruder in. They simply don't allow them ever to leave." Whoa, that was disturbing. "So you're saying this could be a magic-haunted house or something? One that traps you inside for all eternity?" "Oh, don't be melodramatic. It can't trap your soul when you die. It's a building." When he grinned at her, she smacked him and placed her hand upon the door handle. It took only the slightest of pressure to open. The door cracked open silently, welcomingly. Too welcomingly. A plain-looking lobby awaited them. An empty front counter and a corridor leading farther into the warehouse. There were no windows, and the same kind of magic light illuminated the interior as the floating paper lanterns. "Well," Adrian said, "best to go in before Ollie gets too far ahead of us." Maine stood before the open doorway for a few moments, considering. Then she stepped over the threshold. She kept expecting something to jump out at them from around the corner. They had taken the corridor past the front desk, only to realize that it ended at a T intersection. They could go either left or right. After flipping a coin, they decided to go right. Not long after, they came to another T. They went right again in case they had to backtrack to find the way back to the lobby. After a few minutes of this, Maine grabbed her head. The walls all looked the same. Was this all one continuing route, or were they stuck in a magic loop? I think we're in a maze. Probably, Adrian said, matter-of-factly. That doesn't worry you? I'm trapped in a magic maze with a stunning girl dressed as Batman. What's there to worry about? Maine glanced up at the floating magical paper lanterns. Getting out? Before we die? Adrian swooped up to her and laid a hand on her cheek. We'll get out. I know it. Maybe we're missing something. I don't know what. Then Maine saw it. A black scorch mark on the ceiling. Hey, what's that mark? The way out? Let's look for another one. With a renewed hope, they trotted down the corridor until they came to another T. While there were no black marks on the ceiling at the juncture, there was one farther down the left branch, but not the right one. Adrian grinned and gave a flourishing bow. I think we might have found the way out. Follow the ceiling marks. Let's not get our hopes up. Maine picked up her pace. They quickly arrived at their next juncture and took the path containing a black ceiling mark. In the soft light of the magic paper lanterns, Adrian's face looked sexier than ever. Maybe it was that confident grin. Maybe it was his infectious energy. Even in his Wonder Woman costume, he looked good. Like her ideal partner. Warning, the Mantle hissed. She pulled herself back to reality, realizing she'd gotten a whiff of Adrian's cologne. What's in your cologne? Maine asked. They continued down the path, following the black marks at the junctions. Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. The basics. Holy water, dragon's breath, unicorn's blood. It all comes together quite nicely. They took another turn at the next junction. Right. Well, quit trying to seduce me with it. Oh, it doesn't seduce. It only brings out the smeller's true feelings beneath all their human conditioning. All the sins have their brand. So, you're admitting to trying to seduce me? It's not intentional. I put on my usual cologne this morning when I came to the McCam. I didn't expect to end up trapped in a labyrinth with you. Fine. I'll let it slide. Maine saw light growing up ahead. It was coming from the floor. Hey, if you want to have a make-out session here in the middle of this haunted maze, I'm down for that. Maine's steps faltered for a second. Think with your head, the Mantle warned. Maine stopped and, with a smirk, patted Adrian on his gleaming Wonder Woman breastplate. How about we make it out of here first? Besides, maybe I'm already taken. Adrian wagged his head playfully at her. Maine, you're going to be the death of me. Maine sprinted up toward the white light's source. It was some sort of glyph on the floor. Beyond it lay a dead end. Is that a trap? Maine asked the Mantle. It will not harm you. She turned to Adrian and held out her hand. The Mantle says it's safe. You ready for this? You sure you don't want to have that make-out session first? Come on. She tugged him after her and stepped on the floor glyph. For a moment, the light glowed brighter. Then she found herself in the warehouse's lobby. What the hell happened? Did that glyph bring us back to the beginning? She blinked as she surveyed her surroundings to ensure she wasn't seeing things. Adrian scratched the back of his head. Kinda looks that way. But why? We followed the path. She drew a deep breath, trying to focus. Come on, let's try it again. I don't know, but maybe we ought to take a break and get some fresh air first. Adrian stepped up to the warehouse's front door and tugged on the handle. It didn't budge. They were trapped. Chapter 32. All is not lost, Adrian said. We only need to use some magic to help us. Watch this. He brought both hands together and uttered some words, and a translucent compass appeared in his hands. We have to find the right path, and this will help us do it.
Yow!
Electricity jolted through Adrian's body without warning, dropping him to the floor, and the magic compass faded out of existence.
No cheating.
A loud but hollow magic voice echoed through the lobby. Adrian groaned, and Maine rushed to his side and helped him up.
Ow, that hurt.
He rubbed his sore butt.
Guess that's out of the question.
Are you okay? Adrian sighed.
I'll live.
Maine addressed the lobby and corridor beyond it with determination. How are we supposed to find the way? When she received no response, the Mantle spoke up in her mind.
The labyrinth protection spell cannot answer you.
Then can you at least guide me through the maze?
Weakness. The end. But I cannot help you find it. The magic is too powerful.
Maine recalled the reinforced door back at the tavern that the Mantle couldn't guess the password for. I've got it, she said. We only started following the black marks on the ceiling after we were already in the maze. Maybe we were already on a false path. Let's try again, but this time we'll follow the markings from the start. Adrian agreed it was worth a shot, so they ventured into the maze of corridors a second time. Sure enough, they'd missed some markings at the beginning. Now that they knew what they were looking for, they were impossible to miss. They'd been traveling the corridors for only a couple of minutes when they came to another glowing glyph on the floor. Think that's the way out? Maine asked. Or another loop to the lobby? Adrian shrugged, and Maine stepped onto the floor glyph. The floor flashed brightly, and they were back in the lobby again. Shit. What are we doing wrong? Maine asked.
Maybe the black markings don't have any meaning, Adrian offered.
Let's go one more time. Maine took off at a quick jog, making sure not to get too far ahead of Adrian. It wouldn't be good if they got separated. Then, same as before, they came to a dead end and a floor glyph that teleported them back to the lobby.
Here, I've got an idea,
Adrian said. With a grin, he summoned his journalist's notepad and pen.
From here on out, we keep track of which way we turn. We can figure out which routes don't work.
But you saw how many turns each time takes. We could be at it forever. I'm getting hungry. I can't keep running in a loop. She walked over to the lobby wall and pounded it with her fist. It didn't budge. Even with her strength magnified by trangriness, she wasn't going to be able to break through the warehouse wall. They were stuck in a magical maze. Too bad Minnie isn't here. Minotaurs are good at mazes, right? Adrian chuckled.
Yeah, you would have to be friends with a minotaur.
Doesn't everyone have a minotaur friend?
No, I don't.
You must be an anomaly. Minotaurs are the coolest. Adrian stared at Maine with admiration. Don't look at me like that.
Why not? Like I've said, I've never met another person quite like you. A normal person would be freaking out right now. You're still determined to find a way out.
I am pretty awesome, I guess.
And so modest. Can you see why I've fallen for you?
Let's talk about something else, please.
Oh, so there is another guy in your life. Damn. Doesn't mean I won't stop trying.
He smirked. Okay, she said loudly. Back to figuring out how to get out of here. If we can't leave the way we came in from, we have to make it through the maze. Adrian walked over to the front desk in the lobby and plopped himself on top of it. He looked rather comical. A grown man in a Wonder Woman costume sitting on a counter.
I guess.
There has to be. You heard the protection spell's voice when you tried to use magic. It said you were cheating. That means there is a way through the maze. We have to find it.
All right.
Something was tugging at Maine's mind. The protection spell's words. No cheating. That implied that this was a game. But what kind of game? She turned her gaze to the lobby. She had first thought it was ordinary and empty. Now, upon closer inspection, she saw cabinets, drawers, and places to hide things.
That look in your eyes.
Adrian stretched out on the counter on his back. He closed his eyes.
Have you uncovered the maze's secret yet?
Maybe. She rushed over to the nearest cabinet and opened it. Then she rifled through its contents. Stacks of papers, rags, pens, and pencils. I think the secret to the maze might be here, in the lobby. Adrian cracked one eye open to look at her.
What do you mean?
She could hardly contain her excitement now. Have you ever done an escape room?
Escape rooms? No, but I do love shacks all the time.
Maine rolled her eyes.
What's an escape room?
It's when you pay money to get trapped in a room or a house or something. Then you look for the clues to find the way out. Usually, you have to use teamwork. What if the clue to beating the maze is in this lobby?
I don't know. That's kind of a stretch,
says the guy dressed up like Wonder Woman lying on the counter. Opening both his eyes, Adrian lifted his lasso of truth from his belt and whipped it playfully at her. Stop that!
You know, I've found that sometimes a quick workout helps the brain think better.
Mind on the mission, Maine reminded herself out loud as she searched the lobby. After finding nothing in the first cabinet, she checked a few more. They contained normal items and pieces of equipment you might find in a warehouse reception room. Off to the side, she found a small end table with a coffee maker on it.
Maybe we make a cup of coffee that magically opens a trapdoor,
Adrian asked. That's not how it works. There's usually a key to open a locked door, or, in this case, we're looking for something to unlock the correct passage through the maze.
Maybe. You're doing good work. How about I lie here and be the eye candy? Or you could join me.
Disregarding him, Maine worked her way through the lobby until she was behind the counter. She didn't know what she was looking for, but she hadn't found anything out of the ordinary yet. Hopefully, this wasn't a wild goose chase. It felt like she was on the right track. She started removing items from the shelves built into the back of the counter. When she opened the lid of a shoebox that was under it, her eyes lit up. I think this might be it. At that, Adrian sat up, squinting confusedly at the item Maine lifted from the shoebox.
A stress ball.
Maine held it up to the light of the magic paper lanterns. It resembled a ball of yarn, but it was squishy. Not just any stress ball. When I first met Ollie at the Sacred Sourdough, he was really nervous. He had a stress ball, like this one. I don't think it's a coincidence. I can feel some magic inside it. I think this could be the key to solving the maze. She grabbed his wrist and tugged him off the counter. Come on, let's go. This time, when they came to the first black mark on the ceiling, the stress ball began to glow in Maine's palm. Then the black mark glowed as if syncing wirelessly to the stress ball. When the ceiling glow faded, an arrow shining inside the black marking flashed. It pointed the way they were already heading, so they followed it to the next black mark on the ceiling. After it synced with the magical stress ball, an arrow flashed on the ceiling. Again, it showed to continue the way they'd been going.
I don't know, Adrian said. What's the point of arrows if they're going to tell us to follow through to the next black mark?
I don't know. Let's keep going. When they reached the next black mark, and it had synced with the stress ball, she was amazed to see the flashing arrow that appeared was pointing back the way they'd come, but more to the side toward a solid wall. With a grin, Maine reached for the wall. Her hand passed right through it. It looks like this wall here is an illusion. I would never have guessed. Come on. Maine grabbed Adrian's wrist and pulled him through the solid-looking wall. They appeared in a perpendicular corridor and followed it to the next black marking on the ceiling. They kept following the flashing arrows that appeared, walking through walls a few more times until at last they came to a dead end. This time, instead of a glowing glyph on the floor, there was a human-sized portal of blackness swirling in front of the wall.
Whoa. Is that what I think it is?
Adrian said.
What is it?
A dark portal.
What's a dark portal? Other than a terrible name for whatever this is.
You know about the one way at the Sacred Sourdough, right?
Maine gave a sarcastic laugh. I might be new to magic, but I'm not that new.
Okay. No need to get offended. A dark portal works much like a one-way, except that you can go both ways.
I don't get it. Why would anyone want to use a one-way when dark portals exist? And why wouldn't you call it a two-way?
Both good questions.
Adrian raised his hand.
The first one has a good answer. Dark portals are relatively unstable and have a limited number of times you can use them. After the last use, they simply fade out of existence. They can't sustain themselves.
That's bizarre.
Only the most powerful of entities can create dark portals. To be honest, they're a bit illegal. It would be a big risk to create one, especially at a place so public as the McCam.
Maine considered that. Depending on where this dark portal led, that could be a big clue. Can you and Ollie make them? Ollie was who they were following, after all. Adrian chuckled.
No, I'm not even sure if the deadly sins themselves can. Probably, but they aren't in attendance at the conference, only their envoys.
So who are we talking about that could have created it?
Well, this conference is chock full of high-level entities. Gods and demigods, principles and laws. I don't know. Any one of them could have.
Is there any way to discern which one created it?
Nope. It's powerful magic that erases the caster's signature. That's a big reason they're frowned upon. He speaks the truth,
the Mantle verified.
This confirms his infatuation with you. Lure him to bed. Enjoy a night of orgasmic bliss. Then bludgeon him as he sleeps.
Maine groaned, trying to ignore the Mantle's suggestion of orgasmic bliss. And bludgeoning. That too. Okay, we can figure that out later. It's almost certain that Ollie came this way since he has a stress ball. He had to have passed through this dark portal. Maybe I'm drawing conclusions, but if he's connected to Puck's deck, whoever created the dark portal is involved too. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not the detective in training here.
You're right. You're eye candy. Adrian cracked a grin.
Now you're getting it.
Come on. Let's go through. Without reservation, Maine stepped through the portal. As she did so, a wave of what she could only describe as cold water passed over her. Then she was in a sort of dark tunnel. It was eerie, so Maine raised her cell phone and turned on its flashlight feature. As she crept forward, Adrian came up alongside her. Up ahead were two wooden doors with fabric hanging in front of them. When Maine reached them, she realized the fabric was some old dusty clothing hanging from hangers. That was odd. She pushed the hangers aside and put an ear to the wooden doors. Someone was speaking through a mic on the other end. Where did this dark portal lead? She pushed on one of the doors, and it opened silently in a backstage room. When she stepped inside it, she realized whoever made the dark portal had concealed it in a ceiling-high wardrobe. Adrian came through, and Maine hid the portal's tunnel with the clothing. Then she shut the wardrobe door. A thunder of applause broke out on one side of her.
I think we're in a dressing room in the conference center,
Adrian said.
We're backstage at one of the panels. Wonder which one.
There was one way to find out. The audience had quieted now. Maine found the stage curtain and crept slowly out to the edge. The stage setup was for a typical convention panel with a long table facing the audience. The room was dark, except for a spotlight illuminating a crone wearing a purple robe. She sat at the long table holding a mic, staring out at the crowd. Through the darkness, Maine could make out the silhouettes of the other two crones sitting next to her at the table. There was an empty chair on the other side of them. Suddenly, a loud click echoed through the auditorium, and a rush of heat washed over Maine. Raising her hand to block out the spotlight that had flipped in her direction, she winced as the crone with the mic said,
"And sometimes events happen that surprise even us. Everyone, let's give a big hand to the wonderful and unpredictable Maine."
Maine froze. Chapter 33. The lights in the auditorium came on, illuminating the crowd as they stood and cheered. The crone in the purple robe clapped for a few moments and motioned for Maine to come out farther onto the stage. What the hell was going on? The dark portal had led here, to the second floor of the conference building at the McCam? That didn't make sense, though. Whoever was summoning the monsters from Puck's deck could quickly escape the conference grounds by traveling through the dark portal in the wardrobe backstage. But who was it?
"Come on out. Don't be shy."
The Fate continued to wave for Maine to join her on stage. Instead, Maine turned back to Adrian, who was grinning and tugging at the breastplate of his Wonder Woman costume.
"Yeah," he said. "I'm gonna have to go."
He pointed toward a back door. "You're going to abandon me here?"
"Yep. I just remembered I'm late for my next interview with Johnny Appleseed. Highly anticipated write-up, that one."
He splayed his hands in the air like a rainbow.
"Time to find out what it was like being the symbol of the frontier, and, for a time, one of humanity's most influential legends."
"You're a real crook. You know that?" Maine hissed off stage. "You used me to get a story while we were in the tunnel." Adrian clutched at his heart.
"Oh, that's not entirely true. My feelings for you are real. Now, I gotta go."
With a smirk, he disappeared into the darkness. "Stage fright is nothing to worry about," the crone was saying, when Maine turned and marched across the stage with a fake smile. The three sisters pointed at the fourth chair, and she took it, grateful to get off her feet. The lights in the room stayed on, so there was no hiding from the hundreds of pairs of eyes trained on the stage. The Fates looked pleased for her to have joined them, and Maine was glad when the panel continued. The Fate with the mic going on about manifesting one's deepest desires. Now and then the other two Fates chimed in. Why did the Fates want her on stage so badly? Then she remembered their strange mutterings in the tavern back room. They were infatuated with her, and how in flux her destiny had been. Maine was only half listening to them. She was too busy trying to figure out what the hell her next move was. She was nowhere close to solving who had stolen Puck's deck and used it to attack Death. Why attack Death to begin with? They couldn't kill him. Although Death had mentioned it might be possible to replace him, it didn't seem likely one could do that with a monster attack. Even more frustrating, she and Adrian hadn't found Ollie. He'd probably exited backstage half an hour or so earlier. Was he connected? He had to be. He illegally traded cards. Oh, she was playing a game of cat and mouse, reacting to everything happening instead of acting. She needed to take charge. Take control. As she thought this, she caught the words of one of the Fates.
"So much of our lives are composed of reaction, but heroes act. Isn't that right, dear audience?"
The crowd applauded in approval.
"While it is an honor to be here giving this talk, it is an honor
to be in such company." The Fate turned to Maine, sitting beside her at the table. "You and your father are perfect examples of this. Often in the decision to act, we cement our heroism. Isn't that right, Maine?" Maine nodded. If they were going to include her in the conversation, maybe it would be good to start listening. She adjusted herself on the chair and straightened her Batman costume. The Fate continued. "Here's the reason why my sisters and I sometimes get vilified in the magical community. All because of the end of fate you all share. All creatures of life, tied to an infinite number of futures, but only one end." The Fate glanced at Maine, and for a moment she felt woozy, like she was in some kind of dream world. "Except for us Fates, gods, demigods, principles, and laws." Suddenly, the Fate's attention was back on the crowd, and the dreamlike sensation ceased for Maine. What had happened? "And that one ending is death." The crowd in the auditorium booed. Wow, so not everyone at the conference adored death like a rock star. "Even immortal creatures like elves," the Fate continued, "will eventually die from disease, battle, or some mindless accident. Live long enough, and that is inevitable. How cruel is that fate? Very. But this is not our responsibility as the Fates." Pausing to draw in a deep breath, she held her head high. "We 3 sisters, the Fates, are but the flavor of life, the destiny that makes living interesting. Death is the culprit that ruins everything." Suddenly, the Fate whipped her attention back to Maine, and the dream world feeling returned. "Death claimed your mother far too young, before she was ready. Release your anger with my sisters and me. Don't blame the Fates for it. If anything, blame death." Then, as quickly as it had overtaken her, the dreamy feeling fled as the Fate continued addressing the crowd. Had that happened? Was this Fate somehow talking only to her? The words had been for her, but why? And how? The Fate seemed to have taken the feelings and emotions Maine had toward death and spoken them aloud. She didn't like it when magical creatures read her thoughts. A round of applause swept over the crowd. The Fates all nodded, quite pleased with how the panel was going so far. "Any questions?" one of the Fates asked. A woman in the front row stood, and a conference worker handed her a mic. "How would you change the act of dying if you 3 were in charge?" The 3 Fates smiled what appeared to be genuine smiles. "A very good question," one of them said. After looking at her sisters, she said, "I know what I would do. I would reward true heroes with either do-overs or grand deaths." The second Fate spoke up now. "I would reward the deceased with being able to see their loved ones again." The nauseating dream world feeling gripped Maine again as the Fate looked at her, saw through her. "Like your mother. You are a true hero, are you not? Too bad we cannot help you here. Don't you wish that could change?" Warning, warning, the 3 Fates. Weakness. They know the future, but cannot control it. Suggestion. Rub this fact into their faces like salt until they cry. Weakness. Extreme arrogance and lust for power. Suggestion. Attack their pride. Tell them their function for existing no longer matters. No one worships them anymore. What in the hell was going on with the Mantle? Why had it suddenly blurted all this out? Luckily, the Fate turned away from her, and the dream world feeling dissipated. Somehow, the Fate was communicating privately with her. She'd have to ask Sage about it. It was creepy, and Maine didn't like it. Magical creatures needed to stop trying to read other people's minds. It was an invasion of privacy. The Fates spoke for about another minute, and the question asker thanked them and sat back down. The mic went to another person in the crowd.
What is your favorite season of the year?
Maine didn't hear the answer because the Mantle suddenly hissed.
You have been inceptioned.
What? Maine thought.
You have watched the movie Inception, correct?
Are you reading my mind? There was a pause.
No, only the thoughts you direct to me.
What? You mean I can talk to you without having to seem like a crazy person? Why didn't you tell me sooner?
Because I find it funny when people think you are talking to yourself.
Stupid rag. You're the worst. The Mantle chuckled.
Perhaps I am. But you have been inceptioned. That is no laughing matter.
Maine sighed with frustration. Sitting next to her, the three Fates answered questions, but she heard none of their replies because of her mental conversation with the Mantle. What do you mean? What does inceptioned mean?
It's when someone uses a form of ESP to manipulate another's subconscious and plant ideas that aren't one's own. You must protect your subconscious. You must protect your mind's eye.
Mind's eye? Hadn't Sage mentioned that before he'd left for his trip? He had, in connection with the crazy dreams she'd been having. Sage said that stuff was impossible. He said the movies had it all wrong. She practically heard the Mantle rolling its figurative eyes when it answered.
That's because it's a very powerful entity, or entities, crawling about in your mind. I'm not talking about a typical wizard.
Yikes. Then who was the Mantle speaking of? Chapter 34. Is it the Fates? Maine asked. Are they snooping about in my mind? The Mantle's reply came in a hiss.
I do not know. Can you move?
Move? What do you mean? The Mantle huffed.
Did I stutter? Can you move your corporeal presence? Your body?
Now, that was an odd question. But when had the Mantle ever led her astray? Bringing her focus back to the panel she was sitting at, Maine tried to lift her arm from the table. She couldn't do it. It was like it had frozen to the tabletop. Okay, time to try it again. This time she tried to shift her butt on her chair. She couldn't. She tried to blink and found that she could, and she was still breathing, but she couldn't do much else. She couldn't lift her shoulder, open her jaw, or flex her knee. What was going on? This was starting to worry her. I'm stuck.
Figured, the Mantle replied.
You figured? What's going on? How do I move again? Did I have a stroke?
A fitting analogy. Think of it as a magic stroke. Someone is using advanced magic to creep around your mind. Ordinarily, this happens only when the intended target is asleep. While sleeping, it doesn't matter if your body locks up. You'll never know because you're not awake.
Then why am I locked up right now? I'm not sleeping. There was a long pause. One of the Fates answered a question from the audience, but Maine couldn't understand the words. This was really starting to freak her out.
The timetable must have gotten moved up. The perpetrator probably suspects that you know about them. They want to find what they're looking for so they can stop lurking in your mind.
Why would they want to stop lurking?
There could be severe consequences if they got caught by you.
Then tell me how to catch them.
It's not that simple.
Of course it isn't. Maine gave a mental sigh. Wait, is this what Sage was telling me about? Something about only the strongest of psychics can trap someone spying on your dreams?
The chef is wise. This is correct. You have no hope of trapping the perpetrator in your mind at this time. You must find a way to break
the magic stroke and return to your body. How do I wake up from it? I'm thinking. Great. The mantle knew what was going on, but not how to fix it. Wait. I'm kind of in a dream state now, right? Yes. Sage's ringtone. It woke me up from my weird dreams before. If Sage called me now, would that wake me up? A pause. You're smarter than you look. Gee, thanks. Now the question is there a way to get Sage to call me? Send him some kind of spell or signal to alert him? Well, there might be a way. With the added psychic energy present in your mind from the intruder, you should be able to make a psychic call to the chef. Well, maybe. You're a half-troll, after all. What do you mean by that, you stupid rag? I'm not stupid, you child. I'm not a child. R2. Am not. R2. Tell me about the psychic call thing. If the mantle had a head to shake, it would have. As when you're brewing intermediate potions, you have to focus on one thing and one thing only. Now close your eyes and reach out for the psychic power pervading your mind. I don't know about that. It seems so woo-woo. Woman, you can cast a fireball spell. Not well, mind you. From your hands out of nothing. And this is woo-woo. It's just... Sure, magic is real, but psychic stuff is too? It's a lot to take in. Never shall I understand the stupidity of humans. I wish you were a gnome. I wish you'd shut up. She closed her eyes and focused. Like the mantle had said, she saw a powerful energy in her mind, drifting about. It seemed to be everywhere, searching. Also, within that fog of energy, she could detect a pair of eyes, or maybe a shrouded figure. It was hard to discern. The main thing was that there was something in her mind that didn't belong there. Focus, the mantle hissed. She focused and started floating toward the energy cloud, careful not to arouse the intruder's attention. The energy cloud swirled about her. Breathe it in. Will it kill me? You are in your subconscious. What do you think? I don't know what to think. Kinda out of my element, remember? No. No, you don't remember? No. You will not die. Now breathe it in. She didn't have Sage to mess with at the moment, but she could mess with the mantle. It was a demonic item after all, so she didn't feel the slightest bit bad about it. With a mental smirk, Maine breathed in the powerful energy gathering about her. A sudden surge of power shot through her, and for a moment, she thought she'd had a stroke or a heart attack. Her eyes closed of their own accord, then bolted open. White light shooting out like lasers. Now she was floating in the cloud of power, her back arched and her hands down at her sides as if she were some superhero in mid-flight. You possess the required energy now. Make the call, the mantle hissed. Now. Do it now before the intruder realizes what you've done. Sure, make the call. It irritated her how the mantle expected her to know how to place a psychic call. If she knew how to, she would. Are you sure I can't wait until this magic stroke thing wears off? No! Foolish girl, if you wait, your soul will be forever trapped in your mind. Meaning? Your body will remain in a coma state. You will effectively be dead to the world for the rest of your life. Shit. How did she make a psychic call? She recalled her first adventure when Newly had tried to kill her in the sacred sourdough by sealing the doors and pumping poison gas inside. She would have died had she not been able to intrinsically breathe in air from some magical sourdough bread Sage had baked. Great need had fueled that first attempt. She needed to do the same here, or she'd be forever trapped in her mind, her body a vegetable. Call Sage. She could do this. First, she pictured Sage's face. Quick, the intruder is closing in on your location. Then, she imagined herself floating up to Sage's face. She imagined leaning in toward his ear. You must hurry. She imagined opening her lips and drew in a deep mental breath. Call Maine, now. She imagined whispering in Sage's ear. It's a matter of life and death. Call her now. It has found you, the Mantle hissed. You are doomed, and me too, for I am bonded to you. I think you're overreacting. Then, Maine felt icy talons digging into her mental projection of herself, and she knew he was right. She wheezed. While she couldn't see the identity of the intruder, she could feel its presence looming over her. I'm not scared of you, she said. As the icy claws dug deeper, the intruder froze. A tune started playing, working from a gentle beat up to a rising crescendo. The March of the Penguins. Almost instantly, the icy cold dissipated, and reality sucked her back. Blinking, she found herself sitting at the panel on stage next to the three fates. Saved by your weakness, the chef, the Mantle hissed. Not all weaknesses are bad, Maine muttered, as she brought her cell phone to her ear. As she did so, she realized that two of the fates were laughing at the fate who had spoken to her earlier. See what I have to put up with, the scorned fate privately told Maine. I am the fate of destiny, yet I don't seem to have a destiny of my own. What the hell was that all about? Maine wondered. She must have missed something while trying to fight the presence in her mind. Oh well, it was probably best not to insert herself into the spats of gods and deities. With an apologetic look, she stood and excused herself from the panel. She walked backstage and to a stairwell where she could talk in private. Hello, Maine. Are you okay? Sage whispered. I am now. She glanced up and down the spiraling staircase. She didn't see or hear anyone else walking, so she could talk freely. Thanks for calling. Also, why are you whispering? Shit. Did I interrupt one of your cooking competitions? Sage chuckled. No, I'm in the bathroom. Ew, TMI. Not like that. Competitions are over for the day. I was hanging out with some of the other competitors. We grabbed dinner together. They're pretty cool, by the way. Then, all of a sudden, I got this extremely pressing urge to call you to make sure you were okay. So, are you? Yes. You sound exhausted. I'm guessing you didn't get a guardian selfie yet? She chuckled, then sighed. No, I did not. I'm tired because it's not every day you get thrown in a magic tent jail, unravel the mystery of a magic labyrinth, and get put on the spot at a magic panel in front of hundreds of people, and make a psychic call to a friend to wake you up from a magic stroke and a magic intruder snooping around your mind. Oh, my God, you went to jail today? I said all that, and that's what you find most alarming? Not to mention, my mind is still reeling from the fates and their weird double talk, or whatever it was. You got to talk to the fates? Wow. Yeah, they like to do that to people. Don't feel too special. They were probably doing that to everyone in the audience simultaneously. It's their thing. Catering to the masses. Imagine you're listening to a self-help video, and you feel like the guru is talking about you, talking to you. That's the fates. They call it inspiring your destiny inside you. A bit of a parlor trick, as far as I'm concerned.
It keeps them relevant because they're not responsible for what's happening at all. Still, when people feel they're fulfilling their destiny, well, there's not much that's more inspiring and uplifting than that. Maine sat on a step and rubbed her temple. Why do it? If it's a parlor trick and not a real manipulation of the strings of fate. Because when people believe that's what's happening, when they have faith that the universe is looking out for them, helping them, the fates grow in power. It's their form of worship. A god has no power unless people believe in him or her. It's the same with the fates. The only creatures who have power, regardless of mortals' faith, are principles, like time, death, gravity. An idea sparked in Maine's mind. I have to go. Okay, Sage said. Maine hung up to pursue her new clue. Chapter 35. It was getting rather late, but Maine still hadn't talked to Puck. Also, she wasn't about to let herself fall asleep now, not when an intruder was waiting to rifle through her subconscious. She had to figure out some things before she could sleep. When she called Puck's number, he answered and agreed to meet her at the town square. She stifled a yawn when she reached the area, surprised by the number of conference attendees still conversing and checking out the vendors. After buying a red-eye coffee from a late-night coffee vendor, she sat on a bench and watched a fire breather while she waited. The caffeine did its job in keeping her awake, but all the same, she felt sleep trying to come for her. She felt irritable, like the caffeine was a punching glove, punching her in the eyes. She was about to lean back and close them when someone sat down next to her. You're a hard person to reach, Maine said. The trickster satyr grinned. Lots of tricks to play at the conference. None concerning you, of course. I'd never try that. Good, 'cause then you'd be out a detective. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. So, is this about my case? I know the tournament isn't until Saturday, but I don't want to have to use my spare deck. Maine finished her coffee and tossed the cup into a nearby trash can. Oh? You're worried about the tournament? See, I'm more worried about the monsters being summoned all over the conference. A reporter was killed earlier today by one of your Wendigos. Did you know? Puck fidgeted uncomfortably and uncharacteristically. I'm not involved with that. Whoever stole my deck is summoning the monsters. It's still your deck. That's why I went to you. Finest detective in Rainwater. That was your dad. You're his daughter. You're up to the challenge, aren't you? Maine recalled how during their first meeting, the Mantle had warned her that Puck was hiding something. She stretched one arm out along the bench's top. What aren't you telling me? Puck grinned. What? I don't know what you could be talking about. I'm talking about what you're hiding. Why would someone want to steal your deck? To beat me at the tournament Saturday. It's obvious. She shook her head. Too obvious. Also, why would they be summoning monsters from the deck and attacking the conference? I don't know. To humiliate me? She crossed her arms. I don't buy it. Look, someone stole my cards. That's all I know. The deck somehow connects to death. Puck's goat-like face twisted. Huh? Don't play dumb with me. It's not because the thief wants death to beat you in the finals. We're the two best players in terms of skill and deck. Puck agreed. What do you mean, this connects to death? 2 out of the 3 monster attacks directly involved death. The gremlins nearly succeeded in trapping Death in a Hellgate portal. Death was the Wendigo's target on the conference building rooftop. So what I want to know is, if the monsters can't kill or hurt Death, why summon the monsters in his presence? The satyr threw up both hands.
I don't know. The Mantle hissed. Liar, liar, pants on fire. She didn't take her eyes off Puck's. The Mantle disagrees. She leaned closer. You want to try that again? Or do I need to call the Guardian to take you away? His eyes bulged. Not the Guardian. Fine. You're right. I'm, withholding information. Which is? He whispered into her ear. My deck contains a wish card. An ominous silence settled between them. Then Maine said, Non-card geek translation, please? Right, well, it's just what it sounds like. Is it a genie monster? No, it's not a monster. It's a magical ability card. It grants the card holder one wish. As with every other card in my deck, it can only be used by one touched by the divine. And the card itself can touch the divine. What are you saying? If someone who is a god or has godly powers draws this card from your deck, they can wish for anything they want? Puck sighed. More or less. How is a card that powerful allowed in a deck? It's one of a kind. Granted to me by Mother Nature herself back in the day. So you're touched by the divine? You can use the card if you draw it while playing? He nodded. It's a long story, but me and the goddess Shiva were an item at one time. Let's just say I got to touch the divine. This was a lot to take in. Was the culprit trying to draw the wish card? That was bad news. Thanks for this information. I think we should tell the Guardian about this. What? No. He'll smite me. That's why I laid low until nighttime and haven't been answering my phone. Then maybe you can help me narrow down who would steal it? That's the thing I've been trying to figure out myself. He dug into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. He handed it to her, and she saw that it had the names of all the tournament competitors on it. Death, Puck, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, weather, gravity, and a couple of the deadly sins. Even the fates were scheduled to play, which amused Maine, considering they couldn't manipulate fate or luck. There were other competitors, too. She didn't know it was this big of a round-robin tournament. She tucked the paper into the utility belt of her Batman costume. Thanks for that. Are the monster summonings why you've been hiding? He nodded guiltily. They're wearing my signature outfits. Whoever is using my deck is framing me. Glancing up at the nearest rooftops, he said, I'm afraid if I show my face, the Guardian will swoop down and get me, lock me up, and throw away the key. Can you please find the culprit? Just then, a wizard with a Harry Potter lightning bolt tattoo on his forehead, along with his friend dressed like Voldemort, saw Puck and dashed up to him. Puck? The Puck? Can we get your autograph? You're our favorite card player, the first wizard said. While Puck tried to shrink into the bench, some of the nearest attendees noticed him and rushed over. I have to disappear, Puck said quickly to Maine. Please, get to the bottom of this. Then, to the crowd gathering around him. Ready for a trick? A smoke bomb rolled out from the leg of one of his pants and began to fizzle on the sidewalk. Then, with a startling bang, a cloud of smoke whooshed up. When it cleared, Maine was sitting by herself on the bench. She raised a hand. Would anyone like Batman's autograph? Chapter 36. No one wanted her autograph, which shouldn't have been too big of a surprise. Still, she was the late and great Valkius's daughter. Didn't that count for something? Apparently not. Part of her felt a bit bad for Puck. Assuming he was 100% truthful with everything, he was an innocent party. He couldn't sign autographs for his fans, something she figured he probably loved. Maybe she'd be able to talk to the Guardian to clear his name until she found his deck. At least now she had a better idea of what was going on. Now, she needed to see her other client. If Death was still where she'd last seen him, he would be at the Sacred Sourdough lying low. As she approached the Sacred Sourdough, she was glad to find the place locked up for the night. She let herself in through the kitchen and immediately saw evidence in the backed-up sink of the crazy Monday Al must have gone through. "Hello?" Maine called. At first, there was no answer. Then Noff pouted out of a walk-in cooler.
"Hush! Al is meditating."
When Maine stepped farther into the kitchen, she saw Al reclining in the manager's chair in Sage's office, his eye closed and his hands pressed together in front of his chest. Was today that crazy? Noff rolled his tiny shoulders.
"Dunno. I was guarding Death the whole time we were here. Restaurant seemed pretty busy, though. Al kept yelling when food wasn't to spec, and a few kitchen help walked out."
He seemed deep in thought about Al's situation. Then he said,
"Oh well, not our problem. Where you been?"
"I just saw Puck." Noff's face contorted like he'd taken a bite out of a piece of rotten meat. "His case connects to Death's," Maine insisted.
"You mean he's Death's closest competitor?"
"Yeah, but he's been in hiding all day for fear the Guardian would detain him."
"Maybe he should. Do you know where Puck is hiding out? I can make the call. He's not my client."
"Why is it so hard for you to get over this?"
"Because you meet Puck for the first time, and you immediately get the sense that he's completely trustworthy. He's a trickster, for God's sakes."
Maine groaned. "I'm done talking about it with you. Where's Death? I need to speak to him." Noff yipped.
"He's, not to be disturbed now."
"Why? What's he doing?" Maine moved around Noff toward the cooler he'd come out of, but he blocked her way.
"He's, recovering from his traumatic day. No visitors allowed."
"I'm on his case, too." Maine crouched and scratched Noff behind the ears, then rubbed his belly.
"Don't stop,"
he murmured, as he rolled onto his back with his paws in the air.
"Feels so good."
While he was luxuriating, Maine stood and hurried to the wide-open cooler. Death sat inside on a padded, rocking gaming chair, while a demon nurse did his nails. Maine stepped back outside and turned to Noff, who was getting up from the floor, his attitude much better now. "That's just weird."
"What part?"
Noff yipped.
"Death in a cooler, or Death getting his nails done?"
"Do I really have to answer that?" Noff cocked his head.
Guess not."
Just then, his ear mic squawked, and he answered a call only he could hear. A few moments later, he said,
"The butterfly fairies."
"What was it about? Another monster attack?" She yawned, unable to help it.
"The butterfly fairies were pursuing a death threat." Heh. Try saying that 5 times really fast."
He chuckled, and when Maine didn't join him, he said,
"Sorry for being an asshole earlier. What did you stop by for, other than to do your job and guard Death?"
"I already told you. I need to talk to Death." About 10 minutes later, the demon nurse exited the cooler. After waving seductively at Noff, she left out the back door. Maine peeked in on Death, looking comfortable in the gaming chair, wearing a fresh sky-blue hoodie and unripped jeans.
"Maine, how you doing, sister? Come on in."
She did. "Why are you in a cooler?"
Noff said it was the most secure part of the building. Since I don't feel heat or cold, I thought it would be as good a place as any to chill. Get it? It's cold. Chill.
I get it, Maine said.
Death winked at her. Your father was a big dad joke guy.
Was he? I don't remember, since he was rarely home when I was a kid. Also, he died, so I can't talk to him anymore.
Yikes. Still holding some hard feelings about that, I see.
I don't hate you. She recalled that fate's words in her head, channeling the hate she had for Death taking her parents too soon. Why couldn't she get over it? Death nodded.
Hate is a bad thing. Also, he's a good poker player.
Hate is here at the McCam?
In avatar form, sure. Now, enough talk about that. I have a feeling you've come with information about my case.
I did. It involves Puck's deck of wild things. Death's eyes lit up.
Hey, side note about that deck. Last year, when Puck defeated me at the tournament, he summoned a flock of fluffy sheep. I didn't see it coming. I don't even think the Fates saw it coming.
He shook his head and grinned.
It's like those leprechaun strikers every year. They just seem to come out of nowhere. But I digress. What were you saying?
Death could be so strange at times. She cleared her throat. Right. Well, someone stole Puck's deck. I think the thief has been drawing cards when you're around. Not to kill you, but to... Well, there's a wish card in Puck's deck.
Death's mouth dropped open. He has a wish card in there? You're sure?
He told me himself. Does that change things? He looked at her uncomprehendingly. You know, do you still want to stay here at the conference? You could leave. Then the card thief couldn't use the wish card against you.
Death chuckled. Oh, I'm not too worried about that.
Why not?
For 2 reasons. 1, there's a magic stipulation against drawing a wish card in any deck. It's extremely unlikely to be drawn. As in, it doesn't matter how much luck you have. The probability is only 0.005% that you'll draw it during a match. Even accounting for playing multiple games in one day, there's hardly any chance of drawing it. You can think of it as protection in case such a powerful card fell into evil hands.
Okay. What about the second reason?
Simple. I'm not afraid of dying.
Maine couldn't help but stare at the hoodied skeleton sitting before her. You're not? I'd think if anyone were scared of dying, it would be you.
Far from it. In fact, there's a sort of poetic justice to that fate.
You don't have a death wish, right?
Nah, I like my job. There is a certain peace to taking souls. No offense.
If you say so. Death grinned.
Anything else plaguing your mind? I'm a rather old entity. I might be able to help.
Well, there is one thing, Maine said. I've been having dreams.
The kind where you're urinating in public?
No.
Oh, good. 'Cause yeah, I wouldn't be able to help with that.
No, my dreams are... She sucked in a deep breath. They're full of zombies. I kick their asses, and I see my mom and dad. They talk to me. Death smiled.
That sounds nice. The part about being with your parents, I mean.
That's what I thought at first. But the Mantle keeps warning me when I'm dreaming. Death scratched his jaw with his manicured finger bone.
That is disconcerting.
Then earlier today, I had a magic stroke or something. My body locked up because there was an intruder in my mind. I think it could be the same person making me have these weird dreams. This might be a stretch, but what if whoever is in my head is looking for how to get to you? What if they're trying to find out your weakness? She grabbed her head in her hands. What do you think? Am I crazy? Death leaned closer to Maine. I don't think this is crazy. It sounds scary. I'm not worried about me, but we need to figure out who's messing with your mind before they cause you permanent damage. How do we do that? Easy. You take a nap. Chapter 37. So, we lure the intruder out in my subconscious and capture them? You know how to do that?
Of course he knows how. He's Death,
Noff yipped, peeking in. Bro, Death said. Actually, I don't know much about it. If you can find a powerful psychic, they should know how to. Noff wiggled his butt.
At this hour? Good luck with that.
Not so fast with the negative, little brother. If you're going to find one on such short notice, the McCam is the place. He paused and turned to Maine. You don't happen to have already met one, have you? Maine grinned. It's a me, Mario.
What you smoking?
Noff said.
Do I need to get you drug tested?
Maine was already heading for the kitchen's back door. You guys want to set up a cot for me? I have to find that psychic and make some other arrangements first. Then I'll go down for a nap, and you two can watch me. Make sure I don't mess up and become a human vegetable. By the time she returned to the sacred sourdough, her butler Al was up from his meditation and furiously attacking the dirty dishes in the sink. Don't you have workers you can pay to do the dishes? Maine set her supplies down on a prep table. They included various crystals and a few sticks of incense that the psychic had promised would help get her in the proper state to fight off her intruder. He'd also shown her how to trap the intruder. Al twisted and blinked at her. My dishwashers, how do you say, up and left. Why? I thought you were the master of hiring and delegating. They kept messing up, and I had to keep yelling at them. And it spiraled down. Maine left her nap-time tools on the counter and joined Al at the sink. How about I help you for a bit, before I go to sleep? Al looked shocked. I couldn't let you do that. It's my duty. I must do them. She shook her head and dunked her hands into the scalding hot soapy water. I'll help you. But why aren't you using the commercial dishwasher? It is broken. I think sabotage from one of my upset workers today. Then why aren't you using magic to clean the plates? Al sighed. Magic dishwashing is against the rules of magical food establishments. That's a stupid rule. Maine continued to wash dishes. Well, are you going to help me, or are you going to stand there and watch? With a proud smirk, Al joined her. Together, they knocked out the dishes in a half hour. When they'd wrapped up, Maine took Al aside. I know you're used to taking orders and not giving them, but maybe remember that we're all in this together. Cut your workers some slack and ease up. This week will be over in no time. Then Sage will be back, and I'll be in your debt for taking over for him this week. You shall never be in my debt, for I am still forever in your debt. Yeah, I know. 170 human years. She slapped him on the shoulder. You've got this, okay? No, we've got this. Al nodded as she headed to gather up her sleep psychic supplies. Master Maine. She glanced back over her shoulder. Thank you. Although I do not like the idea of you psychically taking on a powerful mind stalker, I know you will prevail. Thanks, Al. Is that you speaking from experience, Or you seeing my future with that cyclops eye of yours?" Al only nodded again and went about the business of getting the sacred sourdough ready for another day of service. Noff padded out from Sage's office as Maine scooped up her supplies.
"We got the office chair in full recline mode. Even got you a pillow."
He wiggled his butt and blasted into the air to see what was in her arms.
"You get those supplies at the dollar store?"
Maine dropped her head as she walked to the office. "They cost me one priceless crystal rose. That psychic's a real bastard, all right. But maybe I deserved it. Also, if this junk helps me clear the intruder from my mind, it'll all be worth it." Death and Noff had cleaned Sage's office when she had been out, so there were no papers or anything in sight. The feng shui of the office felt good. After instructing Noff and Death in the ritual the psychic had explained to her, she uncorked a sleeping potion. After downing the potion, she sat in the chair, leaned back, and closed her eyes. The sleep potion worked surprisingly fast. The next thing she knew, she was in dreamland. She knew because a zombie butler was waiting on her with a monocle perched on his nose.
"What would you like, Master Maine?"
the zombie butler said. What did she want? Several things. This was her dream, the psychic had stressed, so she knew where she would start. "I want to speak to my mom." The zombie butler fidgeted. "I'm afraid your mother is dead." "This is a dream. Let me speak to my mom." The zombie servant stared at her for a few moments, then nodded. "Very well." "Thank you," she called as he shuffled away. Focusing, she populated her surroundings to her liking. As she did so, she felt an almost imperceptible resistance. This was the intruder, trying to assert dominance. The key, the psychic had said, was to allow yourself to stay in complete control while giving the intruder the illusion that you weren't aware of them. When she finished, she felt quite proud of her dream powers. She was now standing in the grand hall of a mansion. A bear pelt rug lay on the floor, its empty cutout eye holes staring up at her. A toasty fire crackled beyond the bear pelt rug, behind the grating of an elaborately carved stone fireplace. Perfect. She stood, listening to the crackling of the flames for a few moments, until she heard soft footsteps behind her. When she turned, her mother stood before her, wearing a smile and her favorite sundress. "Mom!" She rushed up and embraced her. As in previous dreams, her mother felt so lifelike. Her body was warm and smelled of her favorite perfume. This was the intruder's doing. It wasn't her mom, and she knew this. The intruder was only piecing her mother together from her memories. Still, it felt good to see her in person rather than in the old photographs in Al's album. Eventually, her mother pulled gently away from her and regarded her with proud eyes. "Dear, how is your current case going?" She had never told her mother about any of her cases while dreaming, so this had to be the intruder's way of snooping for answers. "I've hit a dead end," Maine said. "Can we talk about something else? I don't want to talk about work right now. Maybe I could help you with your case." Maine turned her attention to the crackling fireplace. "I'm not so sure." Her mother gently laid a hand on Maine's arm. "I often helped your father with his cases." This was news to Maine, unless it was only the intruder trying to find a weakness to exploit. She didn't remember much about her childhood. She recalled most clearly that her father was gone for much of it, and her father and mother had separated for about 6 months at one time. She'd realized much, much later that they had been having marriage problems, but had worked them out. Maine humored the dream version of her mom. "Really? I was his springboard when he got stumped. I can be your springboard, if you want." The genuineness of her mom's voice was real. Whoever this intruder was, they were good. Well, Maine said, maybe you could help me. Her mother clapped. Goody. What are you stuck with? You're probably going to laugh. No, I won't. Your father always had strange ideas. Sometimes they turned out to be good ones. Okay, here goes. I think the Guardian is behind all the attacks on Death. For a moment, her mother's face wrinkled. Then it grew all kindly again. Oh, really? What makes you say that? For one, no one would ever suspect him. He's the Guardian, the ultimate peacekeeper. Go on. 2, he seems really against having them a camp. Told me it gets more dangerous to protect each year. What better way to prove his point than to go after an entity as powerful as Death? I mean, if I hadn't intervened, Death could have gotten stuck between realms or whatever in the Hellgate portal. A curious idea. Her mother watched Maine's reactions intently. You think he'd do such a thing? He's a dick, that's for sure. With his wings, he'd be able to whoosh away from the scene of any of his crimes, then blame someone like, oh, I don't know, me. You make a strong point. Her mother sounded relieved. Relieved that Maine was off the intruder's trail? Was the intruder trying to get the inside scoop on Death from her subconscious? I'm still not 100% sure, Maine admitted. I'm sure you'll get to the bottom of the truth. In the meantime, Death should feel honored to have you as a bodyguard. I am pretty awesome, Maine said. Her mother hesitated. How about we change the topic to something else? What do you have in mind? Boys. Maine made a face. She hadn't expected that one. She and her mother had never talked about that before. She died before Maine could reach that age. Okay. Sure. Hit me. Is there a knight in shining armor in your life? Maine fidgeted. I don't know. Maybe. Although I'd more liken myself as the knight in shining armor. She laughed, but her mother didn't get it. I'm half troll. I'm strong. Knights are usually strong. Her mother joined her with a chuckle. I see. Is the relationship going anywhere? I don't know, Maine said honestly. Well, before you do anything rash, I want you to know that you deserve the absolute best. Okay. To help you narrow down what you're truly looking for in a guy, I think now is the time to introduce you to 2 potential suitors. Mom, what are you talking about? I want you to meet these 2 gentlemen. Her mother snapped her fingers, and heavy metallic footsteps thudded from behind her. Maine turned as 2 men entirely encased in gleaming suits of armor strode up to her. Visored helmets concealed their faces, and they each wore a shield on their back and a sword at their side. Hello? Maine said. The 2 knights lifted their visors, knelt before her, and took each of her hands. They planted a kiss on top, leaving Maine to wonder what the hell was going on. Chapter 38. What exactly is this? Maine said. The final episode of the Half-Troll Bachelorette, Dream Edition? Her mother patiently explained. Think of this as a harmless way of finding your twin flame. Through your dreams. Twin flame? I didn't know you were into that kind of woo-woo spiritual stuff. There's a lot you don't know about me. I want you to be happy. Huh? Her mother perked up. These are the 2 finalists that I think would be perfect for you. I've done the hard part. Now you get to do the fun part and decide which is better. This was making little to no sense. Did her mind intruder know she was onto them and was trying to confuse her by whatever this was? Oh well, she could go along with it. If she played her cards right, she'd be able to detect the intruder and spring a trap on them. So, with a fake smile, she said, "Okay, boys, let's go." Her mother clasped both her hands over her heart, her face emanating warmth. "Have fun, dear." Maine turned her focus on her two suitors. "The intruder is close," the Mantle hissed. "This is my final warning." She knew what she was doing. Well, sort of. She'd play along with the intruder's game until it was time to spring her trap. Now, she noticed some differences between her two suitors. One of the knights had a red circle on his chest plate, whereas the other knight's was green. Also, the red knight looked a bit larger and more muscular, but it was hard to tell with the armor. Each of them had lowered their helmet visors so she couldn't see their faces. From the brief glance she'd gotten when they'd kissed her hands, they had chiseled jawlines and plump lips. The Green Knight cleared his throat. "Maine, if you would have me, I would offer you the sun, the moon, and the stars." The Red Knight scoffed. "Maine, what use would you have of the sun, the moon, and the stars? Why have the heavens when we could have each other?" This was getting strange. Maybe it would be better to wake up. Then the Green Knight grabbed her hand. Suddenly, she was in a supermarket aisle, racing behind a shopping cart with the energy of a child on a sugar high. "You're hungry, aren't you?" The Green Knight's voice called from behind her. Her stomach rumbled in confirmation as she rolled down an endless aisle of every kind of food imaginable on each side. "What kind of food do you want? Ice cream? Chocolate? Pizza? Why choose? You can have it all if you want." She was hungry. Damn. Pizza did sound really good. Almost greedily, Maine started throwing boxes and bags of food, as well as fresh fruits and vegetables, into her shopping cart. This was fun. She could have it all. No more having to decide what she wanted. When her shopping cart was full, she saw the end of the grocery aisle finally come into view. It was a giant one-way doorway. She rolled through it and found herself outside, floating over a forest, the shopping cart and her hunger gone. It was sunny and warm out, and she had to blink to acclimate herself. She was still floating. Beneath her, a lush forest full of adventure waited. As she observed it with longing, her body sped forward. The treetops passed beneath her until night fell. Then, 1,000 toasty campfires flared up from the ground in clearings nestled among the trees. "Would you like to camp there, or there, or there? Why choose? With me by your side, we can check them all out." She hadn't been camping in a long time. She was way overdue for a vacation. Before she could answer, she was no longer floating over the trees. Now she was strapped into the driver's seat of her dad's purple muscle car. She was speeding down a highway, admiring the coastal views and lighthouses. The Green Knight sat in the passenger seat. He pointed through the windshield. "Wow, look at that." An ancient-looking pirate ship was anchored off the coast. "Wouldn't that be cool to explore?" he asked. As she drove, a private jet flew overhead, so close it almost brushed the top of the muscle car. "Or perhaps you'd like to travel in style." Maine rolled her window down and stuck her head outside to watch the jet cruise past. "Or perhaps you're thirsty." The Green Knight pointed ahead at the road, and Maine braked to a stop. 15 yards away, an overturned beer truck filled up the road. Various people stood around cracking beers and jokes. They waved to Maine for her to come out and join them. Part of her wanted to. She could use a drink. Before she could get out of the car, though, she was sitting on a golden throne atop a pyramid. The Green Knight was standing upside down on his palms, floating in the air before her. So, what is it you want? Pick me, and you can have everything. She thought, carefully, as carefully as she could in a dream, before settling on. I want to talk to my mom again. In person, not in a dream. The knight flipped in midair to face her the right way. I'm afraid I can do everything but that. Then let me talk to the other suitor. Maybe he can. The Green Knight's shoulders sagged glumly, but he nodded. The next moment, she found herself sitting in a black cube of nothingness. Then the Red Knight appeared in front of her. He reached out. She took his gauntlet, and he pulled her to her feet. Milady, have you decided to choose my love over meaningless possessions? Wild energy coursed from the Red Knight's gauntlet into her hand. The feeling made her feel alive, on fire. She desired it. Although she couldn't see his face because of his visor, she thought he was smirking at her with smoldering eyes. She pulled her hand free, trying to clear her mind. Whatever this knight's shtick was, she was still in complete control. Famous last words, the Mantle hissed. She had to remind herself to keep an eye out for the intruder who would reveal him or herself soon enough if she stayed in the dream. That's what the crystals the psychic had given her were for. Disregarding the Mantle, Maine grabbed the Red Knight's metal wrist and pulled him closer to her. How would you prove your love to me? He laughed triumphantly. It was a good, fun laugh. She liked it. Very well. Observe. They were no longer in a cube of nothingness. Now, they were on a battlefield. Loincloth-clad barbarians and armored orcs charged at her in a line. Before they could attack her, the Red Knight rushed forward and started to dispatch them all with precise strikes of his blade accompanied by fancy footwork. When the army had fallen, the knight thrust his sword into the ground, rested his weight upon the pommel, and turned to her. Then they were in an ocean. Well, he was. She was clinging to a rock jutting out from the crashing waves. Lightning sliced the night sky, and thunder boomed. It all seemed so contrived and fake, and for the first time, she thought she knew what was going on here. It was almost time to end the game and trap the intruder. I am coming, the Red Knight cried as he swam toward her, impossibly fighting the waves and current while still in his armor. When he reached her and clambered up onto the rock, he held a hand out to her. She shook her head and smacked his gauntlet away. Did I do something wrong? He said. She answered, So what if you love me? Now we're stuck on a rock in the middle of the ocean. But, he started. Then the environment flickered out, and Maine was in. Oh, hell no. She was at her old high school. There she was one of the most popular kids in school. Not in a good way. There, she was known as the freak, the strong girl, the girl who had once gotten so mad because she'd forgotten her locker combination that she'd ripped the door off with her bare hands. Spinning, she searched for the Red Knight, but saw no sign of him. How is this supposed to show your love for me? Kids appeared, her old classmates. They started laughing and jeering at her. Shut up, Maine growled, raising her fists. Now, the high school kids were zombie high school kids. They groaned and moaned as they shuffled toward her. Before she could throw the first punch, the Red Knight appeared at her side. Let me fight them, she said. I don't need you or anyone else to fight my battles for me. With a nod, the Red Knight offered her a pair of punching gloves. She accepted them and quickly donned them as he impossibly put on a pair himself. Then, together, they started kicking zombie ass. When they finished, and zombie corpses littered her old high school, the Red Knight got down on one knee. "I think I understand you now. Much better than that other night. What do you say? Do I win?" She pretended to think about it for a while. Then she cocked her hip. "Gonna be a hard no." Yep, she knew what was going on now. Mystery over. All that was left was to spring the trap. Like on Scooby-Doo. The intruder would never see it coming. "I'm going back to the fireplace now." Then, with some focused effort, she was there, standing beside her mom. Both knights stood across from her, next to the bear pelt rug. Perfect. "Don't tell me she picked you," the Green Knight said. "Shut up," said the Red Knight. Maine cleared her throat. Boys, I've made my decision. First, can you please take a couple of giant steps that way?" Looking utterly confused, the Red Knight and the Green Knight moved to the side until they were standing directly on top of the bear pelt rug. Maine smirked. "Thanks." Then she snapped her fingers, and the bear pelt rippled to life. With a roar, it folded up and into itself, its four paws wrapping tightly around both knights in, well, a bear hug. The knights groaned. "Oh, we're trapped." With a proud look, Maine glanced over at her mom. Her mom flickered out of existence, the illusion no longer projected by the intruder. Scratch that. Intruders. Plural. Oh well, it hadn't been her mom. She strode up to the two of them, fighting and writhing inside the bear rug. Now, time to find out who's under the masks. Chapter 39. "How did you trap us?" the Red Knight squealed, as she placed both hands on his helmet. She paused to draw out the suspense. "Oh, learned some new tricks from a psychic at the conference, in exchange for..." She twisted the helmet to the side and lifted it off the Red Knight's head. "Well, in exchange for that crystal rose you gave me, Adrian." Adrian cursed, then shook his head to air out his hair. His angry features softened. "When did you figure it out?" "Only a minute ago. If not for you two's little competition to woo me over, you might have gotten away." She let Adrian's helmet drop, then removed the Green Knight's helmet. "We underestimated you." Olifet met her gaze. Maine threw his helmet over her shoulder, then stepped back. The bear pelt rug wouldn't release them anytime soon. The plan had gone off without a hitch, except that she hadn't expected the intruder to be the two Sin's avatars. She was still trying to wrap her head around that. Adrian gave his sexiest grin. "Don't suppose you'd let us go now?" She rounded on them like a wounded viper. "You've both been stalking my mind ever since I started having the weird dreams." They both nodded, probably realizing it would be safer than saying anything. "So that means..." Maine thought back to when they'd started. "The crystal bouquets. That's how you were able to get into my dreams in the first place, isn't it?" Again, they nodded. "How did it work?" Maine asked. "The crystals created a link to my mind?" Adrian sighed. "Crystals have properties that make them good for enhancing and intercepting dreams. So in essence, yes." "That's why you gave me a crystal rose at the conference? Because my crystal bouquets are at my apartment and not close to my body?" "That's the gist of it," Adrian said. "Although I am into you." "Shut up. Even for the avatar of a Sin? I can't believe you'd do that. You gave me that crystal rose to spy on my dreams. You're a pervert." When Olifet chuckled, she pierced him with her gaze. "You are too. I received 2 crystal bouquets at the apartment, 1 from each of you. Why?" When neither said anything, she glared at them. Adrian spoke first. "You know how I said we sins don't get along? How we sometimes have competitions with each other? This was one of those competitions." "You were trying to see who could get in my pants first?" "No," Ollie said. "Well, he was. We were simply trying to see which sin was the great mantle wearer's weakness. Gluttony or lust. It was a friendly bet." "That's it? You were only trying to get me to sin?" Adrian smiled. "It's our job, after all." "They're lying," the mantle hissed. "You guys are the worst," Maine said. "If you don't tell me the truth about why you were really in my mind, I'm going to keep you trapped in that mental bear pelt rug until I die." "Look," Ollie said, "we were doing what our sins instructed us to do." Maine hiked a foot up onto the raised hearth and leaned over her knee. "Which was?" Adrian and Ollie exchanged a glance. Maine said, "Hey, I'm over here." They both turned to her. Adrian groaned. "The 7 deadly sins wanted us to determine the weaknesses of the mantle wearer and the mantle itself." "What? Why?" "How should we know?" Ollie said. "The mantle is a powerful demonic entity." "If it's so powerful, how come it couldn't see through you both and know that you were my mind stalkers?" "The sins placed powerful wards over their avatars, so the mantle couldn't read their true weaknesses and motives." Well, that was a bummer. The mantle wasn't much of an advantage when her opponents were immune to its powers. Wait, so are you saying that the other 5 sins might try to come for me? "They might have plans for you," Adrian said. "Why? The sins want the mantle for themselves?" Ollie shook his head. "Oh, no. The sins represent singular weaknesses, and they will only exploit that weakness no matter the situation. Wrath will never try to seduce you, and greed won't try to best you in mortal combat. They don't want to possess the mantle. They want to know how to beat the mantle." "Any other questions?" Adrian wriggled against the bear pelt's grasp. "Yeah. Which one of you assholes gave me a magic stroke when I was on the Fates panel?" They looked at her. "I was frozen on stage. I couldn't move. Someone was in my mind snooping." There was a long silence. "How do you know it was one of us?" Ollie asked. "Maybe it was one of the Fates." "That's what I thought at first," Maine said. She scrutinized them as she took a step closer. The bear pelt was squeezing them even tighter now. Finally, Adrian nodded. "It was me, okay?" "You?" Maine asked. "I panicked, okay? I didn't have an interview with Johnny Appleseed. Instead, I stayed backstage watching you on the panel. Ollie and I were worried that you were suspicious of an intruder. The plan was to find what we needed right then so we could stop going through your mind. I was only going to knock you out. I wasn't going to hurt you. I wouldn't do that." Maine shook her head disgustedly. "Creep. You mentally assaulted me." She turned to Ollie. "And you? Are you connected with Puck's missing deck?" "I have nothing to do with that," Ollie said. "He's lying." "Oh, really? Because the mantle says otherwise. If you have no connection to Puck's deck, how did you know about the dark portal connecting the panel backstage to that magic warehouse labyrinth?" Fine. I knew about the dark portal because whoever did steal Puck's deck hired me to build the labyrinth." "So they could summon monsters at the conference? Then escape?" "Your guess is as good as mine." "Who is it?"
I don't know, Ollie sputtered. It was an anonymous job posting. I swear. They used a third-party service. I never saw their faces. Maine scoffed. Right. Why did they come to you? Because I'm an avatar of a sin, baby. Who better to turn to for illicit deeds? Do either of you know anything about why someone would want to harm Death? No. Definitely not. She waited until the Mantle confirmed both of their stories. Damn it. She felt accomplished for figuring out who was behind the dream intrusions. She no longer had to worry about being turned into a human vegetable. But they didn't know anything about Death's case, or Puck's deck. What are you going to do with us now? Ollie asked. She drew a deep breath and let it out. She couldn't keep them tied up here forever, could she? I'll let you go on one condition. You both owe me a favor. No way, Ollie said. If you keep us in your mind, our sins will create new avatars. Adrian joined in. Besides, if you keep us trapped here, you'll be turning us into human vegetables. Poetic justice? Maine said. Swear that you'll owe me and I'll let you both go. Also, swear that you're never going to mess with my friends or me. They both agreed, although they made it a point that they weren't responsible for what the other sins avatars did. With a mental command, Maine ordered the bear pelt to release them. Ollie and Adrian collapsed to the floor. Adrian glanced up at her with a smirk. You want my opinion? Sage isn't a bad guy for you. But remember, I'm here for you, in case you change your mind. Unbelievable, she thought. Then she mentally ejected both sins from her mind. Chapter 40. Maine woke up with a start in Sage's office chair. She's alive, Death cheered, standing over her, waving an incense stick. Noff was sitting on the desk facing her with a lit incense stick in his tiny jaws. He spat it to the side. Welcome back, partner. Al stood beside Death, also holding an incense stick. It's good to see you, Master Maine. Is it over? Is it over? Noff yipped. Maine got up and stretched her arms. She was still wearing the Batman costume. It's over. The weird dreams, at least. What do you mean? Did you figure it out? Who's trying to hurt Death? She briefly recounted what had happened in her dream. When she finished, Death laid a bony hand on her shoulder. That's okay. You did good, sister. That was some high-level psychic stuff you pulled off. Can't say I'm surprised the Sins put their avatars up to that. Maine shrugged. A yawn overtook her, and she rubbed her eyes. Partner? Noff yipped. I think it's time you showered up and grabbed some shut-eye. Gotta be sharp in the morning for guard duty. I'm not going to sleep yet. Al blinked at her questioningly. Sure, I'm tired. I'm really tired. All I want is some sleep and some food. I have to do something first. Al disappeared into a walk-in cooler. Why? Noff asked. 'Cause crime don't sleep. No, although that's true. I can't sleep because first I need to find the Guardian. We need to have another chat. The Guardian? Noff yipped. It's for the safety of all the McCam attendees, Maine said. Al reappeared with a slice of cherry pie on a plate and a chocolate bar. Then I believe you're going to need this. Al, you're the best. She didn't find the Guardian. The Guardian found her. She'd only walked a few blocks from the sacred sourdough when she glimpsed his silhouette against the moon. He perched atop a street lamp, watching her. She threw her hands up and did a jumping jack. Hey, over here. The next thing she knew, he was gone. Whoosh! She raised both arms to block the wind gust that buffeted her.
When she lowered them, the Guardian was towering in front of her.
Have you found the culprit?
Hello to you too. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking. The Guardian glared.
You had better not be wasting my time.
I don't think I am.
Then out with it. What do you have to report?
She composed herself. Please?
Please what?
He barked gruffly. It's a thing people say to be polite. Never mind.
Polite?
The Guardian took another step closer, so that her forehead was practically touching his pax.
Polite, you say? A person died today.
Yeah, I know. I was there. Look, I have a lead, but if you don't want to hear it, I'll go to bed. The Guardian seethed. Finally, he crossed his muscular arms and backed up a step.
A person hasn't died at the McCam under my watch for several years. I take it as a personal offense that I was unable to prevent it. My security force is good, but we can only be in so many places at one time. If you have something, out with it. You have uncovered the identity behind the monster summoner.
She steeled herself. Not yet. On the bright side, I think I have a way to prevent any more monster summonings until Saturday.
What are you talking about?
I uncovered part of the culprit's plan. Sort of. See, there's a wish card in Puck's deck.
A wish card?
The Guardian uncrossed his arms and clenched both fists. Whoever is gunning for death stole Puck's deck of wild things. That's why they're drawing cards and summoning monsters when death is nearby. They're hoping to draw the wish card, which has a super low probability of being picked. That way they can kill death or something. By the way, Puck appears to be innocent, so can you maybe stop having your security force look for him? The Guardian breathed heavily as he absorbed the information. His expression turned grim.
You mentioned you had a way of stopping any more monster summonings until the tournament on Saturday.
Yes, Maine said. Because you're going to lock down the second floor of the conference center.
Why would I do that?
Because you wouldn't want word to get out that someone created a dark portal inside while on your watch.
A dark portal? What?
Even in the low light of the street, Maine caught the Guardian's face paling. It's true. The Guardian's eyes looked like they could melt through steel.
Where?
Second floor. Panel room. Backstage in the bureau. Behind some hanging clothes.
Whoosh!
A gust whipped her hair back from her head as the Guardian swooped up into the night sky.
Too bad you cannot fly,
the Mantle hissed. What? Maine muttered.
Then, with me, you would be unstoppable.
Don't get too full of yourself. It's not healthy.
Maybe the other sins will come for you. Perhaps they will not. You must be ready all the same. Threats come in all shapes and sizes. You must train not only your body, but also your mind. When you identify an opponent's weakness, you must strike. Fast and hard. Ruthlessly so.
Got it.
If not, you shall get your wish and meet your mom again.
That hit her in the gut. While she did want to speak with her mom again, her real mom, not some dream version of her assembled from her memories by 2 of the 7 deadly sins, she didn't want to die. The magic world was too exciting. She wanted to experience all it had. She needed to. She didn't know how long it would take for the Guardian to return, so she plunked herself down upon the sidewalk next to a building. She closed her eyes and had just dozed off when...
Whoosh!
Holy shit! She shot to her feet, clawing at the air in front of her, The guardian stood in front of her.
Do not profane the word holy.
Oh, right. Did you find it? The portal? Before you try to accuse me, no, I didn't create it. I'm not powerful enough, and neither is the mantle. For a long time, the guardian stood there, appraising her. Surely the dark portal was still there. The culprit hadn't closed it.
You speak truth. I have already dispatched a team of angels and demons to guard the floor from here on out. The official story will be faulty wiring and plumbing.
Yeah, that's smart.
Yes, I thought so.
He paused.
You think the culprit won't summon any more monsters?
Without an escape portal, it would be much riskier, especially if you set up more patrols. Maybe incentivize the chainmail demon squad to get up off their butts and patrol during the day as well as the night. The guardian scratched his chin.
A decent idea.
Regardless of what you might think, we're on the same side. The guardian grunted.
So, your plan is to wait until the tournament on Saturday. Wait for the culprit to reveal him or herself.
Only someone touched by the divine can use the deck. That means it has to be one of Death's competitors. I hope to identify the culprit when they play the cards in Puck's deck. When I know who it is, I'll give you the nod, and you can rush in and take credit for apprehending them.
How considerate of you.
Maine feigned embarrassment. What? You're the one with the smiting powers. I only have troll strength and agility.
You have your mind, too, the guardian said, and the mantle.
It felt good to be acknowledged by someone as powerful as the guardian.
Just don't make me regret working with you.
He glanced off to the side.
I won't be able to relax until after we detain the culprit, or until we dismantle the dark portal.
The portal? Why don't you do it now?
If you knew anything about dark portals, you would know that they are illegal for a reason.
And that is? He gritted his teeth like a pissed-off curmudgeon.
Dark portals are very rare these days, so most people have never seen the aftermath of one that has expired.
Huh?
A dark portal has only a limited number of uses, depending on how much magic its creator used. When the dark portal uses up all that magic, it becomes highly unstable.
Which means? Maine asked. The guardian exhaled loudly.
Picture an explosion followed by a black hole eruption.
Oh. Damn. I mean, shucks.
Exactly. A portal technician can safely dispose of it, but not while anyone is in the vicinity. As much as I'd prefer to evacuate everyone now and get it over with, I think that might send the culprit into hiding. The tournament on Saturday, although it is not without risks, is our best shot at catching him.
Or her, Maine said. It is the modern age, you know. The guardian groaned.
Or her,
he conceded. All right, good. Maine held out her hand to the guardian, and he shook it. You'll keep the second floor blocked off until Saturday? He nodded. You'll say faulty wires and plumbing? The guardian nodded again as a perturbed look crossed his face. I didn't know angels could tell lies.
Grrr. I am bending the truth to keep everyone safe.
No, I'm pretty sure that's a straight-up lie.
Out of my sight.
Maine smirked as she hurried away, heading toward her apartment. It was too much fun messing with people. Powerful demigod creatures, even more so. For the first time all day, she felt good. lighter inside, even though she had to be up early for death guard duty in a few hours. Chapter 41.
The chicken has flown the coop. I repeat, the chicken has flown the coop.
Maine chuckled as she listened to Noff's words over her ear mic. The chicken was their code word for death. Also, so was Jeff. She'd learned this and more when she sat and finally finished reading all of Noff's thick briefing earlier in the week. Tuesday through Friday had passed with no further monster summonings, and if she had to be honest with herself, death guard duty had been rather boring. Even the guardian had left her alone, so the job had consisted of several people watching and escorting death around the conference grounds, and to the various signings and panels he was part of. With the monotony of everything, she was looking forward to the conference's end and her pasta and wine date with Makime on Sunday night. Now it was Saturday morning, and the Mythos the Conjuring card game tournament was less than 15 minutes from starting. Showtime. She was ready for anything. She had a couple of bone-mending potions in her pocket just in case. She'd mastered how to brew them in her free time this past week. Maine was patrolling the tournament grounds, which consisted of 2 mini arenas in front of the conference center in the middle of the street. The 2 arenas didn't hold spectators, though. They would contain the summoned monsters who would fight during the card games. A 12-foot-tall translucent wall surrounded the 2 playing fields, much like at a hockey rink, and a raised platform at both ends of the playing field allowed each competitor to see their opponent's side. Maine was looking forward to watching the matches. Who didn't like a good monster fight? The best part was none of the monsters died when defeated in battle, as in the card game's older days. They simply transported back to their respective dimension. With the transparent wall surrounding the matches, she and everyone else at the tournament would get to see the monster violence up close and personal, all without the risk of injury from crazed monsters. Whoever said you couldn't have your cake and eat it too? Maine smirked. That was something Sage would have said if he were here. She wondered for a moment how he was doing in L.A. Today was supposed to be the final round of eliminations on the cooking show. If he made it through today, he would get to be on the actual cooking show. Now that was exciting. She knew he could do it, and would do it, as long as he kept his cool and did his thing. Per Noff's instructions, Maine had her phone turned off so it didn't distract her from the job of safeguarding Death during the tournament. Who exactly were they protecting Death from? They still didn't know. As she'd predicted, neither she nor the Guardian had made any progress on the culprit since there had been no further monster summonings. That meant no more clues to follow. At least the second floor of the conference center was blocked off, so there would be no dark portal usage.
5 mics out.
Noff's voice came over Maine's ear mic. That meant Noff, Minnie, and the 3 butterfly fairies were 5 minutes away from the tournament grounds. Maine glanced over the gathered crowd at Swiftfoot, who gave her a thumbs up. It was impossible to miss since the centaur's upper torso stood over the crowd. They weren't the only 2 keeping an eye out for trouble. Angels flitted about, often landing upon street lamps to observe the crowd below, while chain-mail demons pushed through the throngs, making sure no one got too rowdy. Maine doubled down her attention on the crowd of fans surrounding the playing field Death would be playing at. On his side of the arena, fans of various mythical races sported shirts that read, Team Death. Fans on the opposite side wore shirts that read, Team War. While she knew little about the card game, this would probably be a good matchup. For a moment, she wondered if Death had been War's mentor. Or had it been the other way around? It was like the classical debate over if the chicken or the egg came first. Surely Death was older. Suddenly, her eyes caught on an ogre sneaking away from the Team Death fans. As he edged toward some trees planted on the sidewalk, he kept glancing over his shoulder as if searching for a tail. See something? Swiftfoot asked over their comms. Maine tracked the ogre as he rounded a street corner. I don't know. It might be nothing. I'm going to check it out. Got it. I'll stay and watch the crowd. Jeff will be here soon. I know. I'll be right back. Maine broke from the crowd and hurried over to the corner. It probably was nothing. At least, nothing connected with death. It had been an ogre, not some powerful magical entity with the power to use the deck. At least, the last she checked, ogres weren't touched by the divine. Maybe it was a distraction for the real culprit to act. Was War the thief of Puck's deck? Did War want to overthrow death? She rounded the corner and froze. Where had the ogre gone? She ventured down the sidewalk. This part of town was full of small, local mom-and-pop shops and tourist traps. The town had closed up for the tournament, so the ogre couldn't have ducked into one of them. She continued down the street until she came to a cobblestoned alley. A green van was parked about halfway down it, the only thing out of the ordinary. Then she saw him. The ogre was beating on the van's side with his knuckles. Without warning, the van's rear door opened, and a short and pudgy leprechaun hopped out to the ground. She knew he was a leprechaun because of his green pants and green top hat with a clover on the front. Unfortunately, he wasn't wearing a shirt, so he was all green and red chest hair. He was making a mad dash straight for her. What the hell? She muttered. Leprechaun. Weakness. Pots of gold. Fashion. Irish car bombs. The drink, not the explosive. The ogre was running behind the leprechaun, also her way. Out of the way, woman! The ogre shouted.
Jeff is one mic out.
Noff spoke over Maine's earwig. Damn. Just 1 minute left until Death arrived at the tournament grounds. Were these two characters frantically running toward her, heading to intercept him? She stood her ground in front of the speeding leprechaun and raised a hand. I'm going to need you to stop by order of the Guardian. It was a bit of a bluff. She didn't work for the Guardian, but she figured it would give any evildoer pause before carrying out their mission. The leprechaun did stop, a few feet away, but not because she had threatened him.
Hey, hottie,
the leprechaun grunted, with a drunk Irish accent.
Want to see a green fountain?
What? She studied his fiery orange beard. Then, the leprechaun tore off his green pants and whooped.
We're going streaking.
Oh, fuck. This wasn't a death threat. It was a goddamn leprechaun streaker. You good? Swiftfoot's voice asked in her ear. She could handle a streaker. Yeah, was all she got out, before the ogre's fist came out of nowhere, staggering her sideways on the sidewalk. As she slammed into the brick wall, her ear mic dislodged and fell to the concrete. Then she fell too. Her vision was blurry when she picked herself up. She'd hit her head on the wall. The ogre was closing in on her again, and when she backstepped, she heard the ear mic crunch under her shoe. Grrr. Ogre. Weakness. Shoulder dislocates easily. Has a low pain tolerance threshold. The ogre stepped in with another jab. Maine dodged it and punched him in the shoulder from behind. He went down with a squeal. Ow! My shoulder! Wincing, Maine rubbed her temple. At least it wasn't your head. She glanced down the sidewalk. The leprechaun streaker was nearly to the street corner leading to the tournament grounds. Still a bit disoriented, she left the ogre sitting up on the sidewalk, sobbing in agony over his shoulder. She bolted down the street, feeling the mantle help to balance her as she recovered. When she rounded the street corner, she saw the leprechaun's flabby cheeks flapping in the air as he ran toward the crowd. She wasn't going to make it to him on time. As he reached the fringes of the crowd surrounding Death and War's arena, he cupped his hands over his mouth and thrust his shoulders back.
Team Death,
he hollered.
Yeah, go team.
Maine reached him then and cupped one hand over his mouth while wrapping her other arm around his torso. Then she lifted and dragged him back toward the nearest angel and demon security checkpoint. As she maneuvered backward, she spotted Noff and Death approaching the cheering crowd. Noff's face bore a look of abject horror, while Death only shook his head and laughed. Reporters' cameras flashed to life, about half of them trained on Death, and the other half on Maine, wrestling the leprechaun streaker. This just keeps getting worse, she thought. You poor thing, the Mantle mocked. Do not show any weakness. The rag was right. She hauled the whooping leprechaun the rest of the way to the checkpoint and handed him off to a chain-mailed demon. The leprechaun sobered up then, and she filled in an angel guard about the ogre with the injured shoulder a few blocks down. The security force thanked her, and from the rooftop of the conference building, she saw the guardian watching her closely. She waved up at him and professionally made her way over to Noff's side. I know how to make an entrance, don't I? She said, as she sidled up beside Noff and Death, as the cameras continued to flash at them. Noff narrowed his eyes up at her. The PA system squawked then. Ladies and gents, wizards and creatures of all kinds, let's get this party started! Chapter 42. The first battle was finally underway. Standing on the platform above the translucent wall, Death played the first card. A circle glowed inside the battle arena, and a floating shark with laser eyes appeared. On his turn, War summoned a flaming vulture. War had dressed like a Roman centurion. He even had a red-plumed helmet and glowing red eyes. His fan club, Team War, looked pretty scary, too. Down in the arena, the two monsters battled furiously. Occasionally, teeth, flames, or lasers struck the transparent battle barricade, and the crowd went crazy. Quit gawking, Noff yipped. I'm not gawking. I'm admiring the game while watching War like a hawk, in case he's playing Puck's deck. Where is Puck, anyway? Probably preparing for his match. He's up next. Death and Puck, as the announcer had reminded the crowd before the opening games had started, were the final two competitors in last year's tournament. Although it had been close, Puck had won. The announcer had speculated whether it would be those two again this year in the final round, and if so, would Puck's deck still be good enough to defeat Death's? In the other battle arena, Sloth was playing against Gravity. Excited shouts and cries sounded from the crowd watching that game, but Maine kept her attention on Death's and War's game. She watched as Death's shark succumbed to War's vulture. Death played a new card, summoning a two-headed orc with two jagged swords. I heard you were looking for me? Maine turned to the speaker, Puck, who had snuck up on her. Yeah. Is War using your deck? Nope. I don't have bird brain in there. As they watched, Death's two-headed orc defeated the flaming vulture with a cleave to the skull. War summoned a skeleton, wearing a samurai armor with a wicked-looking bow in its hands. Of course, Puck continued, the thief could have slipped some of their cards into my deck. Why didn't the Guardian have everyone show all the cards in their deck before they play each match? Puck wagged a finger in her face. You can't do that. Mythos, the Conjuring, is sacred to the magical community. Everyone keeps their decks private until they play the cards. Magical beings and their magic rules. You're going to be playing your first match soon, Maine said. Any unique cards in your deck that I should watch out for so I know who the culprit is? Not really. As you know, my trademark is dressing up my monsters with a flair for formal dress wear. Does everyone dress up their monsters? These look pretty ordinary, relatively speaking. Nah, I'm kind of an outlier. Why do you do it? Because when you live forever, nothing is ever all business. Know what I'm saying? She shook her head.
If dying isn't an option, you might as well have some fun. Gotta entertain the mortals, is what I always say. What about your monsters? Are they rare or super powerful or something? Nah, a lot of my cards are common monsters. They have good special effects, though. You probably wouldn't recognize the difference since you're new to the game. I heard you defeated death with a flock of sheep. Puck grabbed his belly as he laughed. I still have that card in my deck. Why would you keep it in your deck if death has already seen it? Puck laughed again. Because tricks work twice. First when you initially play them, then when you try them again, because no one would believe you'd try it again. I guess. If I see a competitor summon some sheep, I'll cry foul. Oh, look at the time. They're calling me for my first match. Maine glanced at the sloth versus gravity game. It was already over. You think you have a chance of winning with your spare deck? She called, as Puck took off toward his arena. He gave her a thumbs up and continued. Puck certainly was a character. She turned back to Death's game. While she'd familiarized herself with some of the rules, it was moving much too quickly for her to follow. It seemed that some of the monsters had special effects, and sometimes, instead of summoning creatures, the competitors played some kind of cards with magic effects. That was what Puck's wish card was, a magic card, not a monster card. The battle lasted another few minutes. Death won, and his fan club went wild. When Death joined her and Noff back on the ground, Noff blasted off and high-fived their client.
Nice game.
Thanks, little brother. Death rolled his shoulders as if loosening up. It was a good warm-up. Turning to Maine, he asked, Could you follow along? Maine made a face. It's all cool. It can be a fast-paced game when the cards are aligned correctly. I remember my first game. Shoot, that was back before man invented the wheel. You wear your age well, Maine said. Hey, thanks. I think I'm going to get a refreshment. Maine and Noff stayed on either side of Death as he sauntered over to a drink vendor and ordered hot cocoa. While he did so, Maine kept her eyes peeled on everyone around them. So far, there hadn't been anything out of the ordinary, aside from the streaking leprechaun. All of the chain-mailed demons trudging through the tournament grounds probably detracted from any shenanigans. If she focused for long enough on the surrounding rooftops, she glimpsed angels whooshing to and fro as they surveyed the grounds from a bird's-eye view. There were so many magical beings gathered here today. It was impressive to see them all in one place out in the open, instead of inside the conference center. There were so many creatures of shapes and sizes, and plenty of wizards of all nationalities. Sage was missing out. The three of them relaxed on the sidelines while new sets of combatants played. She couldn't believe all the high-ranking entities here. They all mostly kept to themselves. She didn't catch any of them flashing Death any mysterious looks. Death's next match was against Gravity. The two competitors quickly shuffled each other's decks and moved to their respective sides of play. Maine scrutinized the powerful beings waiting on the sidelines as Death and Gravity climbed up and took their positions at the top of the wall. Still, no one was making any moves. This match went by much faster than the one against War, and Death claimed another victory. Gravity shook his hand good-naturedly afterward, and Death joined Noff and Maine. Noff gave him another blast-off high-five.
You're a natural,
Noff said. It's in the cards. You think you're going to win the tournament this year? Maine asked. Death rubbed his bony hands together energetically. You never know. It's a real shame Puck's deck got stolen. I was looking forward to playing against him. You do love a fair fight, don't you? He nodded. That and sex on the beaches. The drink. I can't. Yeah.
Maine tried to get that image out of her head. They waited on the sidelines until Death's next match, but nothing of note happened. Once, Maine caught the Guardian watching her closely from atop the conference building. The only reason nothing had happened yet, she reckoned, was because the powerful entity who had stolen Puck's deck was waiting to use it against Death when he played him. Since the tournament would last until late that evening, that meant they might be waiting a while. Chapter 43. They ought to call this mythos the boring, Maine said, as she and Noff went to relieve Minnie and Swiftfoot from their shift guarding Death. Noff yipped playfully, in a good mood after hanging out with one of the bikini models from the rooftop during his guard duty break.
Quit your complaining, partner. Just 'cause you're not smart enough to understand the rules.
I understand them. Kinda.
Please. I bet you would be an awful mythos player.
Oh? And you think you could take me?
Woman, I got paws. I can't even hold a deck.
He winked at her.
But yeah, I could take you.
It was now 8 p.m., and floating paper lanterns lit up the tournament grounds. A giant dome-shaped climate control spell covered everything, so it wasn't too cold out. Hot chocolate still seemed to be the drink of choice for most attendees. Who knew that magical creatures loved chocolate as much as most humans? On the way over to Death, Maine stopped by a magic bulletin board, showing who was still in the competition. Death and Puck were still in it, so they could still face each other in the final match if they both kept winning. When Maine and Noff took over Death's guard shift, Death was chatting with Swiftfoot. They were watching Puck's latest match together, admiring Puck's bravado and the strength of his spare deck. Death is such a flirt, Swiftfoot whispered into Maine's ear before she galloped off to get some hot cocoa.
Still nothing suspicious,
Minnie confirmed, and started toward the restrooms. When he saw the long lines extending from the portable toilets, he groaned. When Death got summoned for his next match a few minutes later, Noff yipped at Maine.
You wide awake over there? Or did the last card game put you to sleep?
Ha ha, very funny. Yes, I'm awake. She mimed, rubbing her eyes as if she'd just woken up. Who's Death's opponent this match?
Looks like one of the fates. Lachesis, I think.
Which one is that? Maine asked. The past, the present, or the future?
How should I know?
As if hearing her question, the announcer's voice came over the PA. Who will win? The mistress of the present moment? The fate of destiny? Or death? Death! Team Death shouted from his side of the clear barrier. Lachesis, the fate of destiny, didn't have nearly as many fans on her side, which made Maine feel a little bad for her. Who would have thought Death would have a bigger fan club than Fate? Death and Destiny shuffled each other's cards and headed up to their respective platforms to play the game. Maine had only caught bits and pieces of a few of the games that Destiny had played earlier that afternoon. She seemed like a solid contender, but if Death played even half as good a game as he had been, she wouldn't last long. Death and Puck were killing the competition, metaphorically, and it looked like they would again face off in the final round later that night. Destiny started the game by summoning a pterodactyl creature with a beard. Death summoned a magician wearing a rainbow cloak. At first it looked like the magician would have the upper hand as he started to conjure a spell. Then, the pterodactyl swooped down and chomped his head off. Wow! You're better than I thought, Death called. Assisted by magic, the acoustics of the arena projected both competitors' voices to each other and the spectators. You twisting the fate of the moment to affect the cards? Destiny's comeback was quick. I am, because you're the final moment. Whoa, dude. Witty banter.
Were you sitting on that all day, or did that come to you right now?"
His opponent shrugged.
"That was badass."
He selected his next card and summoned a sentient bolt of lightning that promptly and utterly destroyed the pterodactyl.
"What else you got in that deck?"
Destiny summoned a stone golem that rushed the lightning bolt and smothered it on the ground.
"Very nice,"
Death called. He summoned an ice dragon that let loose an ice breath attack and froze the golem in place. A moment later, the golem cracked and collapsed into tiny chunks. Destiny rubbed her forehead, clearly agitated. Then she drew a card and summoned her next monster. A flock of sheep.
"Whoa! Didn't see that coming,"
Death said.
"You know, Puck tried that against me once."
Maine's gut tensed. Was this it? Was Destiny the thief who'd stolen Puck's deck and targeted Death? She was about to throw a hand to the sky in signal for the Guardian when Destiny's face whipped toward hers. An invisible link between them, drawing them closer in Maine's mind.
"You don't want to do that, do you?"
Destiny asked. Do what?
"Call for backup. You want me to do this."
What are you talking about? I don't want you to kill Death. Destiny shook her head.
"I want only to replace Death. You hate Death even worse than I do, and for good reason. He took your parents from you too soon."
Why do you hate Death?
"You're immortal. You wouldn't understand."
Suddenly, Maine realized that time had stopped. The crowd, Noff, Death, all stood frozen while Destiny conversed with her. What are you doing? What's going on? Destiny laughed. Once sweet and innocent sounding, now there was ice in her throat.
"Why, I'm the fate of the present moment. I'm Destiny."
Maine's eyes shot wide. You can freeze time? With a roll of her eyes, Destiny threw back her hair and shook her head at Maine.
"Mortals, you're in a whole different power class than beings like me. Your understanding of magic is—"
Wait. Maine cut her off. You godlike entities have some of your powers taken from you when you come through the Hellgate portal. I bet your time freeze power is only temporary. Destiny's face twitched, and Maine knew she was on the right track. If you had your full power, I bet you could kill me with a thought. Destiny sneered as she climbed down from her seat atop the translucent barrier, taking her deck of cards with her. I don't have the power to kill with my magic. That would be my sister, Atropa, the fate of the future. Destiny quickly closed the distance to Maine, and Maine knew she needed to do something. But what? Destiny was close to a god. She was only half troll. As she walked, pushing through the gathered crowd as if they were stalks of wheat frozen in place, Destiny drew a card from the top of the deck of Wild Things. A wicked smile came over her face as a glass sword materialized in her hand.
"However, I can still kill you the old-fashioned way."
She lunged at Maine, the blade surprisingly fast. Maine barely dodged. She threw herself away from the crowd where an innocent bystander might get killed, and toward a translucent battle wall.
"We have killed before,"
Destiny casually spoke, as she lashed out again, missing Maine's neck by an inch.
"In the old days, my sisters and I clubbed giants to death with bronze cudgels."
Maine sidestepped as the glass blade struck the clear barrier, spitting out sparks upon contact. You three sound like real stand-up gals.
"You think humor will save you?"
Wild-eyed, Destiny struck again, this time gouging a rivet in the invisible barrier. Why are you trying to replace Death? Maine asked.
"Does it matter?"
Destiny drew back and swung again, striking the clear barrier with such force that it cracked as the blade penetrated it. When she ripped it free, the entire barrier wall shattered like glass. Now there was no barrier between Death's ice dragon, Fate's pack of harmless-looking sheep, and the crowd. For the moment, the monsters remained frozen like everyone else, besides Maine and Destiny. Then, time unfroze for a moment, and the ice dragon reared its head while the sheep baaed innocently. The crowd started moving, too. The ones who had fallen when Destiny had pushed through them were trying to get up, confused about how they'd fallen in the first place. Maine lifted her hand and glanced up at the Guardian's position atop the conference center. Then time froze again, leaving only Maine and Destiny to move about freely. Destiny threw back her hair again. "I tire of this." "Oh?" Maine said. "You want me to stand still so you can kill me? Then you can draw your cards. Why didn't you say so?" Destiny drew another card, and a scaly serpent with spikes on its back appeared at her side. It remained frozen, though. When she started to draw another card, Maine interrupted her, going on the offense and ducking in for a jab. The Fate spun and brought the glass sword down, and Maine rolled out of the way. "Why can't you freeze me, too?" Maine asked. "Because your destiny is in flux." "Oh, which means you can't freeze my destiny. How are you controlling time anyway? Isn't the avatar of time here at the conference? Why isn't he flipping out?" Destiny sneered. "Because I spiked his hot cocoa with knockout drugs." Maine wiped sweat from her eyes. "You thought this through, didn't you?" "I am one of the Fates. Let's just say I know how to manipulate strings." "Then why don't you manipulate those strings into getting a bigger fan club? Your following is pathetic." With a grunt, the Fate rushed her again with her blade. "Shut up!" "Let me guess. You're not a big fan of social media?" Destiny threw everything she had into her next swing. This time, an actual blade of magic sliced through the air toward Maine. She barely evaded it, and luckily it harmlessly struck the asphalt and dissipated against the side of a brick building. It left a crack all along the street where it had impacted. "You know nothing of what it is to be a god." "And you know nothing of what it is to be mortal." Time flickered and unfroze for another moment, and Destiny fumed. "Looks like your power is almost gone," Maine said, as people all around started to move again. The Guardian pushed off from his perch atop the conference building and swooped down over the tournament grounds. Then, as quickly as it had worn off, time refroze. Maine winced, as the Guardian's forward momentum carried his slack body slamming down to the asphalt and buried him in a gaping hole like a fallen comet. Destiny laughed. "Nothing like a fall from grace. Am I right?" Maine rushed the Fate. She had to get those cards out of her hand before she drew the wish card and caused irrevocable damage to the world. Managing to catch Destiny off guard, Maine tackled her around the waist, and they tumbled over the asphalt. The glass sword fell from Destiny's hand, and it was a battle of fists and knees. When she was on top, Maine threw a hard punch down at Destiny's face. The Fate twisted out of the way, and Maine's fist dented in the asphalt like the Incredible Hulk's punch. Then, Fate's knee struck Maine in the gut, and she doubled over. "I only want to make this world a better place," Destiny shouted, as she rose over Maine. Maine sprang up and met the Fate on her feet. They threw themselves at each other, intertwining their fingers as they strained to push the other one backward. Then, for the last time, time unfroze. Chapter 44. When the crowd got their bearings, they probably noticed 3 big noticeable differences from a moment before. One, the smoking crater off to the side that held the Guardian. 2, Maine and Fate locked in a struggle. 3, the transparent barrier was down, meaning that it no longer contained the ice dragon and the pack of cute sheep inside.
Bah!
Went the sheep.
Strike!
Destiny hissed. Without a sound, the spiked serpent she'd summoned earlier sprang to life, launching itself through the air at Maine. Maine tried to break away from Destiny, but the Fate held her hands tight in hers. The best she could do was bend out of the way. One of the snake's spikes nicked her shoulder. "You bleed. How very mortal of you," Destiny said. Maine brought a foot up and planted it against the Fate's chest. Then she kicked outward, sending the Fate sliding into the crowd, bowling more people to the ground. General panic rose then, as chain-mailed demons and angel guards filtered through the crowd toward Maine and Destiny. When one of the demons tried to grab Destiny, the spiked serpent buried itself in the demon's face, and it toppled backward, screaming. Noff blasted off and landed by Maine's side, his face serious and determined. "What is the meaning of this?" the oldest Fate's voice carried over the crowd. "Yes, what are you doing, sister?" the youngest Fate said. Both of them floated over the crowd as they drew near to where Destiny was dusting herself off. "Just playing the game of life." Both sisters looked confused. An angel guard stepped close to Destiny, and the snake slithered up behind him and spiked him in the back. After the angel collapsed on his face, the chain-mail demons all stepped back a few steps to give Destiny some breathing room. "This madness must end," the oldest Fate said. Destiny seethed. "It must end?" The youngest Fate laughed nervously. "You need to calm down." "Calm down. Calm down." Destiny gestured at her paltry fan club, now staring with terror. "We are no longer a big deal. They have forgotten us." "Come off it, sis," the youngest Fate said. "Yeah," the oldest joined in. "The days when we thrived on the power of our worshippers is long past. We'll never be anything great. You'll never be anything great." Destiny's face flashed with the ferocity of a cornered wolf. "You two never take me seriously. You never did." Drawing in a breath, she pushed back her hair from her eyes. "I am the Fate of the moment, and when the moment is final, I am everything." The youngest sister looked over at the oldest sister. "Has Destiny cracked?" An explosion of magic power shook the ground. From behind them all, the Guardian picked himself up out of the crater as if he were Superman.
"What is the meaning of this?"
His eyes burned with hellfire as his gaze fell first on Maine, then traveled along her arm and pointing finger over at Destiny. He sniffed the air.
"I thought I smelled time manipulation. You have broken the covenant between divine entities, and you shall be brought to justice."
At first, Destiny looked like she was going to cry. Then she cackled. "Oh, you can try. I've been planning for this day for a long, long time." She swept her hair out of her eyes. "I will see it through." She snapped her fingers, and all of the sheep in the unwalled battle enclosure began to bleat and baa. For a few moments, the crowd and chain-mail demons began to chuckle nervously. The Guardian took a step toward Destiny, and that's when things got weird. As one, the sheep all threw back their heads. Then their lower jaws came unhinged as massive spike-toothed maws replaced their previously docile faces. Their eyes gleamed red. All their wool fell out. They stood on their hind legs, extreme musculature spawning over their frames. Now, instead of ba, they went rah. They stomped their feet, and the ground shook. Still atop the wall in his playing station, Death shouted, "Run!" What happened next was chaos. People and creatures shouted and screamed as giant two-legged demon sheep stampeded about. The angel guards tried to intervene, but the spiked snake wove among them, darting in and out. Some of the magical creatures used magic to try to fight off the sheep threat, but that only fueled the madness, since it drew the ice dragon's attention away from the sheep and toward the magic users in the crowd. On top of that, Destiny was summoning more monsters by the moment as she fled the tournament grounds. Whoosh! Maine spat out the gust of air that had whipped past her. The Guardian's voice was like a blast of masculine energy. What's going on? Time was of the essence, so Maine kept it as brief as possible. Destiny is trying to replace Death. Why? I don't know. She froze time for everyone except her and me and tried to kill me, but I held her off until her time freeze spell wore off. Oh, and she broke the arena wall. Now there are monsters everywhere, and the security task force isn't doing too well. The Guardian nodded once. I understand now. He stood tall, his height seeming to grow before her eyes, as he boomed in a commanding voice. All angels to the tournament grounds. We must rally our forces and drive these monsters back to hell. Whooshes burst through the tournament grounds as angel guards touched down and began to battle with the demon sheep. As the Guardian turned away from her, Maine called, They're outnumbered! You need more help! His eyes bored into her skull. You have a suggestion? Yeah. The prison tent. Release everyone sober enough to fight. I can't do. Maine thrust her finger at the chainmail demon guards standing off to the side, and watching the unfolding carnage in awe. The demons! Command them to fight! The Guardian shook his head sorrowfully, and prepared to launch into the air. I'm afraid I have no jurisdiction over their kind. Then he blasted off into the sky. Damn it, Maine muttered. Noff yipped by her side. This is really crazy, partner. But we can do it. I know it. A pterodactyl swooped down at her, and she jump-kicked it into the path of the rampaging sheep. No matter how good the angel force was, they wouldn't stand a chance against the demon sheep. There were too many. No wonder Puck had kept that monster card in his deck. What's the priority? Noff yipped. A miniature polar bear with flippers reared up and prepared to maul Noff with his flippers. But Noff blasted off and KO'd the monster with a strike under the chin. I thought you were the boss of this mission. Maine punched a 3-footed yeti to the ground. You mean you're not going to try to tell me? Partner, I'm turning over the keys of this operation to you. We're equals. We gotta trust each other. Damn straight, Maine said. She kicked a clown monster in the crotch, and he went down like a sack. Noff yipped in approval. If Sage were here, he'd have a plan. You got one instead? I think so. We need those demon guards to help. They won't listen to angels. So can you use that magic nose of yours to sniff out Adrian and Olifet? They're avatars of the 7 deadly sins. Tell them I'm cashing in my favor, and I need them to persuade the demons by any means necessary to fight the demon sheep. You think it'll work? I don't know. I hope so. Noff raised a paw in salute to her. Yes, ma'am. One demon sheep broke from the flock and trampled Maine's and Noff's way. After sharing a look, they each ran around the 2-legged monster, splitting its attention. Weakness. Sweep the legs. Maine didn't sweep the sheep monster's leg. She dropped to one knee and pounded her fist into the leg. With a sick pop, the monster's leg broke in two, and it toppled over toward her. She deftly stepped out of the way while Noff wiggled his butt.
I am the Noff!
He blasted off and slammed into the monster's chin. He touched back down.
I bring the key.
Blasting off, he struck the monster again.
To damage, destruction, terror!
He blasted off again. The demon sheep tottered drunkenly on its haunches. It was as good as defeated. Maine patted Noff's rump and took off through the war zone.
Where are you headed?
Noff yipped. I'm going after Destiny. Chapter 45. There was only one place Destiny could be headed. The dark portal on the second floor of the conference building, 100 yards away. Maine ran toward the building, dodging through fleeing conference attendees and monsters. She couldn't see Destiny, but she saw the new monsters spawning in her wake. They sprung up in flashes of light every time the Fate drew a card as she ran. As Maine ran, she passed a band of angel guards. The spike serpent was getting the better of them, weaving in and out and striking at their legs, then their faces. The snake was fast, doing major damage to the good guys. Maine stopped to confront it. The spike serpent sensed her and lunged at her like a dart of death. Duck! Maine ducked, watching as the serpent redirected its trajectory at her from the other side. Dive! She dove to the side as the serpent streaked forward again. As she picked herself up, the monster prepared to attack again. It was relentless and didn't tire. Dodge. Tired of dodging, Maine drew in the mantle's power to focus on the spike serpent blurring toward her face. With heightened agility, she tilted her body enough so the serpent missed. Then she whacked it with the meat of her palm, as if she were spiking a volleyball. With a hiss, the spiky serpent smashed against the ground. Before it could recover and resume its attack, 3 angel guards leapt upon it with their smiting wands. The snake monster's skeleton flashed inside its skin. Then it disappeared. The angels gave her grateful nods, and Maine pushed onward toward the conference building. She was about a quarter of the way there now. She dodged a pair of rampaging demon sheep, then came upon Swiftfoot, battling a giant sloth with octopus arms. Need any help? Maine called, and halted. The centaur's hooves thundered as she sidestepped and leapt forward, avoiding the monster's lashing tentacles. I have it covered. A tentacle smacked Swiftfoot in the shoulder. The centaur corrected by galloping in a circle around the sloth. Making it inside the tentacle's range, she reared up and kicked the monster's torso with her front hooves. Go! Get Destiny! Maine continued. When she was about halfway there, she spotted the 3 butterfly fairies to the side. They fluttered madly through the air as they fought against 3 red-eyed moths with fangs. What each of them lacked in size, they made up for in tenacity. Maine had never seen anything like it. You've got this, one of the butterfly fairies called to Maine.
Yeah. Who's Maine?
Maine focused on keeping her feet moving. When she was nearing 3/4 of the way there, she finally got her first glimpse of Destiny. The Fate was sprinting up to the front door. A pair of angel guards tried to subdue her, but she drew a magic card that sent out blinding rays of light at both of their faces. The angels threw their hands out in front of them blindly, and Destiny kicked them each in the side. They rolled over on the ground and lost consciousness. Then, Destiny turned back to face the way she'd come. She locked eyes with Maine and smiled. Then she kicked the entrance door and drew another card, this time a monster card. A gigantic tree monster with thorny vines and roots spawned in front of the doorway, guarding it. Great, Maine muttered, as Destiny disappeared inside the conference building. As Maine halted in front of the tree monster, it lashed out at her with its thorny vines. One caught Maine on the wrist and threatened to rip it inward toward the monster's jagged, bark-covered jaws. When Maine resisted, it slammed her to the asphalt. Maine flipped over, tearing free from the spike vine, and dashed backward out of range. The tree monster watched her with wicked approval, not moving from its guard position in front of the doors. It outmatched her. She needed someone bigger to cleave a way through the tree monster so she could reach Destiny before she disappeared through the dark portal. Twisting her head back at the concrete battlefield, the first thing that stood out was Death's ice dragon. She couldn't believe it, but Death, still wearing his sky-blue hoodie, was now riding on the dragon's back as it swept low over the grounds, spewing ice breath at several of the demon sheep. It was so cool. A dragon was what she needed to beat this tree monster. While trying to figure out how she could get Death's attention, she spotted Minnie 10 yards away, combating a wild boar monster reared back on 2 legs. Maine rushed up to him, circled the monster, and jumped on its back. As the wild boar squealed in confusion, Minnie delivered the final blow to the monster's front. "Thanks." "Follow me," Maine commanded, and the Minotaur nodded. Then she pointed at the tree monster whipping its vines about madly in the air around it. "Think you can plow through that thing?" "You got it." The Minotaur tucked his head and charged. Spiked vines slapped against his shoulders and head, but he continued on, eventually ramrodding through the tree monster's trunk with a splitting crunch. Maine followed in his wake and spilled into the lobby. Immediately, a phantom with a scythe swung down at her. On instinct, Maine dodged, tracking the phantom as it rounded about, preparing for a second sweep. Before it could, Maine held up both hands and shot the tiniest of fireballs at it. The monster rose from its offensive stance and laughed. A moment later, it realized the tiny fireball had caught its ragged cloak on fire, and it was now spreading all along its wraith-like body. The phantom howled as it fled through the lobby, disappearing through a wall. Directly ahead of the entrance, Minnie picked himself up from the woody remnants of the tree monster and the check-in table he'd utterly demolished. Blood trailed down from multiple wounds on the Minotaur's bull face and arms. He staggered for a moment, then righted himself, as some clay monsters trundled into the lobby from outside. "Go!" he roared. "I will stay and fight the monster reinforcements." Maine didn't need him to tell her twice. She already knew where the stairwell was, and 10 seconds later, she was taking steps 2 at a time up to the 2nd floor. Halfway up the stairs, a pair of demon capuchin monkeys with red eyes flung themselves down at her. She raised her arms just in time, catching them by their scruffy hair. Then she twisted hard and hurled them down the center of the stairwell. Starting to feel winded, Maine caught her breath and pushed upward. When she came to the landing for the 2nd floor, she found 2 angel guards slumped against the walls. She bent and checked their pulses. They were still breathing. She stood and threw open the 2nd floor door. A wide conference hall opened before her, lined with rows upon rows of chairs. This was the auditorium she'd sat on stage at during the Fates panel. She dashed inside. As a fire-breathing newt spat a ball of flame at her, she cartwheeled out of the way, then punted the newt up into a crystal chandelier. The light fixture spun, then the newt exploded in a fireball that sent the chandelier crashing to the center of the chair-filled forum. At the front of the room, Destiny had climbed up onto the stage. She turned back. "You can't stop me. I will draw the wish card, even if it is the last card in the deck." "I can't let you do that," Maine shouted, as she fought through the chairs. Destiny laughed, and Maine looked up in time to see a curtain of electricity form from Destiny's latest card. With a series of crackling pops, the lightning curtain rushed Maine's way. "This is going to hurt," the Mantle hissed. "Suggestion: bite down on a strip of leather." "I don't have a strip of leather." She threw herself flat upon the floor as the magic electrical attack jolted and pricked her back and turned her hair into a rat nest. "Good. Now up and at 'em." Maine followed the Mantle's advice, pushing to her feet and clambering up on stage. Destiny observed her from the opening to backstage. "Why do you want Death to continue plaguing the earth?" "Because he's only doing his job." Maine climbed to her feet on the stage. "You don't go messing with the laws of nature. That sounds like a bad idea." Destiny threw an ice spear at Maine, but she dodged it.
Oh, I get it, Destiny cackled. Are you doing this because you think your dad would disapprove of you letting me replace Death?
Maine dodged a second ice spear and caught herself on the table she'd sat at during the panel. She heaved in a breath and stared at Destiny. I don't give a shit what my dad would think of my actions. I have a job to do, and I'm going to do it. Destiny wagged her head.
Pity.
She drew another card, summoning a patch of quicksand between her and Maine.
Quicksand. Suggestion. Be very quick.
As Maine started across the sinking stage, a female angel guard, posted backstage by the wardrobe, leapt forward with her smiting rod.
Can't surprise fate,
Destiny said contemptuously, as a bronze cudgel appeared in her hand. She dodged the angel's attack and knocked her over the back of the head. The angel sagged to the floor.
You can't defy fate,
Destiny ecstatically cried, as she threw open the wardrobe and knocked the hanging clothing aside. Then she disappeared through the dark portal. Chapter 46. Maine was about to follow her through the dark portal when a whoosh nearly sent her toppling onto her face. Catching herself on a dresser, she turned to the guardian, who had swooped in.
I can't allow you to go through that dark portal.
I'm going through. The guardian's words broached no argument.
It's not safe.
I know the risks. Besides, I've done this before. If I don't go in there now, Destiny will escape. She'll draw the wish card and...
You're not listening to me. You can't go through there. You probably can't feel it because you're mortal, but that dark portal could come apart at any time, taking half the town of Rainwater with it when it implodes in on itself.
Yeah, that was a problem. You're going to let her get away? The guardian closed his eyes as he held out a palm toward the dark portal. The portal didn't look any different to Maine than it had before.
I'm afraid we don't have much time. Maybe 10 or 20 minutes until it goes supernova.
He raised a hand to his ear.
I shall order the portal diffusing techs here immediately.
Before he could make the call, the dark portal shimmered, and Destiny poked her head through.
Why, Guardian, I never knew you to be such a coward in the face of danger. You don't have to do this, the Guardian urged, lowering his hand from his ear.
I will replace Death. I will become a god. Try to stop me if you dare.
Whoosh.
The Guardian took off in a blur, disappearing through the dark portal and leaving Maine to catch her breath as the wind gust knocked her sideways. When she steadied herself, she focused on the dark portal shimmering inside the wardrobe.
Weakness. Time. The Guardian is correct. The dark portal will expire within the next half hour, probably sooner. Suggestion. Flee this place. Drive to the next county. No, the next state.
That would be the easy thing to do. Let the Guardian handle Destiny and Puck's deck of wild things. The portal techs would diffuse the dark portal and no one would get hurt. Except the Guardian hadn't radioed in the order, and he still wasn't back on this side of the portal. Red light flickered infernally amid the swirling dark portal. It didn't take a portal expert to know that wasn't a good sign. Nope, she couldn't flee. Even if the Guardian had made the call and already had the Fate in custody, this was her town and her case. Cases. And she was going to see everything through to the end. She drew a deep breath and leapt through the dark portal.
Come out, wherever you are,
the Guardian shouted. He was about 20 yards away from her in the stone corridor, about to turn the corner at the first bend. The labyrinth looked the same as she remembered, except this time she'd come through the dark portal instead of entering the lobby. Paper lanterns floated near the ceiling, washing everything in magical light. Wait! Maine called after him. "You'll get lost!" Disregarding her, the Guardian pushed ahead until he came to another fork. "She's here, somewhere. I can feel her presence everywhere. Which way did she go?" "Don't use any magic," Maine called, but the Guardian had already summoned a glowing compass to lead the way. Before he could make use of it, a powerful bolt of electricity struck the Guardian from out of nowhere, sending him to his knees. He didn't make a sound. Gritting his teeth together, he picked himself back up and glanced down both directions of the T. "Which way did she go?" he panted. Even though he was super powerful, it was evident by his breathing that the electric attack had drained him pretty badly. "I don't know." Maine rushed up to him and steadied him before he could fall. "You need to go back through the portal and call the technicians to defuse it before it blows." He couldn't bring himself to look her in the eyes. "Destiny is still in here." "Tell you what, how about I go after her? If the portal tech fails, it'll wipe me off the face of the earth, and you won't have to worry about me ever again." The Guardian gave her the strangest look, as if he couldn't possibly understand her. Then he nodded. He started to turn back in the direction of the dark portal, when Destiny's voice echoed in sing-song down the corridors toward them. "Coward, coward, who's a little coward?" The Guardian spun and charged toward the intersection. Maine reacted barely in time, snagging him by the wing and tugging him backward. "She's messing with your mind. She might not be able to influence your destiny directly, but she can still manipulate your strings. Don't let her." The Guardian fought her. If the electrical bolt hadn't severely drained his magic and energy, he would have been able to flick her off him with a twitch of his wing. But he was out of breath, and he collapsed to the floor. "Little coward, little coward." Maine gripped the Guardian's cheeks in both hands. She placed her mouth next to his ear. "You have to focus. Your priority is to save everyone back at the McCam. They're counting on you." Understanding flickered across the Guardian's steely eyes. "You are correct." He sucked in a laborious breath and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Promise me you'll stop her." She met his eyes without flinching. "Yes. Now go." She tried to help him up, but the Guardian pushed her away with his wing and stood on his own. As he trotted back toward the portal, Maine called, "Get Minnie for me." He stopped. "Who?" "There's a wounded Minotaur on the first floor. Tell him to get his butt here ASAP. He'll know how to beat this labyrinth and lead me to destiny." Without a word, the Guardian steadied himself and disappeared around the corner to where the dark portal waited. Maine forced herself to draw a deep breath. As much as she wanted to act impulsively, as the Guardian had done, she knew it wouldn't help her any. She needed to stay alert. "Who's afraid of the big bad half-troll?" Destiny sing-songed, her voice coming from all directions. It was impossible to determine her proximity or location. "I know I'm not." The Fate gave an evil cackle. Maine started walking down the corridor she currently found herself in. She moved slowly, to make as little sound as possible, trying to earn any advantage she could. "Why don't you show yourself? Maybe we can chat this out, one-on-one, girl to girl." "Be careful. She is close." Maine froze. She sensed movement behind her and spun out of the way of a stone fist soaring toward her head. It had projected from the corridor and now exploded against the far wall into a cloud of dust and pebbles. "Nice move," Destiny's voice echoed down the corridor. "How long will you be able to avoid my little traps?" Maine shrugged and continued down the corridor. "I could do this all day." Smug. Just like your father. Did you know he once challenged me too?"
No? A smile crept over her face. He lost. Another stone fist shot out from one of the walls. Maine reacted, but wasn't fast enough this time. Bits of stone chipped from the fist as it glanced off her shoulder. She threw herself into a forward roll as she fell, and as she came out of the roll, the mantle hissed. Above you. She forced herself into a barrel roll to avoid the stone fist that had dropped from the ceiling. It exploded on the floor at her previous position. I could do this all day as well, the fate taunted. No, you can't, bitch, Maine thought. The dark portal would expire soon, obliterating much of Rainwater, including this magic labyrinth. Maybe in her rush, Destiny didn't know about the portal's unstableness. She communicated this thought to the Mantle. Do not tell her. She will become more unpredictable. The Mantle was probably right. Although the news might throw the fate off balance for a few moments, it wouldn't help Maine any, because she didn't know where the fate was. She needed to get the deck of wild things out of Destiny's hands before she could draw the wish card. She had to trust that the Guardian was taking care of the dark portal. Maine ventured down the corridor until she came to an intersection. Destiny cackled. Left or right? Which will it be? Maine randomly chose her path. Wrong answer, Destiny shouted. Suddenly, a long coil burst from the stone wall like an umbilical cord, except tiny bones comprised the cord instead. Maine tried to dodge, but the coil lashed out and wrapped tightly around her chest, pinning her arms to her sides. I know all about you, Destiny's voice echoed menacingly. I know about your mommy issues. The cord tightened around Maine's body as she struggled. What are you talking about? Oh, you know. Taken from this life too soon. Sob, sob. Blah, blah. And oh, the drama. Maine freed herself from the skeletal cord and took a few steps forward, only to be lassoed by another one. Drama? What are you talking about? Her and Mackie May's little spat. Wait, you didn't know? Maine grunted as she tried to break this second cord tethering her to the wall. But she felt her muscles weakening. My mom and Mackie May didn't get along? She didn't even know the two women had known each other. Was the fate messing with her mind? Straining, she succeeded in tearing free a second time, only to trip and fall as a third cord wrapped around her ankles, dragging her to the floor. Now, a skeletal netting sprouted from the ground and encased her back, smothering her. Oh, you don't know about that yet. Oops, my bad. You never will now, either. Maine resisted the bony framework, compressing her into the floor. Stop resisting, the Mantle hissed. But that was the dumbest advice Maine had ever heard it give her. If she stopped fighting, the net would crush her body. She couldn't give up. She had to fight with all her might until her last drop of energy. You're not strong enough to beat me, the Fate's voice cooed. It sounded closer now. You never will be. Over her thudding heartbeat in her ears, Maine now heard Destiny's footsteps. With each clap against the stone floor, the echo sounded closer and closer. I'm coming for you, the Fate sing-songed. More clapping footsteps, precise and measured. A heavy object slapped against Destiny's palm. Soon, Destiny called. It will be time to meet my cudgel. You're no giant, but trolls are distantly related to giants. Half-troll, Maine corrected. She continued to fight the bone netting digging into her back, shoulders, and legs.
She was starting to understand what it felt like to be a canned sardine.
"Stop fighting," the Mantle repeated.
Destiny's footsteps continued to grow closer, the clapping of her soles echoing off the stone like the ticking of a countdown clock. Maine didn't know how much longer she'd be able to withstand the suspense. It sounded like the fate should be directly above her by now. With her cheek pressed into the floor, she could only see one direction, and the bone netting cut across part of her vision.
"Trust me," the Mantle hissed. "When have I led you wrong? You must stop resisting."
"But I'll die," Maine communicated back to the Mantle.
You will not die if you listen to me."
The fate's clapping footsteps drew even nearer. The net's pressure intensified. "You want me to die, don't you? You want Destiny to wear you. You think she's more worthy than me."
"Petulant child. I am only doing what I was created to do, and I am telling you, you must give up the fight."
It made no sense. "But I'll die."
"You must trust me. You must take a leap of faith."
The footsteps were now maddeningly close. How was the fate not standing on top of her by now? "I can't give up," Maine communicated. "It's not in my blood."
"Then I cannot help you. Prepare to meet your mother."
The footsteps stopped. There was absolute silence. Chapter 47. Maine tensed for the inevitable end. There was nothing she could do while compressed beneath the bone netting. She couldn't move. Even the Mantle couldn't help her now. It looked like there'd be no wine and pasta date with Makime tomorrow night. Wait, she thought. What had the Mantle told her? Stop resisting. What if it had been right? What if she'd been going about this the wrong way, and relaxing her body was the key to defeating the bone netting? Cursing herself for waiting until the last moment, she drew a breath and put her faith in the Mantle. Even though logic told her that it would crush her body, she commanded all her muscles to stop fighting. She lay on the floor, completely still. Seconds ticked past. It didn't crush her. Now that she'd given her muscles some time to rest, her energy returned in incremental bounds. The best part was the skeletal netting, no longer squeezing her to the floor. All this time, the netting had been absorbing her effort and using it against her. As her strength and energy increased, Maine remembered that, oh yeah, there was a homicidal fate looming somewhere above her, about to cudgel her to death.
"Explode upward," the Mantle hissed. "Now! Do it now!"
With a yell, Maine pushed off from the floor with as much speed as she could muster. The netting threatened to hold tight, then snapped, with the sound of thousands of tiny bones crunching. Her feet cleared the floor for a moment. When she landed, she rose to her full height, pivoting in a 360-degree arc. But where was Destiny? The paper lanterns lit up every inch of the labyrinth, so visibility wasn't an issue. The footsteps started again, sounding so close now that the echoing claps seemed to come directly from within Maine's ears. "So, you figured out my trap." "Where are you?" Maine shouted. She winced at the loudness of the footsteps. "This is my labyrinth, and you will not see me if I do not wish you to see me." "Stop playing games." "But games are so fun." Now the footsteps were ridiculously loud, and it hurt for Maine to think. The fate was messing with the labyrinth's acoustics. "Relax," Destiny cackled, her voice as loud as her footsteps. "You won't have to play for much longer." The sound of the footsteps threatened to burst her eardrums. Maine clapped her palms over her ears as she spun. Still, she saw no sign of the fate. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. Again, Maine spun. Where the hell was she? Now, time to meet my cudgel. The floating paper lanterns blinked off. In the same instant, Maine heard the crashing sound of all the corridors and labyrinth walls collapsing to the floor like giant dominoes. Minnie's voice roared through the total darkness. I'm coming, Maine! The lights flickered back on then. Standing directly before her, Destiny grinned like a maniac, her bronze cudgel raised over her head. As the weapon descended, Maine grabbed the woman's arm. Psycho! Maine wrestled to control the cudgel, but the fate was surprisingly strong. The cudgel swung down. Maine tried to perform a sort of judo throw, but Destiny swung her hip into Maine, and they staggered sideways, still locked together. Let go! Destiny shouted. Luckily, since Minnie had done his Minotaur thing and broke the magic labyrinth, her voice wasn't super loud. No way! While ensuring she didn't lose her footing, Maine concentrated all her effort into a single backward shove. The fate sidestepped, and Maine, still clinging to the cudgel's grip, felt her feet lift off the ground as she swung horizontally through the air. She managed to land, but then Destiny rushed forward when she was off-center. Heavy footsteps thudded behind them. There was a loud snort and, Maine! Minnie charged at Destiny's backside. Before impact, Destiny shook the cudgel free from Maine's hands and swung it lazily at Minnie. It struck him on the snout with a wet thump, sending him sprawling to the floor, a hairy, bleeding mess. Maine didn't know if he was still alive or not, but there was nothing she could do for him at the moment. After sweeping back her hair, the fate turned her full attention back to Maine, madness in her eyes. Now, let's finish this. Maine was about to shout back a response, but her stomach chose that moment to gurgle loudly. Great. She was about to face off again with a godlike lunatic, this time on an empty stomach. Why couldn't she have grabbed a pizza before the card tournament? Before either of them could make a move, the ground gave a violent shake. What's this? The fate asked. Maine concentrated on not falling. She'd never felt an earthquake that strong before. That would be the dark portal self-destructing, Maine smirked. You must be joking. Then realization took hold of Destiny's face. It doesn't change anything. I will still get my wish. Not today. Maine sprang toward the fate. She would have ended it right then and there with a jab to the face, but Destiny uttered a spell, and time went all wonky. Maine froze in midair, her momentum carrying her forward. Then, right before impact, time unfroze, and Destiny cracked the cudgel against Maine's shoulder. She cried out as she collapsed on her chest, her shoulder decimated. Another tremor shook the place, and the fate nearly fell. When she'd steadied herself, she magically clipped the cudgel to her hip and began to draw cards from Puck's deck. Random monsters started to spawn, but they fled from the fate as soon as they appeared. One of the cards was a magic effect card. It summoned a thick, impenetrable fog that oozed and filtered across the labyrinth's floor. If it continued to rise, it wouldn't be long until it reduced visibility to 0. You must do something, the Mantle hissed. Now is not the time to give up. Fight! Maine groaned. Her shoulder was a mess, if it was still there at all. She couldn't move her arm, so that wasn't good. A little ways away, Destiny continued to draw cards. Meanwhile, the black fog continued to rise. Off to the side, Minnie lay still. Destiny still hadn't drawn the wish card. There was still time to stop her. Fighting back the intense burst of pain from her shoulder, Maine rocked gently on the floor. She felt the bone-mending potions in her pocket. She had to get the contents of one down her throat. Using her other hand, she crossed her body to get to the opposite pocket. Why had she put it in that pocket? Destiny cursed as she continued to draw cards. It has to be in here! The good thing about the black fog was that it obscured Maine's actions from the fate. She closed her fingers around a potion vial and pulled it free from her pocket. Then she raised it to her mouth, bit off the cork, and downed the potion. She hoped it would work fast. She grunted as the potion's effects took hold. That was super fast, she thought. Had she brewed the potion too strong? Incredible waves of pain radiated from her shoulder. She curled into a ball of agony. Shit. Had she somehow made a bone-injuring potion? Then, on some intrinsic level, she understood that the potion was working as intended. Pain was a side effect of the rapid mending and reconstruction of solid bone. Wasn't magic great? 20 seconds later, she was able to rise to her feet. She sighted Destiny over the black fog and wiped her mouth. Ready to continue? The floor shook tremendously, and the Fate gripped the deck in one hand while she raised the cudgel from her side. Your destiny, she said, her voice a mix between a gasp and a curse. Is in flux? Yeah, I get it. Now less talking, more fighting. Maine shot forward. Right before she threw her punch, the mantle hissed. She couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary, but figured the warning was about Fate using her time spell again. Maine didn't fall for the trick. She held her punch as time froze, then reverted to normal. She threw her punch. Destiny went down hard, but leapt back to her feet. I don't understand why I can't see your destiny. Maybe because I'm tethered to a demonic mantle? The mantle hissed again, and Maine held off on attacking. Time froze, then unfroze. Maine lurched forward and knocked the cudgel out of Destiny's hands. It landed, getting lost in the black fog. With a curse, Destiny conjured a ball of ice. Before she could hurl it at Maine, Maine raised her hands and conjured a fireball. They released their projectiles simultaneously, and there was an incredible explosion when they connected. Pain pricked Maine's arms and legs like thousands of tiny needles, and she realized ice shards from the blast caused it. Meanwhile, embers rained down all around them like rain. The fire cut through the black fog, dissipating it. Across from Maine, ice shards had struck Destiny, too. Oh, you bleed, too? Maine mocked. Destiny shook her head. You have made a very dangerous enemy in me. The floor quavered harder and longer than it had as of yet, sending them both crashing down. The tremor continued as they tried to get up. Giving up on the effort, Destiny instead began to draw more cards. She summoned a monster. She drew a magic card, and black fog again filtered up. Unable to rise to her feet either, Maine stopped trying and scampered toward the Fate on her hands and knees. Destiny summoned another monster, and another. When her hand touched the next card, her eyes flashed in ecstasy. This is it! Maine reached her then, and threw her hand over the deck. Her fingers remained on the card as Destiny drew it and flipped it over. It was the wish card. Maine knew because the only thing on the face of the card were 2 words written in gold. Wish card. This was it. The moment of truth. And they both knew it, exchanging frantic looks with each other. Both Destiny and Maine shouted simultaneously. I wish to replace death. I wish for a pineapple pizza. The wish card shimmered. Then the card blinked out of existence and inserted itself back into the deck. A breathless silence followed. Did it work? Maine asked. Suddenly, Maine's entire body began to glow ethereally. What is happening? It's granting your wish. The Fate's eyes narrowed to slits. But why What happened? A spotlight of pure white light dropped down over Maine's body, and she felt her feet rise an inch off the floor. Her body felt light as a feather as it continued to rise. A few moments later, she stopped, suspended in the pure white light. This can't be happening, Destiny spat. The divine hasn't touched you. Still hovering in the air, Maine shrugged. But I was touching one touched by the divine. Her hand had been next to Destiny's hand as they flipped the wish card. Without warning, utter stillness choked the labyrinth. Then the loudest and clearest voice Maine had ever heard said, I proclaim thee worthy. Thy wish has been granted. It was like the sound of God. It rang in her ears one moment and was gone the next. Then the spotlight disappeared, and she dropped to her feet. In her hands was a solid golden pizza box. It was quite heavy. Maine flipped it open, and the most heavenly smell she'd ever smelled wafted out and tickled her nose. Her stomach grumbled. This is outrageous! Destiny screamed. She tensed her hands, and claws popped out where her fingernails had been moments before. Her teeth elongated into sharpened versions of themselves, and her shoulders widened. When she finished morphing, the fate resembled a rabid werewolf in a purple robe. She threw her shoulders back. I don't need a cudgel to finish you off! Then she leapt. Maine swung the golden pizza box and batted her in the head. The fate went down without a fight. With a smirk, Maine collapsed onto her butt and opened the golden pizza box. You won't like me when I'm hangry. Chapter 48. She only got to finish one steaming pizza slice before Minnie groaned, bringing Maine's attention off food and back to the magical labyrinth crumbling all around her. Tucking the golden pizza box under one arm, she rushed over to him. Are you all right? His snout looked like a rack. Some bone breakage in there. But this place is about to come down on our heads. We have to get out of here. Agreed. When she saw that Minnie could stand on his own, she handed him her second and final bone-mending potion. Take this. As he did so, she went over to Destiny's prone body and kicked her leg. The fate didn't budge, but she was breathing. Don't suppose we should leave Destiny here to rot? Yes, do it. Leave her to her demise. Instead of doing that, Maine bent, scooped up the fate, and threw her over her shoulder. When it became apparent that she couldn't hold onto her golden pizza box and keep Destiny slung over her back, she handed the box to Minnie to carry. Lead the way. Maine adjusted the fate's body. The second black fog had risen steadily, greatly reducing visibility. It would only continue to rise. After rubbing his snout, apparently bone-mending potions worked on cartilage too, Minnie gave a triumphant snort. He made it 2 steps forward when a growling war-jackal bounded to a stop in front of the Minotaur, pawing at the ground, preparing to pounce. Spikes covered its body, and flames roiled out of its mouth every time it took a breath. They weren't out of the clear yet. There were still a ton of summoned monsters out there lurking in the fog. As the labyrinth floor rumbled, Maine spotted Destiny's bronze cudgel lying off to the side. She made her way over to it. Where there was one war-jackal, there was bound to be more. The war-jackal leapt at Minnie. He tried to punch it to the side, but missed. The war-jackal bit down on one arm and wouldn't let go. Flames started burning Minnie's hairy wrist where the war-jackal hung from him. He tried to punch it off, but then a second war-jackal jumped on his other side. "Help!" Minnie roared. Maine was there a moment later, swinging the fate's cudgel. Her first hit dropped the first jackal, and her second incapacitated the second. The floor shook even more vigorously, and Minnie fell forward. He caught himself with one hand and picked himself back up. After readjusting the golden pizza box under his arm, he trudged on. Although there were no longer any walls to block the path to the dark portal, the fog was as much a hindrance. "Are you sure you know the way back to the portal?" Maine shouted from behind him. The fog was growing thicker by the second, and she could barely make out his backside in front of her.
"Yes, for I am the Minotaur."
"Thank the gods for that," Maine said. She would have been utterly lost without him.
"You should get better with directions,"
the Mantle hissed. "How would that help me? I'm surrounded by fog."
"Perhaps it would be wise to learn the magic compass spell."
"Sure, I'll get right on that." She stumbled as another tremor racked the former labyrinth. From up ahead, Minnie grunted, and she called to see if he was okay. When he didn't immediately answer, she got worried. Then he grunted and continued onward through the unnatural black fog. A low growl sounded from off to her side, and Maine clubbed the charging war jackal with the cudgel. It yelped, and the black fog swallowed it. Suddenly, the fate stirred on Maine's back. "What happened? Where am I? Where are you taking me?" Maine twisted the cudgel around and smacked Destiny over the head. She went quiet again. When she realized she'd lost sight of Minnie in the fog, she quickened her pace.
"If you drop the hag, you can move quicker."
Whew. She caught sight of the Minotaur's backside again. "Are we almost there?" she called.
"Almost. Yes. I can sense it. It's up ahead."
A series of growls muffled by the dense fog drowned out Minnie's voice. Minnie's heavy footfalls sounded as he fought. After drawing a deep breath, Maine started forward again. Was it just her, or was the fate growing heavier? She felt exhausted, and even though Minnie was directly in front of her, she didn't know if she'd be able to make it to him in time before the war jackals overran him. Fire flared up evilly in the dark fog around Minnie. Maine had to choose.
"Drop her."
Maine let the fate drop. With the extra weight off her back, she felt renewed energy. She pushed forward, and Minnie came into full view. 2 war jackals hung from his arms, and 3 were nipping at the backs of his legs.
"I'm on fire,"
Minnie moaned. The poor guy had been through a lot. First all the thorns from the tree monster, now fire-breathing war jackals. "Stand still," she shouted. With dwindling energy, she took out the front 2 war jackals with one blow. Then the floor quaked, and she fell forward. She caught herself with her hand and the cudgel. Seeing her in a weakened state, the 3 war jackals in the back abandoned the bigger target and prepared to leap at her.
"Move,"
the Mantle hissed. She managed to roll to the side, but she didn't think she'd be able to get back up in time before they pounced again. As she stared them down, she wondered if this was going to be the end for her. Then, astonishingly, the 3 war jackals yelped and took off in the opposite direction. Minnie was by her side then, helping her up. Hyper-exhaustion ached through her body. "Are we there yet?" she managed. Minnie pointed at the dark portal only 5 yards away.
"It's right there."
He gulped, loudly, as the sound of 100 tiny tap shoes filled the air.
"Oh no! Oh no!"
Maine knew that only one thing could be making that distinct sound. Snazzy gremlins. Lots of them. They came marching through the fog then, an army of giant, rat-sized monsters licking their lips. Just beyond them lay the dark portal. Minnie spun and prepared to bolt, but Maine stopped him by grabbing a tuft of his hair. "You can do this. You can conquer your fear. Close your eyes and charge through them. Into the dark portal," she added.
"I can't do it. I can't do it."
She looked him in the eyes. You can, and you will. I believe in you." The floor gave its most shuddering shake yet, and she fell into Minnie's arms. The gremlins gave a frightened squeak as the quake messed up their rhythm, and the Minotaur's eyes flared with determination.
"I can do it."
Then, turning toward the portal, he tucked his head and charged at the portal. As he did so, the golden pizza box fell from under his arm and clattered to the floor. 3 seconds and about 15 squashed gremlins later, he disappeared through the portal, now glowing mostly red than black.
"Flee! Now!"
Maine turned back to where Destiny lay sprawled out on the ground. At that moment, the Fate opened her eyes and saw what was about to happen. The place was about to collapse into the imploding dark portal. The Fate closed her eyes, resolutely accepting her fate. Maine knew that she had only a few moments left before supernova time, and if she acted right now, she could save either the Fate or the heavy golden pizza box. If she didn't take the pizza box, no one would ever believe that she had played the wish card. She didn't have to ask herself, what would Valkyus do? She knew what she would do. She grabbed Destiny's wrist and threw her once more over her back. Then, as the portal before her increased in size like some living organism feeding on energy, she leaned forward and pushed onward, hoping she would make it in time. Chapter 49.
"Wait, so let me get this straight,"
Noff yipped.
"You could have asked for literally anything, and you asked for a pineapple pizza?"
He looked like he might be sick. Maine sat up on a cot in the medical tent while an angel nurse tended to her wounds. By the look of it, she wasn't the only one receiving medical attention. Many others had been wounded or injured in the monster chaos Destiny had wrought upon the tournament grounds. At the end of it, though, Adrian and Ollie had persuaded the chain-mailed demons to help. With the assistance from those willing souls in the jail tent, it had been enough to turn the tide in favor of the good guys. Death, along with everyone from his bodyguard team, was there getting patched up beside Maine. Swiftfoot snorted. Yeah, who gets pineapple on their pizza? Sitting on a cot of his own, Death meekly raised a hand.
"I do. You wouldn't think so, but it's, so good."
For the first time since Maine had met Death in person, she smiled at him. Noff shook his head at Maine and Death.
"You're disgusting, both of you."
Everyone laughed. It really came in a golden pizza box? One of the butterfly fairies trilled. Maine nodded.
"Then where is it?"
Noff jibed good-naturedly. Minnie snorted.
"She speaks the truth. I was honored to carry the golden pizza box for a time."
His shoulders sagged.
"I am sorry, Maine."
When the angel nurse finished healing her, Maine got up and walked over to him. She patted him on the arm. It's all good. It was only a pizza box.
"A pizza box worth its weight in gold,"
Noff yipped.
"That could have kept our agency in operation for decades."
Maine grinned. Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to work for our pay, partner. With a wiggle of his butt, Noff blasted off and high-fived her.
"Right on, partner."
Whoosh! Hair, clothing, and bedding sheets fluttered with the gust as the Guardian appeared inside the medical tent.
"Maine, I would like to speak to you. Outside."
After exchanging glances with her team, she got up and followed him out through the tent flap. What is it? Then Maine saw Destiny on her feet, her wrists bound behind her back in magical gold handcuffs. Some angel guards were watching her closely.
"I wanted to let you know that because of you, the portal techs were able to restabilize the dark portal. They will implode it shortly over the town, in a safe manner."
There was a short, awkward pause.
"Also, I would like to thank you for your cooperation and good work this week."
Maine smirked. That wasn't too hard to say, now was it? In an instant, his face was inches away from hers.
While I still don't trust you, on account of your demon taint, I'd wager this operation would not have been successful without the part you played.
You mean if I hadn't convinced you to leave the labyrinth, rainwater would be a crater right now? The Guardian grunted and straightened to his full height.
You're rather annoying for a human. I like that.
Okay. Clasping his hands behind his back, the Guardian started pacing, leaving Maine to wonder what was up. She exchanged a glance with Destiny, but she was equally confused. Then the Guardian pivoted and faced her.
For the assistance you provided, I am granting you a boon.
What kind of boon?
A favor. Don't make me regret it.
She scoffed. Wait, that's all I get? One boon? For all I did for you? I unraveled a divine conspiracy and saved death from death. The Guardian grumbled, fire lighting in his unearthly eyes.
Oh, what else would you ask of me, mortal?
Maine thought about it. How about a boon and a selfie? The Guardian scratched his forehead.
What is a selfie?
She smacked him good-naturedly on the shoulder. Oh, don't give me that, Mr. My head is always in the clouds. You know what a selfie is.
Fine, yes, I know what a selfie is. Why do you request one of me?
It's not exactly for me. I have a friend who is, like, your biggest fan. If I got a selfie with you, he'd really appreciate it. The Guardian shuffled uneasily on his feet.
I do not like taking photos.
She gave her biggest grin. So, is that a yes?
Fine, he grunted. Make it quick. I must escort the prisoner away.
Maine held out her phone and gave the cheesiest smile she could muster, while the Guardian stood giant and stone-faced beside her. Thanks, she said, checking her phone afterward to make sure the photo took. The Guardian muttered something under his breath.
This selfie better not be involved in any future crimes.
If I know Sage, this selfie will be printed out, laminated, and hung in a frame at the Sacred Sourdough. Here, do you approve? She flashed the phone screen toward him. When the Guardian saw his appearance in the photo, he put a palm to his forehead.
I look ridiculous. May we please take another?
She smirked. I thought you were in such a hurry. Something about escorting the prisoner away? The Guardian narrowed his eyes at her.
You are correct. I have no time for such trivialities.
Just like that, he was back to his old self. As he moved away, Destiny looked at Maine in confusion. I cannot believe you thwarted me. What can I say? I'm in flux. A pair of angel guards closed in on the Fate from both sides and grabbed her arms. A series of whooshes later, they and the Guardian were gone. Maine was about to head back inside the medical tent to join her friends when two scrawny, sad-looking men shuffled her way. When they saw her, they turned and headed away. They looked familiar, but she couldn't quite place why. Then she gasped. Adrian? Ollie? The two men froze and uttered some curses under their breath. Then they turned and gave their best fake smiles. Wait, what happened to you two? Adrian no longer resembled McDreamy. Instead, he looked like a washed-out coke addict with tired eyes. Ollie Fett was no longer his usual trim self. His gut expanded outward so far she didn't know how his track pants hadn't busted yet. His chubby face and sagging double chins were new, too. Adrian sighed.
Isn't it apparent? We're no longer avatars for lust and gluttony.
What happened? Ollie answered with a dejected shake of his head.
They manifested before us and deemed us unworthy to serve them anymore.
Why? They were both angry now.
Because we helped you. We convinced the demon guards to battle those damn demon sheep.
Ollie spat off to the side. Come on, tell me, Maine said. It felt good to do what was right, right?
Hell no, Adrian said. I liked being sexy.
Ollie groaned.
And I liked my old body.
Maine didn't feel sorry for either of them. Not after what they'd done to her. Sneaking into her dreams and spying on her. Lying to her. As far as she was concerned, they got what they deserved. I'm guessing there won't be another follow-up interview? Adrian's face quivered in anger. Then he and Ollie turned. They looked utterly ashamed as they trundled away. Will you guys be all right? Maine called after them. They both flipped her the middle finger and kept walking. She watched them go. A few moments later, a figure joined her by her side. When she turned to see who it was, a penguin wearing a fancy bow tie with a kazoo in its mouth smiled back at her. It blew a note on the kazoo and raised a flipper in greeting. She grinned. There you are, Puck. I was wondering when you'd come to find me. There was a poof of smoke, and Puck stood next to her in place of the cute penguin. He cracked a grin himself. Sorry, I couldn't resist a little trick. You won't hold it against me, will you? Maine pretended to consider it, and Puck bit his lip. I happen to like penguins, so we're good. He looked relieved. That was quite a performance you put on tonight. You want to know if I recovered your deck? He nodded. She frowned. He thrust his hands in his pockets. Gone, is it? She didn't say anything, only watched his reaction closely. A ripple of frustration tore across his goat-like face. Then he composed himself and drew a deep breath. He straightened the front of his pants. Oh well, I guess I'll start working on building a new deck. A proper deck. You know what? I think I know what I'll call it. The Deck of Wild Things, 2. He looked up and saw his deck resting on Maine's palm, and knew that she'd tricked him. You trickster, you! He went in for a quick hug, and when he pulled back, the deck was gone from her hand. He reached into his pocket and drew out the deck, then replaced it. I'm never letting it out of my sight. Thank you, Maine. Thank you. Just doing my job. He knelt before her on one knee and presented her with a plain-looking envelope. You shall be rewarded. Here, take it. You earned it. I'll have my accountant wire your cash payment to you on Monday. He's lying about the money, the Mantle hissed. A trickster through and through. Suggestion. Cudgel the bastard. She felt the envelope. What was inside? It wasn't the size or weight of money or a check. It was much smaller. What is this? She asked. A Mythos card, of course. Keep it on you, and use it when the chips are down. Okay. The trickster winked at her and glanced at his wrist. Oh, look at the time. A shame the rest of the tournament got cancelled, but I'll be back next year. Gotta go. Before she could ask him anything further, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Should have cudgeled him. She considered opening the envelope right then to see what it was, but then she noticed Death standing outside the medical tent with his arms folded. He looked so cool with his sky-blue hoodie and blue eyes. Hey, Maine, can we talk? She slipped the envelope into her pocket and walked over to him. I know you're probably super tired, so I'll make it quick. I, really appreciate everything you did tonight. You've got a shining soul. First time anyone's ever told me that. To show my gratitude, I'd like to offer you a gift. It's not another card, is it? Huh? No. I want to give you one last conversation with your mother. In a dream, of course. She was tired. A nap sounded good. Is it going to be my mother or a mental construct? Death shoved his hands in his hoodie's pouch pocket. Well, it will be her, but it won't be her. Look, I hope you understand, but I can't break the secrets of the universe. He chuckled. Not until you die, that is. Until then, you'll have to have faith. She extended a hand, and he shook it. You had me at Mother.
You'll want to lie down.
Death followed her inside. After she laid down on a cot, he touched her forehead, and the tent disappeared. Chapter 50. Mom! Her mom was waiting for her in a glowing white room. Is it really you? Or am I dreaming? With a kind smile, her mom said, Both. Come here and give me a hug. If her mother had felt real in her sin dreams, this time, her mom felt hyper-real. She knew she was the real deal. After a long hug, they pulled away. I have so many questions. Like, how are you doing? Are you at peace? How is the food in heaven? Her mother made a zipping motion over her lips. Right, you can't spill the secrets about the afterlife and all that.
Something like that.
By the way, Death was a lot nicer than I had expected. I've met him. He seems, nice. Her mother nodded.
How is life in Rainwater?
Maine grinned. It's been really kind of nice. For such a small town, there's always something to do. I've had a lot of help from other people, too.
Oh? Like who? I might remember them.
Maine thought about it. Put on the spot like this, names and faces didn't want to come to her. Well, there's my butler, Al. That's wonderful, her mom said.
You don't make him do everything for you, do you?
No, of course not. Although he does do a lot for me. She caught her mother's eye. But not everything. Seriously, I washed dishes the other day. Then there's Minnie, the Minotaur. Her mother giggled. Oh, is he still in town? I always thought he would have moved back to Greece. Yep. Then there's Noff.
Noff?
Her mother gave her a questioning look.
He's not some kind of biker gang member, is he?
Maine laughed. Oh, he probably thinks he is. He's my business partner and friend. He's a direwolf. Her mom clasped her hands delightedly in front of her. Your father once told me that direwolves are loyal to the end. You are lucky to have one as a friend. Are there any other new acquaintances you've made? She thought about it some more. There's my attorney, Mackie May. She let her words trail off at her mother's sour expression. What? Oh, just be careful around her. Maine blinked. Huh? What are you talking about? Her mother gave an embarrassed shrug. Forgive me. It's nothing. Ancient history. Mackie May and I had a falling out around the time you lost your 2 front teeth. It was a long time ago. Maine considered this as her mind flashed back to the family photo album Al had compiled for her, and the photo of 6-year-old Maine standing with a confused look on her face. Her mother smiled, bringing Maine back to the moment. Anyway, I'm glad that she's been good to you. She cleared her throat. Tell me, have you been on any adventures lately? Oh, you know me. Maine rambled on for about a minute about the McCam and how she wished her mom could see all the cool creatures and magic behind the veil. Her mother flashed that kind smile again that radiated warmth like a warm oven. Your father always spoke so highly of the magical creatures beyond the veil. I'm so proud of you. But... Maine sensed one. Well, let's just say that I've been watching you. Not often, but I peek in on you from time to time. You haven't always been the kindest to your father. Maine bowed her head, ashamed. You're right. I'm at peace with him now. I didn't realize, well, when I grew up and left home, I didn't hate the father I had, but the father I thought I had. It probably depends on who you talk to, but I feel like I've grown a lot as a person since then. I help solve people's cases. Her mother nodded. I heard about that. You decided to take up your father's mantle. At that, the mantle snickered. Yep, Maine said, in more ways than one. That's good. Just remember to live your life. And be careful. Now that you've chosen to live behind the veil, life will offer you more wonders than ever, and more dangers. Your father was a bit of a workaholic. He was a good man, though. Her mother paused. You didn't mention a sweetheart. Is there anyone special in your life? Maine felt like she'd already had this talk, but remembered that had been her dream mom, and not her soul mom. Maine bit her lip, and her mother gave her a knowing smile. Maine knew that look. Okay, there is a guy, but it's also early, and I don't know. Her mother took one of her hands in hers and squeezed. I didn't know about your father either, but he was so darn persistent, calling all the time, often at the worst times. Oh, do you have a radio on? What? Maine listened and heard it. The unmistakable rising anthem of March of the Penguins. Her ringtone. She felt it pulling her from the dream. Speaking of calling, Maine said, that's him. Her mother smiled. It's okay. You can go. I don't want to go. Her mother hugged her tightly. It's okay. A mother's duty is to let go. I love you, Maine, now and forever. One day we'll talk again. I promise. Maine woke up. She noticed right away that all of her friends were gone. She wondered where they were while she answered her phone. Maine? Sage asked. The one and only. Good. You made it out alive. Thank the gods. Sage, what are you talking about? Well, I've been following social media posts from the rainwater area, and let's just say, you're in a lot of them. Huh? Apparently, one of the tournament barricades broke, and a bunch of monsters broke free. Something about a flock of deranged two-legged sheep. There was a huge fight. True. There are also reports of an unconfirmed dark portal in the conference building. A dark portal! Also true. And a rogue fate? True. I fought her in hand-to-hand combat. I even cudgeled her. Seriously? You fought a fate? Damn, girl. I missed a really good McCam this year. The report that got me worried said you died in the final battle. Maine laughed. That's an exaggeration. But just barely. Ooh, that's good. You had me worried. Sage paused. There's something else. What? There was also this picture of you wrestling a naked leprechaun. What? Oh, yeah. That didn't happen. Fake news. Photoshopped. Oh, by the way, I got a selfie with the Guardian. Really? Oh, you're the best. Thank you. It was nothing. Hey, enough talk about me. How did you do? Did you make it to the end of the competition? There was a long pause. Did you get, eliminated? I won the contest. Oh my gosh, that's awesome! The judges loved my last dish. That means I qualify to be on the cooking show. Can you imagine it? A whole week of filmed cooking competitions where I'll be vying against other finalists from all over the globe. Congratulations. Guess what? They'll film the show in front of a live studio audience. I have 2 first-class tickets. Would you want to come for the filming and support me? Hell yeah, I do. Sweet. As I said, it will last a week. Sounds good to me. I'm due a holiday, especially after tonight. Suddenly, people started shouting outside the medical tent. Noff peeked inside and yipped, Come on! You're gonna miss it! Miss what? Maine ran outside. What's going on? Sage asked. Is everything okay? The portal techs are gonna implode the dark portal safely, Swiftfoot cried. I can't wait, one of the butterfly fairies trilled. Where? Maine asked. Then she saw it. Up in the night sky, there was an extraordinarily bright flash that exploded like a firework, followed by an incredibly loud sound like a ripped zipper. Then, in the blink of an eye, the expanding firework folded in on itself, leaving only blackness.
"What's going on?" Sage asked.
"Oh, nothing. I got to see my first dark portal implosion."
"What? No way."
"Wait. Yep, I just watched a live stream of it."
"Jealous."
Maine laughed. "I have to go. The tattoo is about to start. I'll talk to you soon." The wine and pasta were surprisingly good. So good that the bottle and the pasta bowl were almost empty. Maine was glad she and Makime finally got to have their girls' night out. Her apartment was the perfect place for it.
"I'm sure you're glad that the macam is over,"
Makime said as they finished. Maine washed down some pasta with a sip of wine. "Definitely. This week was a long road, to put it in your words." Makime smiled politely. "In fact, I feel like I experienced enough macam to make up for every single one I missed up until now. Bodyguarding duty is harder than it looks, especially when there's a deranged fate on the loose, trying to kill death. Oh, can you pass the garlic bread?" Makime passed her a plate.
"I'm glad everything turned out for the best, and that you were safe. I always worried whenever your father took a big job like that."
Maine gave her a sidelong look. "You? A worrier? I thought you were all zen and focused."
The Haryanago attorney smiled weakly. "We are not always as strong as the face we show the world."
Maine munched on the garlic bread. "That's a good one. True, too." Makime nodded, then got up and started to clear the table. "Whoa, you're the guest. You don't need to clean up." She paused. "That's what butlers are for." They both shared a look, then burst into laughter. Part of it was the wine. Maine hadn't drank that much in a long time. Her tongue was getting looser than normal.
"Sorry."
Makime sat back down at the dinner table.
"Force of habit, from when I lived with your dad."
"I still can't believe you two were married." Maine glanced down at her fork and saw her distorted face reflected at her.
"Weakness. Drunk."
Maine giggled. Makime nodded. "I mean, you could have told me when I first got back to Rainwater. I wouldn't have thought it was weird. My mom died so long ago." Again, Makime nodded.
"I wanted to. I just didn't know how you would take it. With your father's recent death, I didn't want to overburden you."
"That's kind of you. His passing couldn't have been easy on you, but you should know, I'm pretty easy to get along with."
"And pretty drunk," the Mantle hissed. "Suggestion. Coffee. Loud music. Cold shower."
"I know that now,"
Makime said.
"I'm glad we're getting along so well. Tonight was nice."
Maine lounged back in her chair and finished her wine. "It was, wasn't it? Hey, I wanted to ask you about something." Makime swirled the remains of her wine in her glass and finished it as well. "I spoke with my mother recently." Makime gave her a confused look. Yes, I know, she's dead. Look, it's a long story. Anyway, she mentioned something about you." Makime stiffened.
"Okay."
"Did you and my mom have a spat back when I was a little kid?" The attorney's face darkened, her barbed hair tensing out to the sides. Then her features eased.
"A spat? You mean like a disagreement?"
Potato. Yeah. Did you two get along?" Swallowing, Makime said,
What do you mean?
Maine's lips felt dried out. She ran her tongue over them. I mean, did you know my mother back when she was alive? She realized after she had said it that she had been talking slower than normal, over-enunciating the words. The Mantle was right. She was pretty drunk.
Yes, of course. We knew each other. Rainwater is a rather small town, after all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Mackie May's shoulders relaxed.
It's getting late, and tomorrow's a workday. I should be going.
She rose from the table. Wait a minute. Maine glanced to the side at the family photo album sitting near the edge of the table. She picked it up, made some room at the center of the table, and set it down so both she and Mackie May could see it. Starting with her baby photos, she flipped through the album. She caught Mackie May's soft smile as she did so. She continued flipping until she reached the photo of 6-year-old Maine with the missing front teeth.
You were a very pretty girl,
Mackie May remarked. Yeah, I guess I was, wasn't I?
Humble much?
The Mantle hissed. Shut up, Mantle!
Excuse me?
Mackie May said. Sorry, not you. As she stared at the front teethless photo, the Haryanago attorney straightened her kimono beneath the table.
Right, then. Well, it was nice seeing some of your childhood pictures, but I really should be leaving now.
Maine closed the album. It sounded like a mini thunderclap. Why the rush?
I already said. I have work in the morning.
Maine nodded in understanding. Are you sure that's the reason? Or does this have something to do when I was 6 years old? Mackie May didn't say anything. I really like you, Maine said. Surely you trust me.
I do,
Mackie May said.
Like a mother.
Maine scoffed. I'm sure.
Maine, what is this all about?
Maine calmly placed both palms on the tabletop and met Mackie May's eyes. I want to know what happened between you and my mom when I was a kid. See, some things didn't add up, but now they're starting to.
What kind of things?
Mackie May asked suspiciously. Like my mother's distrust of you, and the fact that I can't find a single photo of my dad in any pictures with me except after I was 6 years old. Care to comment? Mackie May regarded Maine with a discerning eye. Well? Maine asked. Finally, Mackie May sighed. She nodded in defeat.
I believe you've already put it together.
Yeah, I have. But I need to hear it from you.
It's not what you think.
Maine crossed her arms. What do you think I think?
Your father and mother were separated the first time when your father and I got together. I didn't know.
You didn't know they were still married? Come on, Mackie. You said so yourself. Rainwater's such a small town. Admit it. You had an affair with my dad while my parents were still married. Mackie May didn't move. You know what I can't believe? The fact that you're so focused on justice and doing the right thing, and here I find out about this lie I never knew about. Righteous anger flickered across Mackie May's eyes for a moment. Then her face went white.
You have thoroughly defeated her, and without my help. Good job, kid.
What? Did you not think I'd ever find out about it? Mackie May shook her head sadly.
I don't know what you expect me to say.
You have some nerve. Trust? Huh. After what you did? You thought you could weasel into my life now all those years later?
How could my father do that to my mother?
Sure, I knew they had their troubles when I was younger. But that? She drew in a deep breath, but it did nothing to calm her.
Your mother and I, we smoothed things over.
And you jumped right back in my father's bed as soon as she died.
No, Maine, it wasn't like that.
It wasn't?
No, it wasn't.
My childhood keeps getting messier and messier. Makime rose from the table.
I really should be going.
Maine heaved in a deep breath and leaned back in her chair. Yeah, I guess you probably should. Makime hurried out of the apartment, leaving Maine to sit and stare at the empty wine bottle in front of her. After a time, the Mantle whispered,
Are you all right?
Maine continued to stare at the bottle for a little while longer. Then she grabbed it and slung it across the room where it shattered upon the wall. Part of her knew she shouldn't be so upset. Makime had been good to her upon her return to Rainwater. Her mom had forgiven Makime. Her dad had been happy, so that was the main thing, right? The irrational part of her didn't give a damn. After all this time, how could she not have known about her father's affair with Makime? It made her feel stupid, even if it had happened during her early childhood. There were too many thoughts going through her head. Maybe this was one mystery she would have been better off not solving. Ugh. She was so mad. She could just punch a wall. Or maybe throw another wine bottle. Noff's tiny feet padded up to her from behind. She turned and stared down at the chihuahua-sized direwolf, cheerfully wagging his tail behind him, giant plastic sunglasses resting on his nose. He peeked up at her from over the comically large lenses and let a couple of papers drop from his mouth.
I printed our plane tickets to L.A. Is it vacation time yet?
This concludes Only Trolls Double Down by Ramy, Vance, and Michael Anderle. Narrated by Jen Lee. Copyright 2022 by LMBPN Publishing. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with LMBPN, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.